6-1.
Under Kagendra's confident play, Fei Shi and Sen Ku made sure Team Hawk was found wanting. It promises to be an explosive show for Kagendra's next match.
Scorecard, Homan Daka.
The next matches were a showdown of the regions, as the home ground defenders faced against Filipino rivals. Match 2 was an intense back and forth, as Dominator and Boom exchanged blows.
Great, nice catch by Miggy as well. There's two members down, Tufts and Gen X. DMT, they have found the formula, and they will be successful. Boom, take a fall.
And it's going to be Dominator Esports, the one that they're going to drop that crystal.
Many people predict Boom will defeat us, and now we prove that Indonesia team can beat Philippines team.
Dominator lived up to their namesake, as the home ground defenders defeated Boom.
All these stacks, look, he's getting the damage in, and every single catch is going to be worth it. Nice catch by Bao. He was the one getting caught out this time. It is Bigatron that finally answers. That's Shashi down, Chance down as well.
The home ground defense reinforced by BTR's ball.
Bao jumps in, perfect catch on the 3 with the damage coming in. Nanfeng will finish the job for the team.
With an exceptional performance, proving that he has what it takes to clash with the best.
We defeated Nongsim, we defeated Blacklist. Nova, we're coming for you.
The pressure builds as Indonesia remains unstoppable in the group stage.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Sinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Momo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke 2 tim. Yang pertama ada Jerul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jerul?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready?
Ready. Let's go.
Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Bang toket itu. Izin.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk ACE Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
Call my name if you're in trouble.
No one will get past me. The Lions hunt! Everyone gets not one but two. The real cannot be tamed. Berhasil diambil Iqbal.
Justice of the Moon!
Percaya diri. Masih ada di grup, tapi di belakang udah ada Chuan. Solo untuk bertahan dengan Maestro 5. Dipanis oleh Kongming.
First blood. That was no challenge at all.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Day 3, a day of determination, separating the best from the rest.
Let's go, Malaysia!
The first match was an uphill battle for the Malaysian newcomers,
The pickoff, they find it. It's a team ace.
with Team Hawk struggling to secure their first international win, as Boom dismantled them in a confident 3-0 sweep.
What can I say? We shut them down. Boom.
From our match performance hari ni, kita dah berusaha and also kita dah buat already terbaik, and tapi we still can improve a lot.
The battle intensified as Blacklist International faced Nongshim Red Force, and where the codebreakers were last broken, they now stand victorious. As Chaz and Chammy one pushed back the Korean offense,
With the bottom lane wide open off the quadra kill, then Kite will take game number 4.
settling the score in a 3-1 revenge match against the Korean gatekeepers after their previous season knockout.
Para sa amin, normal lang din talaga yung ginagawa namin sa sa mga preparation. Tapos, yung mga previous matches po kasi namin, madami kami natutunan.
Kerjaanmu berakhir hari ini. Kau ingat kau hebat? Jom.
It was the final match that saw a collision of destinies, as the home ground defenders faced the Malaysian Titans. And though BTR fought valiantly,
Take game number 1.
Nova continues to show why they are the team to beat at KIS.
Closing out the day with a 3-1 victory for the side of Nova Esports.
Pertahanan dari BTR betul-betul kuat.
The pressure rises as resolves are tested and results are determined. The final day of the group stage awaits.
Selamat siang, Indonesia! It's another thrilling day in the Heroes Scourge. Today is the last stride in determining the rankings of each group in the group stage of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. Today is a day of rematches, driven by redemption and retribution, where past losses demand payback, and every team wished to turn the tides to their favor. And we're one step closer to determining this year's Kings of the World. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is our game. Let the story begin. Casters, lead the gorge.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Jakarta. It is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And joining me today, it's going to be Blam. It's his debut today. And today is going to be a very exciting day, important day, because we conclude the group stages.
We do conclude some of these group stages as well, obviously, as Mara was alluding to in that beautiful introduction, saying that obviously this is where some of those rankings are going to be determined, and some, obviously, rankings right now have already been pretty much set in stone, right, especially towards Group A for, obviously, Nova, unless there's a huge upset that Nongshim Red Force can bring today.
I think that would be really cool. Now, Nongshim, obviously, they have a, I wouldn't say brand new roster, but there have been some changes, right? And we have seen them put up a strong resistance, but they haven't really found their footing just yet. Nova's challenge today is kind of different from the rest of the competition. Today it feels like it's about how clean can it be, right? They want to win the entire set.
I think it's down to, obviously, we've seen on the social medias and stuff like that with Nongshim Red Force, obviously giving over snacks and stuff like that, so I feel like maybe it's at the mercy of some of these teams that have enjoyed the snacks more, like Blacklist. They gave them one win, so let's see how much Nova enjoyed those snacks and see if they're going to be charitable to the side of Nongshim Red Force. But this is what all the teams are playing for, right? Is that 100,000 total prize pool. Obviously, the champions do get that lion's share of the 35k. Second place is going to be 17,000. Third to fourth is going to be 14,000, and then 5th to 8th place is going to be that 5K. So still walking away with something, even at last place.
Yes, so that is a decent start to the new year of 2026 for Honor of Kings. Now we are at the first lap, as we already said, right? This is where you kind of find out about the growth of the teams, and these are the current standings. Group A, like you mentioned, Nova pretty much has it secured, and they want to make sure that it's set in stone, so they get to choose who they're going to play against in the knockout stages. Meanwhile, on the side of Group B, DMT holding strong at this moment. They also need to make sure they keep atop of the group so they can choose the teams from Group A in the knockout stages as well.
I mean, it's going to be a bit of definitely a huge task for THQ due to statistics of so far of what they've played within KIS4, right? So for me, I feel like Boom and Kagendra is going to be the main shakeup of this table, right? Because obviously this is a team that's only really played once in the entire of obviously the Honor of Kings ecosystem, which is obviously KIC 2025. But Boom was able to beat Kagendra twice in that one tournament. So can Kagendra, with their new faces, take on Boom? That's what I'm interested to see today.
Yes, and this is where we'll find out. These are your series of best of 5. Today we have 3 for you. We're going to start out with a banger here. Nova against Nongshim Red Force, Team Hawk against Dominator, and of course, like you mentioned, the Boom versus Kagendra matchup. So all spicy for their own reasons. Do we see the teams grow, or do we see the teams dominate? These will be the big question marks we have to answer today.
Exactly. I mean, THQ obviously going up against Dominator Esports. Dominator, to be fair to me, have surpassed all my predictions. Obviously, being top group of Group B after obviously having not the brightest of seasons last year in 2025 Honor of Kings Esports, but definitely coming into 2026, packing a punch with obviously the new lineup within the roster as well. Definitely seen a little bit of a more reformed kind of gameplay here from TNX, right? Like obviously the whole criticism we had about TNX within the last season 2025 is the fact that he would kind of dive in a little bit too early and maybe have a little bit of like a hesitation to dive in at some time. So I feel like seeing these players coming into an evolution into 2026 is a really big marker here for Honor of Kings Esports. And speaking of which, obviously we have to rank them, right?
Of course, and these are based on performances in game. So as we look at the standings, Chami1 is still ahead of the pack here. Over $1 billion in terms of net worth for the star value, followed by Zan as well as Senko. So Kagendra is doing well for themselves in this player star value rankings. Now this is decided by the plays they are able to make in the game as well, and this nets them certain benefits in the game. Now, today will be the last day of the group stages, but this ranking will continue for the rest of the challenge as well.
I mean, the most impressive thing here with all this player star value rankings is the fact that the only one team to have every member in that top 10 is Blacklist International. So it really shows that the boys put in the hours on and off of the stage. And you do see, obviously, when they do stream on their social medias as well, it seems like they're never off, right? Like it's always like maybe just Cheese streaming, and then as soon as that ends, Chammy's streaming. So they definitely put in the hours.
Yes, so the never-ending effort. This is what we want to see of the pro teams as well, right? And you guys also have to put in the effort to get your predictions done. Now, we will talk about this first series of the day. Nova versus Nongshim. Maybe some of you don't remember, but the grand finals for Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3 was between the two of these teams, and it went down to a Game 7, of which Nova took it convincingly. So Nongshim definitely has a lot to play for in this best of 5.
Oh, absolutely. They've got a lot to prove, but like we said, obviously they have new faces on their team as well, right? Obviously not quite having the desired outcome that they may have wanted for Season 4 Invitational so far, but they still have the knockout stage. This is the beauty of this format, right? Is the fact that into the group stage, there's nobody leaving the competition. You still have so much to prove when you get to that knockout stage, which arguably is probably the more important part to step up, right?
Yes, it is. And of course, player mentalities are very important in this particular matchup itself. Now, we have seen Nova unlock a different kind of fire yesterday, right? They were tested by BTR. Bigatron managed to make them bleed for a little bit, but then Nova just came back swinging. So this will truly be a trial by fire for Nongshim Red Force, because you have to unlock the final form of Nova if you really want to beat them.
Yeah, it just kind of reminded me of that like Australian meme you see on the internet where the guy like throws a fist at the kangaroo and the kangaroo staggered. That was like Nongshim, that was Nova in game number 1, and then they kind of stood up and was like, hang on, let's actually bring the fire, and they did, right? Like obviously it was very decisive, especially that last game of the series as well. But head to head here between Nova Esports and Nongshim, obviously kill participation, all going over to the side of Nova Esports, as well as average kills, gold, as well as obviously the one that you don't want to go over to your team is average deaths, and that goes over to Nongshim Red Force.
It is quite a lot, right? Nongshim Red Force have definitely been punished, and a lot of lessons were learned when they were playing against Blacklist yesterday. Now, we're taking a look at the head-to-head here. Namu, of course, fresh into the Honor of Kings ecosystem. He's no stranger to the MOBA genre, though. So let's see if he has managed to learn a little bit more, because his counterpart, Waypit, this guy has been proving everyone that he's consistent, he's stable, he's strong.
Oh, absolutely. When you speak of like roam players, support players within Honor of Kings Esports, Waypit's definitely one of those bigger support players that we've been seeing throughout the past 2 years, 3 years of Honor of Kings Esports. So definitely a plateau to step up here for the Nongshim Red Force support.
Yes, and of course, with that being said, the mid lane is something that we have to take a look at as well. Wendy against Illusion, both of them are still the main mid laners in their team. So history has shown that they are stable as well. But Illusion, can he step up against the challenge of Wendy? Because Wendy is, he's unstoppable.
He's unstoppable into the mid lane. A really big player, big personality for the side of Nova Esports.
Yep, Nova Esports, of course. We've already seen the performance throughout the entire past, 3 days. Today's day number 4. And it feels like they're just making sure that they fill those little gaps that they still have, right? The fact that Bigatron has shown that you can take a game off of Nova, I hope Nongshim Red Force has taken a review of that match itself, that series, and see what they can do today.
Exactly, you got to kind of pick apart those little bit of weaknesses that they did display there for obviously against BTR, because if any team's going to have any more hope to take down the Season 3 defending champions, Nova Esports, is definitely where you're going to be looking, right? Like any kind of weakness they display on the Gorge, you need to be analyzing that to a T. And you even obviously heard from Nova Esports Schwan in the introduction saying that BTR's defense was fantastic, and that's maybe where they need to start to shine here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Alright, so let's talk a little bit about Nongshim Red Force, right? Obviously, there have been changes in their Clash lane and a couple of other roles as well. Jungle, there is this new player called Doc. He is coming in. For now, I think they're still finding that formula, right? Have they found the synergy? Have they found the chemistry? Because they absolutely need it against Nova Esports. There's a reason why they're called the Supernova, and they need to be spicy today for Nongshim Red Force.
I mean, that's sometimes the beauty of having new faces, right? Is the fact that obviously it does bring kind of like a new pair, a fresh pair of eyes to the Gorge. But then at the same time, it's that issue of chemistry that you were obviously alluding to there as well, Ken, is the fact that what you had prior to these new faces coming onto your team, it was solidified. It may have not worked in terms of getting a championship for these guys, obviously other than the KME Spring and Fall Championship title, but never international stage championship, which is where you really want to start to see those new faces start to bring the potential of that one. But Nova Esports here is going to be obviously represented by Muchi, Wendy into the mid lane, Schwan into the Clash lane, and then obviously we have Kong Ling into the jungle, no longer CY as he is support, and then obviously Waypit as the support player.
I like this, right? And actually, for the first time yesterday, we saw Xuan. Okay, you guys maybe have watched his stream, but he got angry yesterday. And his anger might be the pushing force against Nongshim Red Force. This is your current, new updated lineup. Siri in the farm lane, Rattel in the Clash, Illusion in the mid, Haku in the jungle, and of course, Namu in the roam. These 5 members need to step up today because this has to be their biggest challenge for the year of 2026 yet.
Exactly. I mean, not quite having the same start as they did in 2025, right? Obviously, they are looking to be settling around about the bottom of this leaderboard right now. Obviously, this is their last game, so unless they are able to take some games off of Nova Esports here, they're going to remain at that bottom of it, bottom of the Group A as well. So obviously, could be easily picked by Nova as their first team, or well, actually, sorry, not Nova, sorry, Dominator Esports as their first team in the knockout stage.
All right, so we'll take a look at what's going to happen here. We're going to go into our ban and picks. And for those of you that are new to Honor of Kings, this is the global ban pick, meaning you can only use the heroes once in this series, particularly. It's a best of 5, so you don't get second chances. There is no ultimate battle. And Nova going to start off strong with on the blue side here, meaning they get prior ban and pick.
Yeah, I mean, seeing some of the dominations within obviously the Prio picks and obviously the more of the blue-orientated picks into the draft here. Obviously, you're looking at obviously Lung. We have Chano that's been dominating the blue side, as well as obviously the Reefheart Datu, Lapu as well. Which is going to be interesting to see what Nova go for, right? Obviously, these are some of the highest picked heroes so far within the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4.
Yes, and things don't really get easier at this point of time, right? Because we're taking a look at the new heroes coming in. We have Chicha, the Forge Maiden. We have Haya, the Evernight Aspirations. These are two must-ban or must-pick heroes in some of the series here. And if that is not going to be locked up, that opens up a window of opportunity for teams to really abuse the flexibility picks here.
I mean, this is one of the beauties as well, right? Of obviously introducing the Hire as well into the hero mix is the fact that we've been seeing a lot of the Mai Shiranui come through as well. Obviously, Fire Ninja has definitely been quite dominant onto the Gorge, obviously having 11 pickups, 6 of them being actually onto the red side as well. So maybe this is some kind of flavor that maybe Nongshim can look at it going for, maybe try and get a good setup for Illusion.
Okay, so while we talk about that, we also want to introduce our fans. We really feel your love, and we'll see. Let's go, 3rd KIS trophy for Malaysia. Moki, thank you for your comments and your support for your team. Let's see if we get 1 for our Nongshim Red Force members here.
I mean, it would be nice, right? It'd be nice to take a seasonal invitational championship to a different country, right? Obviously, from the JPKR region of the Kings Major League, now obviously being quite reformed from the East and the West, now combined together, which is going to be a very exciting competition that's going to be coming up very soon as well. But definitely going into this one, seeing the teams invited, knowing that Nova is participating and they lost KIC 2025, you know they're going to be coming back with that heat, right? You were talking earlier about Xuan with his anger, and you can obviously see that the passion burns bright here for Nova Esports.
Yes, and to add in more change to that, now that, you know, Kong Ling has taken this lead spot in the jungle over CY, so far I find his performance has been pretty steady. He is consistent as well, right? And he has managed to show us quite a few flex into the jungle picks as well. There is no longer a stock standard jungle pick. He literally can play anything.
And that's what you want, right? Obviously, CY, yes, he's a fantastic player, but having somebody that's more of a virtuoso is definitely going to be able to kind of like throw off your enemy team, right? Like we always say the ban and draft's a 4D chess game, but when you have somebody, a player like Kong Ling, it then becomes into like a 5th dimensional kind of chess game. It's like, right, okay, so what can we ban? What can't he play? But looking at these first bans here, they're very sort of stock standard bans. Obviously, Luna, the Moonblade being top banned heroes so far up there with Pei Tigerus, and now the Orgrim being banned out here. So really sort of like forcing down Haku right now. Obviously, we know that Haku loves that Orgrim.
Yes, and this tells us quite a bit, right? Now there's so many picks available. Like you said, Pei is open. We also have the Yang Zhendolia combination available. These are some of the standard picks we have seen in the past 3 days, and right now all of them are open.
They're all open, but it looks like Nova's going to go and play it safe here with the potential pickup of the Dolia, the C-Singer, because obviously the amount of combos you can go for with this hero is pretty crazy. It's pretty untapped.
Yes, it is. So many options to explore. You can have the Nerja as one of the picks. You can have the Yangjin Trilight as one of the picks. You can even go for, Musashi double ultimates as well. And one of those options was the Lung. But Nongshim Red Force are going to take that away. Now, this is a double marksman strat. If they really lock in this Lung, what do you think about that?
I mean, it's definitely going to give him the range, right? It's going to put the pressure on into these team fights a little bit earlier that maybe Nova Esport is expecting, but I feel like the way you're going to get around that is either some great access into the back line, which is obviously the answer that we're seeing here, right? Obviously the Trilight, the Yang Jian, as well as the Parasolar. Obviously be able to zip around, be able to kind of like get into the nitty-gritty of the enemy team, and then be able to get out, especially when it's piloted by a player like Muchi.
Yes, and this is going to be probably going to be a 1v1 matchup in the farm lane, especially with the way that it's drafted. But it's a definite skill matchup here, right? Lung against Arlie, this is one that has been in the history books. This is a skill matchup because both are single target burst heroes. And with that, this means the remaining picks coming out from both sides, it has to be super tanky or super control heroes.
Exactly. I feel like the Earthshaker Lianpo is probably a good answer here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, because obviously using the charges into the enemy team, trying to if Yang Jian goes into the backline of your enemy team, and then obviously Lianpo goes into the enemy's backline, it's kind of then like, who's then going to be there trying to save their backline? It's all about going to be a battle of who can burst down the backline of the enemy team quicker, right?
Yeah, who takes more punches, who's able to soak in more punches, and who's able to deal that finishing blow. Now, okay, I don't know about you, Blam, but I feel like Nongshim Red Force, this Forge Maiden Chicha is going into the Clash lane, or the jungle maybe, and maybe a Liu Bang in the Clash lane.
Potential, right? Obviously, because obviously they have banned out a very sort of like topside orientated or sort of like the Clash lane orientation there, especially with the Charlotte and the Byron band there, locking in and solidifying that newer, the Celestial that pairs very nicely with the Lung, right? Obviously, Lung not having the most famous of Lung range abilities, but then having the Celestial, newer, Illusion on this pick is going to put a lot of pressure onto the top side and bot side of the map here, but we have the Majestic Guardian for the side of Nova, and hovering the white anchor here, the Arthur.
Okay, I feel like this is going to be a very tough challenge for Nongshim Red Force. Now, they are able to play from range, right? Majestic Guardian, the Garuda, this is one of the stock standard picks we've seen. All you have to do is keep poking. We've seen teams like Blacklist use it yesterday to full effect, right? Wings of Judgment, ultimate, super far range, and if you get too close, you can activate it again to lay that dread on you. You're forced to run away. Nongshim Red Force, they got the Flowborn tank. Great answer. Is it going to be tanky enough? Because the white anchor is also a mega tank here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously you got the Atta that's going to be, you're going to have to kind of try and build some kind of anti-heal to kind of get over that huge health bar that he can amass within himself. But then obviously you've got the parent of the Yang Jian as well, right? So there is going to be a need for those anti-tank items here onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. But I do like the fact that we are seeing a bit more orientation within the meta, right? Having like two staple huge front lines for both of these teams. You've got the Peaceful Fist as well as the Earthshaker for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and then you've got the Trilight as well as the White Anchor onto the side of Nova Esports. So once again, it's, are they going to commit the two tanks to try and get onto the back lines and see who can try and get the one up once again?
I think they definitely have to, and my personal opinion for this is I feel like Rattel is going to have a very difficult time, right? One of the things you need to achieve as a Chicha or Forge Maiden here is to be able to land those auto attacks to change up your form. And based on the draft itself, I don't think you get access into any of the members on the side of Nova. Maybe you can get a couple of hits on the minions, but by the time you get your final form as the Chicha, I think that might be too late for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it could be very scary. Obviously, Chicha kind of suffers into the early game, right? Obviously, you want to kind of try and get a little bit of itemization on board there, try and enhance her attack speed, that poke potential from the likes of the Sparkforged Dagger. But Chicha obviously has been one of these newer heroes, pretty dominant within the meta, obviously very highly sought for by these teams, but it's that global ban pick, right? Obviously, if you use it and you lose with it, the enemy team can still take it away from you and then still be able to try and take the point and show you how it's done. But game number one here first match of the day. This is day 4 of the group stage of the Kings Invitational Season 4. It is Nova Esports going against Nongshim Red Force.
Right, we'll see how this is going to be. Like I like this rotation by Nongshim. So putting 3 members to try to get that numbers advantage, because the wave clear isn't exactly in their favor. Wendy's wave clear as a Garuda is super fast, super strong, and add wave pit in that mix, I don't think you win this lane at all for Illusion.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a bit of a hard lane. Definitely one you're going to be trying to play with contempt for the side of Nongshim Red Force. But still, give that too. We go on top side of the map here. The White Tank are trying to force Rat-L into that wall, getting that CC very successfully here. But I feel like because Namu's there, it's kind of a bit of a saving grace here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
And it's good, right? This is a different style of play for Nongshim. The way that they have supported their members really quickly in terms of rotations. This is what I like to see. But at the same time, maybe this is just a test, because if you take a look at Xuan, he did fully commit quite a big chunk of his common spells. His flash is down for the next 2 minutes.
It is, but I mean, if you're going to use your flash and try and at least get something and you fail, it's okay, because it's going to be back up, like you said, in 2 minutes when that neutral objective is going to be online, right? So I don't think like it's going to be that much of an issue. He still has the means of escaping for himself in that lane, so if he does try to get dunked on, and in terms of obviously the lack of CC here, obviously from Cheech in that 1v1, it's not going to be real the troublemaker here for the side of for Nova Esports.
And I like this, right? Both teams actually put a lot of faith into their farm laners here, looking for that 1v1. But things have changed a little bit. Kongling is has TP down. He's already at level 4. And this is where the beauty of the lineup for Nova is.
Oh, absolutely. It's a very fast rotation. It's very good for aiding into those team fights. It's just putting the pressure onto, obviously, the likes of the Lungreichs. You're looking at timers here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Their 2 most important timers is both on Illusion and not on Siri here as well. But speaking of pressure, coming through here for the Majestic Guardian, it's going to be that ultimate that's so oppressive, but then Twilight into the back line. Kongling getting first blood.
Yeah, it's a big double whammy here as they go for that 1v1. Raquel has to back off, right? The biggest thing here is they lose the buffs on Haku, and it's Kongling who gets that finishing blow onto Haku, which means there's going to be a clear-cut EXP advantage.
Yeah, exactly. You can already see it, right? By level 5 to level 4 here, a bit of pressure being put on for the side of Nongshim Red Force, trying to just kind of like sway the side of Nova from this bot side of the map here, obviously trying to contest that Spike-tailed beast. Any little bit of resources here is going to make a difference between both of these 2 teams, but Kongling gets caught out into the backline there. He gets picked off, but once again, thanks to that Celestial Melody, giving over that second ultimate meant that they're able to kind of clear away a path for Nova Wendy.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake by Kongling. He had his ultimate, did not find the time to use it, but this was a forced error. Nongshim Red Force, if you take a look at the lineup, they actually have quite a lot of CC as well, right? Illusion, Haku, Siri as well as Namu, all of them have easy CC access. Ratel doesn't have it, but it takes a bit of time. So very nice understanding of what kits they have at the side of Nongshim to really get that kill back and even out the score. Goal-wise, Nova has a slight lead, but at this point, I don't think it matters that much.
Doesn't matter that much, but I mean, this slight goal lead could literally make not the slight goal lead, but the acquisition of these neutral objectives that are coming up in about 15 seconds could definitely turn the tides of this small goal lead for either of these 2 teams, right?
Yeah, and if you take a look at the rotations of both junglers, they want to make sure they get all the resources before they start making their way into the Tyrant Pit here. And Wendy and Waypit, I like this. They have already secured a prime position. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Nongshim to step in without taking a risk. Namu does have his Tremor Smash. Let's see how he uses it.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to be the one that's kind of like trying to lead the charge here. He tries to just kind of give the intel, but there's no real kind of like go ahead or get up and go here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. They just kind of admit defeat there at that neutral objective. They don't want to lose any lives here. Having to force out the Annihilation, just try and get a little bit of wave clear into this mid lane, but doesn't actually quite come to fruition here for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Okay, this is where you start to see Nova starting to have a little bit of trouble.
Steering played a little bit close to the cards there. He looks low health, but it's going to be Haku here being contested at his own blue buff. Able to get it away from Kongling. Kongling looks pretty low. He has the shield, but Siri is here with the flaming palms. He gets the pickup onto Kongling.
And this is exactly what they needed, right? Nongshim, yes, they lost the Tyrant, but then the question after that is, okay, what is the recovery process? What options do we have? And that was one of them. Now, pressure put on by Wendy. I don't think he gets a kill here, but this is going to be quite a bit of nice damage onto the T1 at the bottom side. So Nova, they respond in kind. But Nongshim, I'm quite surprised. They're actually keeping pace with Nova in this game number 1.
Absolutely, keeping pace in terms of obviously trying to sort of like try and get trade-offs here from lost opportunities like the neutral objective, like you were saying there, Kim. But I feel like it was Nova giving them that, right? Obviously, Kongling, he kind of found himself a little bit lost in the sauce there, a little bit like Schwan here now with a 3v1 top side of the map here. Too much damage from Ratel, comes through, claims the kill, but now Kongling looking for a little bit of revenge onto Illusion, driving away with a little low health bar. But it's gonna be that Tremor Smash that keeps them in place, but gets knocked down. Is going to be Namu.
It's going to be a 1v1 trade, right? This is going to be Namu for the life of Xuan, which is definitely a better trade for the side of Nongshim. Now, Clash Laner falling for support is not ideal, but if they can trade this kill in the mid on Siri or take a T1, that will be fantastic. And it looks like that's going to be the case.
Potentially here, but it's with the Flaming Palms actually eradicates that minion into the mid lane there. Obviously, they can throw the feathers here from the Majestic Guardian just to try and chip away at that T1 so far. But now, eyes on the prize. It's that T1 down to the bot side of the map that really opens up here the side of Nongshim Red Force, really makes it a little bit more accessible to that blue buff that you just saw being taken away there by Nova Esports. But now, I can imagine the next prize pony is going to be that T1 into the mid lane here. Team fight trying to take place, Annihilation, just trying to drive them away and keep those minions out of there.
Oh, they couldn't do it in time. This is going to be a T1 claim for both the mid and the bot. Siri does find a trade in the top side, which is okay, not the worst or best situation, but I want to talk about this item build on Wendy as well as Illusion. Illusion went for the Venomous Staff, right, for the anti-heal. We all know why. You want to make sure you don't allow the tank ability on the side of Xuan as well as the heal coming out from Wave Pit. But very big differences. Hang on, they want to get something here.
They want to get something. I mean, it looks like they're trying to get way pit, but I mean, it looks like he's kind of just like used this Dolia. The fish is the bait here, but it's going to be that Tremor Smash that keeps Schwan in place. But is it going to be enough to be impressive here to get a kill onto the side of Nongshim Red Force? But Wendy picks up the kill for Haku, and losing your jungler right now, especially where momentum is building here for Nova Esports in terms of the gold lead, is not where you want your falter.
This is where the itemization of Wendy is so smart, right? He actually disregarded the anti-heal, went straight for the Mask of Agony, dealing percentage health damage. And once your tank is not tanking, Haku's supposed to be your frontliner along with Namu. And, you know, when Haku's gone, take a look at what's happening.
You get rinsed down. Like, obviously, you got one tank on. That's going to be a lot of pressure being put onto Namu, as you just saw there. He gets taken down by Muchi, and now Muchi level 10. I mean, with the red buff as well, the Crimson Golem going over to their marksman, that's going to be a lot of pain game.
Yeah, it definitely is. And there's no defense coming in from Nongshim. Not because they don't want to, but because they can't. Oh, jump!
So, yeah, the jump onto Illusion, but it's able to actually get out a little bit of a not scot-free, but still able to live with his life. Can be said opposite for here for Wendy. He gets taken down by Ratal, so a nice little poke kill there for the side of Nongshim. But what's a kill when you can get a turret?
Yeah, a very nice trade, right? I think at this point, having Wendy lose his life is not the biggest deficit in the world. If we take a look at the item builds across the board, everyone is starting to get tanky. But the big problem here is the fact that Muchi is already having two major items, core items by the way, Doomsday as well as the Sparkforce Jagger, going into the third item. And this was one that's going to hurt because the teamfights are going to take a long time, which is beneficial for Nova.
Exactly. It's going to be very beneficial for Nova, especially in terms of having, obviously, the front line being able to kind of like soak that damage. And then, I mean, you've seen it time and time again so far within this game number one. Wendy, Muchi just be able to put the pressure on from that very safe distance. And the problem here with Nongshim is obviously the Peaceful Fist, the Flowborn tank. As soon as it's into the team fight, it's hard to get out of there.
Yes, it is. And this is the first part of the problem. So the second part, if you take a look at the draft for Nova, they really just require Kongling and Wave Pit to be together, and Nongshim have to group up. Meanwhile, the rest of the members on the side of Nova will be able to split push.
Ooh. Yeah, able to split push, able to try and split apart this team fight here. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force, but Schwan getting burst down. The Flaming Palms actually not going to be enough just to connect that depth there, but it's going to be the Tri-Line.
Oh, they can't!
Ling with a re-engage. Gets the pick up onto Haku, onto Rattel. He's looking for more, but the damage doesn't come through. He takes a little bit too many blows from that T2 into the bot side of the map here. Nova once again. Ling gets run down though after a very successful double kill. Take down T2 into the mid lane. Nova are looking very strong.
Yep, and this is where the risk-taking of Nova has gotten a little bit better this year as well, right? A lot of you will be like, okay, why is Kongling giving his life? Why is he diving like crazy? Look at what they're taking across the map for Nova, and despite they don't win this on the side of Nongshim.
They don't win this, and I mean, your character respawns. Your turrets don't unless you've got a hider, which they don't onto the side of Nongshim Red Force, and they no longer have the Earthshaker. Namu gets caught out a little bit too overzealous there into that early part of the engage, especially around that neutral objective, and now you're at the behest of Wendy, Muchi, both having that Shadow Tyrant buff, which is that extra damage and extra movement speed, and now you're at that 11-minute match here, and the scaling is not quite scaling here for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and this was the concern, the outrange. Look at Haku. He is just in a world of pain at this point. 7-5, and it's a 4,000 gold lead going to the side of Nova. The gold is not the huge issue here. It's the fact that Nongshim can't take the fight in the way that they want. They're getting poked out.
They are getting poked out, and they're getting pushed towards their crystal, right? It's just a very bad situation here for Nongshim Red Force. Haku once again with the problem of the Peaceful Fist. You get in, you commit, you die. Your tank falls as well. You have no front line. Namu falls as well. We see that Rattel is able to get the pick off here onto Schwan as well, but Wendy just using that Featherstorm just to push away Illusion there. It was a good play and a bit of a saving grace for Nova, but it's now about the defense for Nongshim.
Yep. It's looking like the game plan is very clear from Nongshim, right? We're going to have Haku and Namu. They're going to keep trying to dive Muchi, push him away. Meanwhile, this allows room for Rattel to get his stacks in, and hopefully he will be the hero for the team along with Siri, but so far it's not working. T3s will be taken down in the mid. Nongshim, the room gets a little bit smaller.
It does get very small here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Nova knew what they were working with, right? With Namu, with Haku down, they knew that there was nothing really there to kind of defend that T3 into the mid lane here. So Nova was just like, all right, all thrusters go burning bright here for the side of Nova Esports, but right now they are currently looking to try and formulate around about this Shadow Overlord here. A big team fight could be taking place here. Namu trying to get the catch onto the back line, but gets taken down. It's going to be Rattel. Namu looking like he's going to follow here as well. The Radiance isn't going to slow down this show that is Nova Esports. Haku as well. Siri is the last surviving member. Can he get back to base? Is that going to be his goal here? Using the infinite vastness just to keep him safe, just to save face and say, like, guys, I'm the only one left standing at the end of game number 1 as their crystal falls. It's going to be Nova Esports taking game number 1.
Beautiful, clean, and crisp. Very clear message from the side of Nova. This is the standards you have to rise to in this new year of 2026 for HOK. So Nova takes game number 1. And would you say that was a convincing performance by Nova?
I would say so. I mean, there was kind of little glimmers of hope there for the side of Nongshim Red Force, right? Obviously, there were a few pickups. Obviously, Rattel was able to kind of get a few kills on the Forge Maiden, the Cheater, but it just wasn't enough, right? Like, that's the problem with Nongshim's team comp. Is the fact is, if you can't put pressure onto the backline and then get the takedown onto the backline, it just kind of makes it like a bit of a good deal for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, and I like this. Yes, Nongshim did take an L in this first game, but I like the improvement. Rattel showing that he does have the capabilities to really step up against a team like Nova. But Nova, the way that they're stretching and pushing the limits on the side of Nongshim Red Force, this is something you need to study, right? Sometimes it's okay to give kills, like there were moments where Kongling was over-diving per se, but it came with a beautiful trade, right? Taking a T2, making sure the waves are in your favor so you can have a good team fight. And Wendy and Muji, the two of them, just absolutely menaces to the side of Nongshim, poking from afar, jumping in and out, weaving, bobbing. And I feel like Nongshim, this was a tough lesson, but a beautiful performance nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like the misconception with getting the kills, especially when you're the team that's tracking behind as well, right?
yes, you're able to get the kill, but can you get multiple kills? Because that's when obviously you start to see the tides turn for the losing team. But for the side of Nongshim Red Force, yes, they got maybe a pick off here and there, but it was at the behest of maybe a T1, a T2, or even their blue or red buff. So really there for Nongshim Red Force, if they are playing from behind, you want to try and capitalize on getting as many kills as possible. So there's not as much pushing power across the gorge, but that's just Nova's strength, right? Like, they know they don't have to commit all the team to get the results, like you were saying in the game there, Kin. All it really is Con Ling and Wei Pit having to rotate around, whereas Nongshim, they have to be a 5-stack crew.
Yes, and it's so difficult, right? When you just require 2 members to force the team out into a team fight, this is where things get really awkward. At the same time, I think we pay attention to the gold on the side of Haku. Yes, I was correct. I was thinking, wait, is he really at half the value of Muchi here? And he was 6,500 gold. This is why the tank was not tanking, right? And if your jungler, who is meant to have the highest EXP at the start of the game, is trailing not just in EXP but gold, and Namu obviously will not be far behind. This was a difficult game for Nongshim to put up a defense.
Yeah, I mean, we have to obviously basically call a pair, an apple, right? Obviously, Flowborn tank, it's not the fastest clearing in the jungle, right? Obviously, yes, you are going to kind of falter at the terms of obviously slow gold, slow kind of farm, but to be very close, just to be 1.4k gold ahead of your support, like you said, Ken, is not where you want to be. And facing that 160k damage from Wendy as well, it's not elsewhere, it's not where you want to be as well.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play this game, right? The same concerns that we mentioned about earlier, which is, okay, Rattel, how fast can he get his stacks in? How fast does he get his final form, right? In the meantime, Haku and Namu, if they're unable to survive, where does the damage come from? It's supposed to come from Illusion, Siri, and Rattel, of which they did, if you take a look at the stats. But Nova, Wendy just owns 1 ulti, and then you have Wei Pit refreshing the ultimates on the side of Kong Ling, and it's a 3v5, and they win that every single time.
Exactly. Like you said, obviously, yes, they're able to get the damage come through, but it's sustaining that damage, right? And that's the thing that doesn't happen when your tanks have been deleted off of the gorge. Is you cannot sustain the damage, you can't sustain into that team fight because you've got to get out of there, like you saw towards the end of that match. Siri was the only last member surviving on the side of Nongshim Red Force, has to burn out the Infinite Bastards just to survive, but you're looking here, obviously, top side of the map here, into the clash lane in terms of the head-to-head here. Yes, obviously, Rattel naturally is going to do more damage on the Forge Mage and the Chicha, but the damage taken here is kind of irreplaceable from the side of Nova Schwan.
Yes, a different kind of kit available. So Nova kind of played the same game here, right? We have the Mega Tanks, White Anchor, the Arta being front-facing, and of course we have Kong Ling here taking quite a bit of damage as well for the team. But the difference here is the fact that he is dealing the damage too. Very different story for the side of Haku here. He did manage to squeeze and wedge himself into the middle of Nova's lineup. But when you have a player like Wendy, you take a look at the damage he dealt, like you mentioned before, 160,000. And bear in mind, this is damage given without putting himself in a position of risk, which was not the same for Nongshim at all.
Oh yeah, it's a complete night and day difference there from the damage dealt to the damage taken was huge by the side of the mid lane on Nova Esports. But you have to kind of give props over to Muchi here as well, right? Like obviously able to get those crucial itemizations at the great time into this game number 1 here. Really just showed that I don't feel like Nongshim put enough pressure down to that bot side of the map because they weren't able to, because like we said, Nova's Wei Pit and Kong Ling constantly rotating, very aggressive with their rotations, meant that they kind of just couldn't just be like, you know what, let's commit 3 men down to the bot side, let's put pressure onto Muchi so he isn't able to get that early game scaling.
Yeah, I love this, right? And with the draft that Nova has, Wei Pit is allowed to go for utility builds, right? He doesn't have to go for the tank items. The Dawn Knight itself, he's not the main person to survive. He just needs to make sure that you know, his jungler Kong Ling stays in the front. And of course, the guy that made it all possible here, the MVP, Wendy, shooting from afar, 2-1-7, dealing a total of 160,000 damage. Majestic indeed.
Yeah,
Absolutely majestic here. 160k damage dealt, only 1 life lost here, which really shows that you probably see from these highlights, if you get the highlight death here within this reel, it's more than likely at the expense of the side of Nongshim Red Force, whether it be obviously a turret, an objective. It was probably a well-timed death here for the side of Wendy, but from that word go, aiding that first blood, being able to create that pathway as well for Con Ling, like he was able to be not just like an absolute maestro in terms of damage. He was able to use those feather storms just to kind of clear a path, get his team out of that team fight that they didn't want to be in.
Yep, and it's like a horror hospital, right? Okay, we're gonna give you a syringe, put an IV on you, but we're gonna put 10,000 IVs in your body. And at this point, Nongshim, by the time they realize that, hey, we have overextended, it's a little bit too far forward, it's too late.
Yeah, that's a lot of holes, and at that point, are you a human or cheese, I suppose, is going to be the point that people can discuss in the chat. But Namu gets taken down, obviously, into that there. I feel like Namu, obviously, yes, he's the kind of like the secondary tank within the side of Nongshim Red Force, but he was always kind of just like a little bit overzealous with his kind of way into the team fight. Like, Haku was never always nearby. He was kind of maybe just like a few moments away, a little bit too delayed here for my liking for the side of Nongshim Red Force. But it's only game number 1, right? Obviously, game number 2, they can take what they've learned from that game there, that beating from Nova Esports, and see if they can turn it around in this next round.
Did you see that guy? He was all like, oh my goodness, we just got taken down. Well, at that point, yes, it's not the most beautiful start for the side of Nongshim, but this is where champions are made, right? It's easy to be happy and comfortable when you're winning, but it's when you're losing that is where you learn the most, and that is where you are truly tested. Can you take this game number 1 experience and quickly formulate yourself? And I feel like Nongshim Red Force, YK is a very smart coach. He does have the ability to be able to outdraft Nova, right? Well, let's see if that's going to be the case, because Nova at this point have proven that not only are they strong, they're consistent at being strong. So this is definitely a tough challenge for the coach and the team.
Oh, absolutely. Consistency is definitely the key here with the Honor of Kings. You can't just win one championship and then be like, all right, throw my hands up in the air. I did it once. I never did it again. But Nova aren't looking to be that kind of team here, especially with the new addition with Con Ling onto the main part of the roster here as well, right? Really showing... yes, obviously, not quite the most flexible in terms of picks. Obviously, the Yang Jian being pretty much one of the meta tanks right now. And one of my favorite picks into the jungle when I'm playing Honor of Kings as well, the Tri-Lights. Because as you just saw in that game number 1, right, like, he has great access into the back line. There's a reason why he's one of the top picked heroes so far within the Season 4 Invitational.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether you feel this way, but I'm curious, you know, the audiences can let us know in the comments as well. Every single time you lose a matchup, let's say you're losing against a Yangjin, immediately in the second game, don't you feel like, okay, maybe it's time for me to use it instead, right? That was a good combination. I want to explore that now.
I think it's the fact that you have to kind of like, you have to pair it with the Dolia, right? Like, there's not been many cases that I've seen the Yang Jian without the Dolia that shined that bright like Nova's just done, right? In terms of that performance. So it's kind of like you have to be maybe on the red side to maybe try and get the 2 pickoffs there. But because the team that you've just played against played it, they can now ban out certain heroes, maybe the Yang Jian, maybe the Dolia. It kind of completely throws it off for the other side, because when you have the Yang Jian, it's kind of trying to find something that supplements the Dolia, and I don't think there's anything that supplements it as good as the Dolia hero.
That's right, and I feel like that might not be the first move that Nongshim Red Force will be going for. At this point, the next available choice in terms of the... Let's go to the farm lane here. Chano is the one hero that at this point really sticks out to me in terms of farm laners. Nongshim Red Force are going to pick up the Reef Heart Datu at this point. Not yet locked in, but Lapu, as we all know, not only is he tanky, his setup is pretty insane. And I think that fits into Namu's playstyle. He didn't get the kind of initiation he wanted with the Earthshaker Liempo because it was a little bit too slow. Lapu can make up for that difference. Let's see if that's going to be a big change for Nongshim.
Yeah, I suppose obviously having that crucial tank into your draft already means that Nongshim can try and flex somewhere else, maybe try and give Haku a little bit more of a carry hero here for the side of Nongshim Red Force into the jungle. We've been seeing a lot of Featherfoot, the Fade potential could come from through here for Haku. Or they could just double down, you know? They could go for another tank. They could try and secure the Orgrin in pick number 2 and 3, but Nova Esports going for another tried and tested combo. It's that Byron, it's that Tigerus, it's the Spark Maze combo. It's crazy in the early game.
Yes, crazy because not only number one is it tanky on the side of Byron, but secondly, you know, we've seen this from the games over the past 3 days. The Pei, Tigress, he's so mobile, he's so quick, and now there is a huge and significant risk for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Now you have to really consider, what if Nova Esports starts level 1 invade? What do you do then, right? What is this hero pick that's able to stand up against the early game aggression of Nova?
I mean, you definitely want to try and go for something that's going to be able to try and stand up to the Pei, right? And obviously the Mai Shurnui here, as well as the Luna, the Moonblade, could be potential. Obviously, you are relying heavily on that Azure Golem to set up Moonblade here, but maybe the pickoffs here for Illusion on Fire Ninja on the Mai Shurnui could be the upset that they need, but hey, the higher is available, and it's going to go over to Wendy, and I mean, that's going to be one of those kind of like, using that, the ultimate, you're really going to be looking at trying to pin down Haku or Illusion here so far.
Blam, this is making me really uncomfortable. I feel like, hands down, Nova Esports, in the first half, they've won the draft, right? You have insane wave clear by the higher. Evernight Aspirations. Fire Ninja cannot compare in that level 1 clear. Wendy's gonna get going first. And you have a very mobile Tigress Pei. Yeah. And, you know, if you lose that initial Azure Golem for Haku, your game is not gonna be online for, what, 2 to 3 minutes. It's going to be a very painful experience.
Very painful indeed, right? I mean, Nova going to go and lock in the Laurel Princess, which is Erin. Again, a big CC here. Obviously, the poke from first skill and the slow is also quite impressive into the laning phase as well. It's something that I don't like playing against, but Nongshim Red Force, they're going to go for a little bit of their own poke here. The pack leader using, obviously, the signal shots. You're able to kind of try and poke and shove away the side of Nova Esports, but this Martial Genius, is this going to be enough kind of like burst damage onto the back line of Nova that Nongshim need?
If we take a look at Ratel's performance in game number 1, I feel like, yes, the Martial Genius, the Mayin, does fit his playstyle, right? Gets going a little bit faster in comparison to the Chicha pick. At the same time, AoE crowd control, which is great. But against the lineup of Nova, who are extremely mobile, everyone has a dash except for Wendy, but Wendy doesn't need it. He just puts you in the Moonscape Mirage and you're done for.
Exactly, that's it. He just takes you to the Shadow Realm, and then that's it. It's kind of like you're in his playground now. You're not locked. He's not locked in there with you. You're locked in there with him, and that's a scary part, especially around those team fights where you're relying on potentially something like a bit of a second engage, a bit of a second burst from the likes of Illusion or Haku, and then you find out that they are no longer on that same plane of existence with you. They have been taken elsewhere by Wendy. So really here, I feel like once again, Namu, if he's a little bit overzealous with these engages like we saw in game number 1 on the Lian Po, it could be a hard match for Nongshim.
And you know what? I think this is already a very hard match for Nongshim at this point, right? The first marker here I'm looking for the side of Nongshim Red Force, in order for them to find success, is they need to make sure that Haku has a good early start to this game, right? Because if Haku does not get the start that he needs, this is not even a what, he needs a good start to this game, Nongshim Red Force will have to face the wrath of a over EXP, higher gold Nova Esports once again, and this is not going to be pretty.
Yeah, so you put it perfectly there. Like, it's pretty much the nitty-gritty, right? Like, you can't just say, yeah, don't worry about the Azure Golem, we lost it for Haku. It's kind of just like, you lost the Azure Golem? Abort mission, man. Like, we gotta get out of there. That's not where we want to be. And like you said, as well, Kin, is the fact that we've already seen in game number 1 that Conlin can out-XP the enemy jungler. And if you get out-XP'd by a Pei, which you know is famous for just always farming up, always getting that monstrous comfortable lead in the early to mid game. It could be like I said already, a hard game here for Nongshim Red Force. So we've really got to hope that maybe they trying to adjust, that maybe have a bit of a buddying system with Haku for the first part of the match, just to kind of set him up perfectly with Namu, just to kind of stop the denial of the Azure Golem being taken away.
Okay, I'm not sure whether Namu has spotted the rotations on the side of Kongling here. Looks like he hasn't, but he will make his way towards his jungler, which is a great idea. At the same time, I like this movement by Kongling, right? So it's not the easiest lane for the Aaron, for Muji, but this pressure coming from Kongling is just absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, already taken away, obviously, the Fire Beak here from the side of Nongshim Red Force. Already looking to try and get level 2 from their own, from the enemy's camp here. They're able to get the boars taken away once again. So that's already 2 camps here for the side of Nongshim being taken off by Nova.
Yeah, not easy at all. And straight away, Nova already has found the timings of the buffs on the side of Nongshim Red Force. This is going to be a challenge. If Nongshim can defend this next invasion by Nova, I think the game can go well. But for now, stock standard, I don't think anyone has fallen just yet. But Kongling's farm here is already helped and aided to be faster by the help of Wendy in the mid.
Yeah, the fact that Wendy played that beautifully, right? He's obviously he was just prodding down 2 camps at once, and then all that Kongling had to do is come along, smite it. That's it. I mean, unfortunately, they did lose the boars there, but I mean, they picked up the enemy boars, so it kind of just neutralizes that point for the side of Nova Esports here. But Illusion kind of diving in a little bit too deep here. Waypit having to use the flash here. A bit of a bait and switch. The martial genius Ratel over the wall escapes. No first blood yet for either of these 2 teams.
Okay, so I like that little exchange at the top there, because it shows you the potential of continual lockdown by both sides, actually. Right? Once you get the Cannon Blast by Waypit, this is where Xuan can use a Storm Strike and get the follow-up stun. Meanwhile, on the side of Nongshim, the same could be said, right? You have Ratel and Namu, who both can lock you in place for, what, 1 to 2 seconds? That's long enough for the farm laners and the mid laners to really get you down.
Yeah, I mean, 1 to 2 seconds in Honor of Kings seems like a lifetime as well, because obviously a lot of quick skills, there's a lot of kind of movement skills onto your team, so you might think you're safe for a little brief time, but you can just see, obviously, Haku fly over the wall, Ratel can fly over the wall, Illusion, there's so much ways to get on top of you within that brief moment here. But Xuan, he's like, you know what, let's bring it on here, 2v1 baby. Waypit comes through with a Cannon Blast, just trying to keep a bit of oppression onto the side of Nongshim Red Force. Nice Kachus in there, just to kind of get a bit of damage onto Wendy.
Yeah, but I'm concerned. Ratel is really low. I'm not sure whether, contesting is going to be a great idea at this point. But numbers have been made up for the side of Nongshim. There are 4 members around this top side of the map, which means Haku should be able to get this Space Sprite for free.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of an aid here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, getting the Space Sprite, use a bit of a faster rotation mechanic here for the side of Nongshim, able to clear up that minion wave into the mid lane as well, because obviously right now it's pretty much not night and day. It's very similar here in terms of the gold lead, obviously just trailing behind by around about 1k so far, which if you are Nongshim, you want to try and obviously mitigate that and bring that to a closer, more comfortable distance between these 2 teams. But Kongling into the mid lane, put a lot of damage onto Namu.
Yeah, this is where, aggression is going to be important. Not to get the kills, but to force out things and resources from your opponents, right? Right now, if you lose a flash before the 4-minute mark, important. That's going to be huge in the team fights.
Oh, especially at this 4-minute mark as well, right? Obviously, we're very close to it, so it's going to be taking a bit of a cooldown here, but it's all going to be trying to get a lockdown onto Kongling, but it's going to think inside the box. Beautiful there by Waypit. Gets the lockdown onto Haku. Illusion. Now Namu goes down. Siri doesn't quite have that damage, is not at that peak point for the pack leader Chano.
The timing. Nova is just well known for this, and they might be able to steal that away. Yes, they do. In fact, it goes into the hands of Wendy for this Crimson buff. So they lose a couple of kills, they lose the buff, they lose the Tyrant as well, and Kongling's free to farm.
Free to farm. I mean, they was looking for a little bit of a constellation prize there in the name of Xuan, but he's able to escape there thanks to the sustainability and the tankiness he was talking about into the draft for the Spark Mace Byron.
Yeah, look, the amount of CC that they have on the side of Nova, everyone covers the gaps. And this gap coverage is not just in terms of defenses, it can be turned into offense as well, which Nongshim have been the victim of at this point. Now Waypit is in a scary position.
Oh, very scary. I mean, he's getting revenge there, revenge kill for the side of Nongshim Red Force. It was like, hey, that was a beautiful think inside the box. We're not going to fall victim to that twice. Well, we at least hope we don't. But by taking Waypit off of the gorge here means they do spare themselves that double lockdown for another 5 seconds.
Yeah, but look, the trade, once again, Xuan is so good at this. Nova, well known. We can get the lives, but if he does not survive, Xuan, this might not be worth it.
It might not be worth it here. I mean, 2v1 from an Illusion, a Siri and a Haku, and that's going to be the takedown there as well. That's a lot of damage. You may be sustainable, especially with that Pure Sky, but once that gets taken off there, you're pretty much a free prize for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And unfortunately here, though, for Nongshim, they are trailing behind even further now in terms of the gold lead. I mean, it's around about 2k gold lead difference here for Nova, and it's not where you want to be.
You know where you want to be. Lock in! This is going to be Rattel locked in by the side of Wendy.
Uh-oh, taking the Shadow Realm there. Once again, Rattel, he's got to keep himself alive, but they know where he's going to come through. There it is. Waypit from the brush gets the takedown.
Yeah, big movements coming in. And this is the difference maker, right? The way that Nova plays, everything is calculated. We don't mind losing a couple of lives because we will take advantages across the map, right? The lane cutting by Kongling at the top side. Now, the T1 at the top is at risk. They've taken a T1 in the mid, they've taken a T1 at the bottom as well. Nova now has space around the map to maneuver themselves. And Wendy, his Moonscape Mirage, being able to catch out Rattel, that's a huge tell for Nongshim, right? Your Clash lane is supposed to be able to set up for your team, but right now it doesn't look like that's the case. He's getting caught out, Rattel.
He is. He's trying to think of a better game plan, right? Obviously, because the pressure being put down to the bot side and the mid side of the map here as well. Nice. It's definitely going to be a cause for change here, but it's going to be Illusion getting caught out with that CC, getting a knockback from Waypit as well. But now it's actually a big dive here, all set up by Rattel and Haku with a perfect team fight here. Could this be a team wipe onto the side of Nongshim? No, not quite, but it's going to be that 3 kills. They could definitely get them back in this race.
Shows you the difference of playstyles, right? Difference in aggressions here. Nova will have to defend against this T1 mid attempt.
Ooh, on Ling, he tries to get the damage onto Siri, but obviously using that ultimate there for the side of Namu. He's going to look to be run down here. They do come back. It's going to be Con Ling. He meets him at Death's Gate.
Yeah, this is not easy at all, and this is one of the strengths, right? Wendy being a level 10 mid, he is already a level ahead of Namu, so Illusion and Namu, they are all at risk. Once you get caught in that Moonscape Mirage, Wendy should be able to win that 10 out of 10 times, right? Unless there is a rarity where there is a itemization difference. But for now, Nongshim, I like the way they are playing, right? They are still behind, but this initiation to make sure that Waypit does not get that reverse think inside the box counter, that was the reason why they won that team fight in the previous few minutes.
But yeah, they know that obviously Waypit is definitely an oppressive force here for the side of Nova Esports. He's already displayed it with that first beautiful ultimate that we've seen so far from him. So Nongshim knowing that intel, and this is the thing I like about Nongshim Red Force, especially the new refined Nongshim Red Force, they're playing very reactive here.
Okay, Haku, he needs to get the steal. Not gonna happen though. So Nova gets the tile for free. And Nongshim now, they have to be scared. There is a fight incoming soon.
Pending, but I mean, there's no minion wave onto the side of Nongshim, so they can't really force a fight here unless they try and do it within this jungle, but it's a bit of a risk, right? If they lose a team fight with this minion wave marching down to the bot side, it could be fatal.
Yep, I think it's a T3 guaranteed, and they can't decide.
They can't decide. Haku's just like, you know what, I'm going to make the decision for you. I'm going to dive in, do a bit of damage here. Obviously, Rattel being using the teleport from the top side of the map as well now. He's now heavily present here also, but is that going to be enough of a deterrent here for the side of Nova Esports? Is the fact that Rattel is now into the mix here, but Wendy, he does have the ultimate. He does take the Rattel off of the gorge here, but now is this Nova's time to strike? Waypit formulating around it, uses the Catablast onto Namu, looks pretty low. no, but it's going to be that big inside the box once again. Catches the back line, but Haku as well. He's now tried to delete the side of Nova and gets taken down. Syrian Illusion, last member standard.
Yep, they can't do it. There's too many shields coming in from the side of Nova, too much CC as well. And once you take a look at the kit that Nova has, they really put the pain on the Nongshim. Number one, Muchi is just dealing damage with his ultimate, where Haku is taking free damage without being able to deal it over to Nova at all. And right now, this is the prize. They get the 10-minute Tyrant for free, unless the steal comes in from either Illusion or Siri.
Yeah, it'd be a hard steal, that one. I mean, Siri has already pretty much his health bar has been deleted. He was full healthy, looking for a steal. His health got completely wiped out due to the damage of Nova Esports right now, but that's all thanks to that almost 5k gold lead here you can see from Nova, right? Itemization coming through from the likes of obviously Conling onto the Tigerus. He has the Master Sword, he has the Siege Breaker, he has the Axe of Torment. He's going to be hitting hard here. And you've also got Eren, obviously Doomsday, Sparkforge, looking to build a little bit of a hybrid there, going for the Void Staff for a little bit more armor pen, but now using that Moonscape Barrage, able to actually get the takedown here onto Illusion.
Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has destroyed a tower.
So Illusion got taken down there, as well as a T2 into the mid, as well as top side of the map as well. So this is a huge play here for Nova. Maybe a potential finish here. They're looking to go for more. The T3 into the mid, into the top side as well. They're not looking at stopping. But can Nongshim eradicate this minion wave to stop this push onto the Crystal? It may be the answer for now. Nongshim Red Force able to keep away that minions into the mid, into the top side of the map here. Now we start to see a bit of approach onto the Shadow Overlord. It's going to be a hard comeback here for Nongshim because, I mean, this next defense is going to be a lot harder for them, especially with those Vanguards.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's close to a 9,000 goal lead for the side of Nova here. It's not looking good at all. If Rattel gets spotted out here, he might have to give his life, which is not ideal. You want the full 5-man defense, especially with the Shadow Overlord flying down on the farm lane.
I mean, especially Rattel as well, right? Like, he's been one of the kind of like crucial ways into that backline to try and put pressure onto Muchi, onto Wendy. Both now, obviously, both having a 1 death apiece here, but it's going to be that bot side of the map here that's looking to be the prize pony onto the side of Nova. They don't want to leave any stone unturned.
Yep, they don't want to. This T3 at the bottom is at risk here, taking a lot of free pokes in from the side of Muchi as well. Even before the Overlord marches down, it's going to be open. Nova find a nice stun in the form of Wave Pit. All they have to do is to get that knockup from the side of Xuan.
Yeah, that kind of blast onto 2 was very nice here, but it's going to be Haku with a bit of a saving grace into the back line, tries to get the lockdown onto Conling, but he escapes, goes to aid the potential takedown of the Rattel, but it's just going to be that damage being placed onto the clash lane of Nongshim Red Force. Think inside the box, he's going to slow down the side of Nongshim, but still Haku is trying to find the answer for his team, and unfortunately the answer is incorrect. Double kill comes through here for the side of Nova Esports with the Vanguard. That's going to be the Crystal game number 2, and takedown once again for Nova Esports.
All right, consistent. We talked about it. Nova is very strong, but strong not because they're good at the game. They're consistent with identifying what the win conditions are. The way they lock each individual member down on the side of Nongshim Red Force really shows you how proficient they are as a team and as a player.
Yeah, very proficient, very much a unit as well, right? Like, you can't kind of like take away any of these boys on the side of Nova Esports, even though they do have the new addition of Conling. It's just kind of further enhance the unity of these players.
Yeah, and I think it's hard for the side of Nongshim Red Force, right? Because this is a consistent knockdown onto the confidence, onto the team draft as well. I feel like Nongshim have a decent draft, but they were not allowed to use it, right? We talked about this early game, and immediately Nova was like, hey, you don't really have the best early game. I can invade your jungle for free. We might not be able to take away your buffs, but we can make your life difficult.
Exactly. I mean, it's not the fact that Nova played the kind of obvious counterplay to the Luna, right? Like,
we was obviously talking about it within the draft that they have to go for the Azure Golem to try and cut down the lifeline of Haku on the Luna. But unfortunately, they're just like, you know what? Let's just take away those little bits of camps and get out those resources, start to snowball into the favor of Nova Esports. So they kind of just did it in a different flavor. I mean, there was some points there that it looked like Haku and Illusion could have got a little bit of a comeback there, especially with the amount of burst damage and damage coming through towards that latter part of the game. It just wasn't enough for Nongshim, though.
Definitely was not. But the main thing is the position of the players on the side of Nova, right? So this is one trait you will see of teams that have a Luna in the lineup. The moment the Luna dives, you know the rest of the team will be coming to support their jungler. And Nova identified this really quickly. Waypit was always in charge of using his think inside the box on the rest of the other members on the side of Nongshim. So end of the day, Haku was jumping into potentially a 1v3, 1v4, while Nova, dedicate their resources not to get the kills, but to stop and slow down the support. And once Haku is gone out of the fight, there is little control because Rotel is going to be locked into that shadow realm, as you like to call it, with Wendy. And once that option is gone, no more AoE. Yeah, Nova just wins everything.
Exactly there, but I mean, just look at that. Like, there's not just 4K difference into the jungle there. You're looking at a stark difference into the farm lane as well, right? Like, obviously, Eren out-golding, out-resourcing a Chano, the pack leader, is not where you want to be, especially when you're trying to kind of advance into that latter part of the game, right? Yes, Siri was starting to hurt those squishier members of Nova, but because he was behind by around about 2K, there was just no comeback for him. And the fact that Namu was, like, pretty much like non-existence around Siri as well throughout the entire of that match, it just meant that he had no safe rail. Like, it was either Ratel, who was taken to the Shadow Realm, Namu, who was already dead. He had nobody to save him.
Yeah, for sure. Namu, I think he really tried his best this game, right? Landing his ultimate at multiple junctures where Nova was caught out with, 3-man knockups, 2-man knockups. It was great, but Xuan was rarely part of the group that was caught, and he always turned it around with his own Storm Strike to get the stuns back onto the side of Nongshim. At the same time, one of the things that Muchi did really well this game in terms of itemization is getting that Dreamforge Tempest, the claw-like item, because it increases his attack speed every time he uses his spell. What does that mean for an Eren? It means you get more stacks, which means your ultimate hurts. Painful as heck. And pain was the name of the game for the side of Nova.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you've not got like the takedown from those basic attacks, obviously that very oppressive AoE ultimate there from the Eren as well, definitely kind of causes a lot of pain. And you kind of saw obviously with the itemization as well, right? Obviously they did have the Void Staff at one point, so building a little bit of that magic damage for the armor pen also. So it kind of made Namu think, I only really need to build maybe like one magic resistant item, but the fact that the hybrid build came through, it's like, oh, okay, there's damage coming from Muchi here, that's a bit of a problem, and it was just never really answered here by the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, they needed more time, they needed more gold, and there is a pattern that is starting to emerge. I feel like Nova has identified that one of the big problems here on the side of Nongshim actually is Ratel, which has been neutralized consistently with the help of Wendy.
Yeah, I mean, he played a good game in number one, right? Obviously, Forge Maiden, he kind of got a few kills with Forge Maiden, Chicha. With this Martial Genius, definitely kind of putting a bit of a flavor onto the side of Nongshim. I think like it is what they needed, but is it the Kyung 9 replacement that they want, right? Obviously, Kyung 9, we know he was like the Dharma Maestro, right? They love the Martial Monk. I mean, into this comp, that would have been a great addition instead of the Mayin, potentially.
True. I mean, end of the day, it really then is... Take a look at Waypit, right? What does Waypit do? Yeah. Because every decision that Waypit has made in this game number 2 has been, one of the markers of success for Nova, right? He is the guy who disrupts. He is the guy that stops. Now, this aids and, of course, gives the MVP over to one of the best players in the current day number 4 of KIS4. It is going to be Kongling. 5-0-7, never dropped a single time, and truly a nuisance at the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, you can't speak of anybody not stopping without mentioning Conling on this Tigress, right? Like, he was farming like heck. He was going for it. He was 4K ahead of Haku towards the end there. Didn't drop a single life as well. Obviously, we did see the Sage's Sanctuary towards the end there, so he kind of
you can kind of see just from the itemization that he's starting to feel the pain of Nongshim Red Force, especially the heavy dive tactics from Haku and Illusion, really putting pressure onto Conling, but just wasn't enough there to get the catch out. But speaking of catch outs, was the whole game plan here of Nova Esports, especially with Waypit onto the Mutsu as well. Fantastic. I think inside the box is being conducted here, disrupting the whole team fight of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, so all these important catchers here coming in, this is I think one of the moments where they really won the team fight, because Waypit and Xuan, the two main CC dealers on the side of Nova, were completely knocked out. But then once again, once you make a mistake, or you catch Nova's mistake once, Nova rarely makes it again.
Exactly. I mean, that's the good thing, obviously. Like, I was trying to give props over to Nongshim within the match, right? Like, obviously, if something, like, completely messes them up, they learn from it. But then Nova's like, okay, we're not going to make the same mistake once. We're not going to make the same play once, more than once. So try and learn from that. And I feel like that was probably the biggest learning curve here from Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it's the same pattern as game number 1, right? Two members who are the most disruptive ones, right? In game number 1, it was Waypit along with Conling. Game number 2, it was actually Xuan as well as Waypit, right? So the two of them, Xuan getting the CC down, Waypit getting the CC down as well. And if you notice at the last portion of the fight, the three remaining members, Wendy, Muchi, and Conling, they were never close. They were far away, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Exactly. I mean, they have the heroes that can do that, right? Obviously, the Tiger, as the pay, he can kind of just fastly climb over the walls with his Tiger form. So even if he's nowhere nearby and you think you're safe, the fact is the distance can be closed quite quickly. And I mean, it seems like Congling's playing a bit of my heartstrings here, because Pei's been one of the heroes I've recently picked up within my hero pool, and I'm riding the Pei wave, baby. It's definitely a scary one in those team fights, in those early games. The amount of just base damage from this hero is crazy, and definitely here with Nova Esports, they're looking to try and make this a clean 3-0, right? Because obviously they have expanded some very expensive picks overall so far within these first two games.
Yes, and the scary part of this is Nova hasn't. They have been picking expensive picks. Hey, but they're pretty rich, man. There's still a lot of big picks available for the MKL representatives at this point. So Nongshim, this game is only going to get a little bit more difficult at this point. You know, my goal for Nongshim right now, and in fact, I spoke to the manager as well. Nongshim's goal in KIS4 is to learn as quickly and as much as possible.
I mean, that's one thing you need to do in tournaments, right? Like, if you need to have, like, a bit of a tiered plan. Like, yes, top tier is to win, right? Everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to be a loser. But if you've got ulterior motives for being in the competition, like you were saying there and giving us that nice bit of intel there, Ken, is the fact that they are here to learn. Because if they don't learn now and they are 6 months down the line at KWC or potentially another competition and they still haven't learned or didn't do their homework to begin with, they'll find themselves in exactly the same position, unfortunately. But that's a good strat. It's playing the long game.
Yes, I think the most important message here is to fail forward, right? Failing is fine, but you have to fail forward. You have to learn from the mistakes. And right now, I think at the start of the year, lap number 1 for 2026 HOK, this is where you really need to put in your homework, right? Find out what the gaps are in your team. And Nova Esports is definitely one of those teams that will let you know, hey, you have a gap here, fill that up.
Oh yeah, they're definitely filling in the cracks here on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Definitely, Nova Esports is the guys you would call if you were having home renovations, right? They would find every crack, they would fill it. You would be pretty much fully compensated for the heat loss since Nova has been here. But no, Nova Esports now get into game number 3 against Nongshim Red Force. They found out the Ali, which obviously Muchi picked in game number 1. They don't want to give it over to Siri. Siri, we know historically, has some fantastic performance on this hero, so it's understandable they go for this pick.
Yes, and for now, you know, the stock center picks we have had in the farm lane, all I think have mostly been used. The only one left is Magistrate, which we have not really seen for this particular series yet. Now, Chicha is going to be banned out for the side of Nova Esports as well. Nongshim will not allow that pick over, especially when you have players like Muchi and Xuan and even Conling who can play 3 different roles as a Chicha.
Exactly. You can basically flex it up. It's pretty much a great first pick, and it really keeps your enemy team guessing, which is, I mean, at this point in the series, is Nongshim really wanting to be guessing? Probably not. So obviously Nova here looking to lock in Wade Pitt's pick, the Diadea, the Bond Weaver, great support pick. We know obviously infinite scaling, fantastic heal potential and lockdown potential, single target. But it is the Magistrate that's coming through that we was talking about earlier here for Siri. And what do you need when you have a Magistrate? You need that front line, and that's done none other by the beast, Zhang Fei.
Great understanding on that. I mean, Nongshim Red Forest, this is great start in terms of draft. Now you have the damage over time for the side of Magistrate. You also have the beast to get the shield in. But then Nova Esports, here's where things get really interesting. One of the reasons why you pick up the Magistrate is because on the second skill, Legal Immunity, you get to cut off and cleanse yourself of any debuff for that moment. But now Nova has 3 different kinds of CC available. You can use the ultimate by the Organ here, Soul Guide from Kongling. You can also use the second skill on the side of Bond Weaver for the Diadea to get the catch onto Magistrate. So Siri, once again, this game is looking pretty tough for them.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very tough here in terms of, obviously, he was hoping for a little bit of an easy get-out-of-jail card with that CC immunity, but Nova was just like, all right, bet, let's give you some more to try and block. Let's give you the illusion of choice. So now, which one do you choose is going to be the important part here, and the important decision for Siri. But over to the side of Nongshim, they do lock in the Wild Rider, Agudo, once again, another one of my favorite junglers here. I prefer it into the farm lane recently. I've been getting some good victories here. I think, like 14 win streak with this bad boy? Bad girl, shall I say? Beautiful. But they do ban out the Haino, which is obviously a great counter to the Wild Rhino as well.
It is. At the same time, though, we've seen this matchup in the past. Now, the patch is slightly different now, but Wild Rider is still able to hold their own against the Allgren Soul Guide here. So this is going to be important, and it looks like Nova Esports is running down a different kind of game plan here, right? It's all about sustain, as well as the continual catch potential, right? So the Martial Genius, Ma Yin going into the hands of Xuan, we haven't seen Angry Xuan. We've only seen it once, and I feel like I don't think Nongshim has the ability to force that out just yet.
Nah, they're saving that for the knockouts, man. They're like, you know what, we've pretty much done this one. It's pretty much a done deal here. But I do like this last potential pick here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Another good counter here for the Orgrin, right? The Soul Guide. Having that damage reduction from the Divine Enforcer, the Suya, as well as obviously the ultimate from the Magistrate. If you can catch those two onto Soul Guide, you can try and turn him from a raid boss into a soft kitty cat.
Yes, I like the potential of the draft from Nongshim, but as we have seen from these past 3 days, the Ma Yin versus Guan Yu matchup, right? Martial Genius against War Saint. You can be a War Saint, but a Genius might be able to 1v1 you, and we have seen that so many times.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially guided and piloted by Xuan as well, right? Like, you're going to be looking for not only the 1v1 against the War Saint, but also trying to get the pick-up onto the potential of Illusion and Siri as well, right? Because obviously, the thing as well that I didn't point against for the Divine Enforcer is the fact that drafting it against the Chano as well, you get those XP orbs off of his Spirit Wolves as well, so it just basically enhances Divine Enforcer to level up faster as well.
Yes, and once he hits that level 15, you unlock the Sanctification. And when you play the Divine Enforcer, the Tsuya, in the roam position, you actually get faster EXP growth. So that is one of the benefits for the side of Nongshim, right? The question is it going to be strong enough for them to at least get a little cut against Nova? They have to make them bleed at this point, right? This is the potential final game of the series here.
Oh, absolutely. We know they bleed. We know they bleed. They lost against BTR yesterday, but BTR have been pretty much showing that they are a bit of a different gravy, man. Like the IKL representatives within this tournament, homegrown buff is understated here, man. Like, they are definitely top of the... one of the top of the creme de la creme. Like, they are looking like top 3 teams right now, especially Dominator and BTR. Kagendra, still a little bit of a bumpy road, but maybe they can redeem themselves a little bit later on today. But this is the drafts for game number 3 here. Nongshim really trying to pull out the blows here to try and get the counters onto the Orgrin in terms of damage reduction, trying to stop that raid boss here. But Conling, we've known, I think he's dropped one death in the past 2 games, and I don't think he's going to be looking to kind of like blemish that record anytime soon.
I'm sorry, what? 1 death in 2 games? That's crazy.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. It is a good score here for the side of Nongshim Red Force and Conling here, putting pressure into the enemy jungle so far. Obviously, just using that zaps just to get like a multiple factor of damage here for the side of Nova.
Yeah, they already know what's going on. Nova immediately going for the initial aggression here. This is to stop Haku from using his passive, right? The release. Because when you're using release and you get attacked, you stop and it goes on cooldown. So they're slowing down the jungling pace on the side of Haku, which is really smart for the side of Nova. And at the same time, Conling manages to get the taskball camp away from Nongshim. So right off the bat, in terms of jungle advantages, Haku's already losing out.
Yeah, it's already losing out, and obviously overall gold as well. They're already losing it onto the side of Nongshim Red Force, able to get the Phoenix into the bot side as well, contested normally into that farm lane, but Siri just kind of just didn't have any lead with it. They didn't have the minion wave. It was all pretty much going into Nova's favor here, but they're looking to try and take away the fire beak, and they do get it onto the side of Nongshim.
Okay, that's a good response. This is where Nongshim can find the recovery, right? They may not be able to keep neck for neck, but Ratel did get the steal. If he can make it out, this should be good. There is no ultimate available for Xuan, but this is a lot of pain for Ratel. He's going to try and make life a little bit more difficult for the side of Nova.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely putting the pressure on here. Has the XP lead as well, thanks to that steal of the spike-tailed beast at top side of the map there. So, once again, you're starting to see like these little kind of answers from Nongshim and these little prayers from Nongshim as well. Obviously, we did see the Universal Law being placed down there just to try and put a bit of poke damage from a distance. Maybe try and get a bit of an engage here onto the side of Nova Esports, but didn't quite come into fruition.
Well, you can start to see, you know, potential setup. Very nice setup, Nongshim.
Nongshim trying to go in for a bit of a setup here, trying to get the lockdown onto Wave Pit. Obviously, Wave Pit, if you take Wave Pit out of this one, the sustainability aspect of Nova does dwindle a little bit. It doesn't dwindle completely because they still have Wendy on the Q1.
Yes, this double heal strat is kind of irritating. Namu, though, is falling quite a bit low. I don't think they'll go for the finish here. But this is where, you know, later parts of the game, you'll start to see why Nova's draft is so scary, right? If Wave Pit is not stopped, and he gets his Destined Encounter down, his ultimate, the heals are already quite big. And then you add that on with Wendy's ultimate, the Unending Sorrow, essentially Nova members who are caught in that ult, you get a double life.
Exactly here, but I mean, Ratel looking trying to commit for this first blood of the match. He's able to get it as well. Nicely played, very well composed there, top side of the map. For the side of Nongshim Red Force, definitely the morale boost you want in this game number 3.
Yes, for sure. This is looking promising for the side of Nongshim Red Force, which is good at this state, because if you can control Xuan, then there is a high chance you are able to turn the fights. Right now, Siri doing actually pretty well on his own 1v2 against Muji and Wave Pit, but here comes the support from Namu.
Yes, Namu now level 4 as well. He does obviously the Unbridled Outburst as well, which is going to be a little bit of an irritant here for the side of Nova Esports, because you think you're going to be able to run Namu. He's rocked that beast, get basically a huge shield, get the Stampede, which we know can be quite frightful into these team fights, and onto the backline as well. Speaking of which, ultimate committed onto 2 there, forcing the flash onto Wave Pit, having to use the Gorge mobilization as well. Muji is on the wrong side of that team fight. He gets taken down.
Yeah, they wanted to try something else on the side of Nova here, but this team fight is not looking good unless Illusion makes it on time.
Yeah, Illusion is here. He's a bit like not like British Transport. He's actually on time this time around, but it's going to be the fight and 2. Just driving them away from that neutral objective. They don't want to fight without Muji around, but now here comes Xuan, just trying to get the check onto Ratel, giving that intel over with the side of the rest of Nova Esports.
Okay, so this means they have to sacrifice that Tyrant. First Tyrant of the game going to the hands of Nova. And Nongshim, they're keeping pace in terms of the farm, right? The fact that Muji has been shut down for the first time in 3 games in total, this is looking good for Nongshim. But they have to find a worthwhile trade, and Nova is not going to allow it. Straight away, the invade coming for the Azure buff.
Yeah, looking to go for that blue buff here onto the side of Nova Esports. Ratel does get caught. Not Ratel, sorry, Namu. He doesn't have the ultimate, so that's the prime moment to take down the beast. But the Warsaw into the back line. They do trade support and mid lane. Sustainability for the side of Nova Esports does dwindle, but it's going to be a double kill for both of these teams.
Okay, but at this point, Nongshim practicing what they have been dealt given from the side of Nova, which is to buy time and space, right? So this is a great split push coming in from the side of Siri. He's going to get the T1 on the top side. Right now, in terms of like turret taking, no towers have been taken from Nova, so this is good news for Nongshim, but only for the time being, unless Ratel is able to help do this.
Potentially here again, those basic attacks up, and then the Soaring shot. Ooh, that's pretty much just like waving at you. It wants to be taken down, that T1 down to the bot side of the map, but it's only going to be a matter of time there. Muchi's going to be able to take that shot and get that one. So the trade overall is going to be that alleviating the pressure into those side lanes.
And this is what's so scary about Nova, right? Immediately, once you have an advantage across one side of the map, Nova finds a way to, shut that down. It's less than, 30 seconds, and they've already traded the T1 back from the side of Nongshim.
That's what makes them such a great team, right? Like, the fact is they kind of play in a little bit of like a Nostradamus playstyle, right? They try and set up the potential trades there before even knowing the fact that Nongshim knows their next move, right? Like, obviously, they knew that Siri was going to go top side of the map to get the takedown of that T1 because Rattels had such a good early game trade there in the laning phase of the Clash lane, but that's when the news, like, right, okay, if we can't win the Clash lane, we have to win the opposite, right? But now, Ratel, he finds himself in a bit of hot water. He gets taken down there, so the War Saint is no longer going to be charging forward, and they aren't able to get the Azure Golem up to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Nova takes that one away. Conling's going to be clutching that like his granny with the pearls.
Yep, and this is where itemization is so important for the side of Nongshim, right? They have not gotten the Doomsday for the side of Siri, but this is going to force out the ultimate at this point from the side of Wendy. Unending Sorrow going to be used. Waypit, what are you doing there?
Waypit, I mean, he's looking a little bit lost in the source, man. He's just trying to get intel, right? Like, they're looking, trying to find, like, maybe a bit of a flank onto the back line here. Mid lane is looking pretty hairy for the side of Nongshim Red Force. That T1's looking pretty low.
Yeah, it's not looking too good at this point, and Nova should be able to get the T1 at the top side, right? At the same time, finally, Siri hits this marker that is required. He gets a Doomsday, and this is one of the reasons why it was so hard to take a team fight against Nova, because there is not enough damage coming out from the side of Siri. And with the heals coming in from both Wendy and Waypit, they absolutely need this Doomsday. Right now, it's about Nongshim. Can you buy enough time in the team fights? Do you have enough control to lock them in place so that Siri gets enough damage down?
I think the answer for that one so far is no, right? Obviously, that T2 top side of the map there looking like it's going to get taken down for the side of Nongshim. There it is, and they're contesting that the Crimson Golem, and now Bridal Outburst didn't catch a single Henry, and unfortunately now it's going to be Ratel. Maybe getting caught out there. It's going to stop. It's going to be the execution from Conling. That takedown is wild. Siri having so little help has to kind of form a retreat around this T1 into the mid lane.
Yep, and if you take a look at what's happening here, the heals are already coming in from the side of Nova, right? And this long, extended fight is not working out in their favor. The fact that Namu couldn't get what he wanted with the Unbridled Outburst, this cost him quite a bit. Now, it's only 8.5 minutes, and, the goal is close to, 3,000 gold ahead for the side of Nova. This is not good news at all.
Yes, Nova's definitely got their Nova chips flying high here for the side of Nova Esports in terms of support over in the Philippines. But now it's all really, Nongshim need the support for themselves and support from some of the fans as well, right? Like, they are looking, I mean, to be fair, this game number 3, I feel like their early game's probably like the best performance they've had. I think that's all probably been aided by Ratel as well as Siri as well, with the great sort of like rotation top side of the map there. But it's just not enough for Nova, right? Nova knows and Nova reacts accordingly.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now in terms of itemization, but Nongshim, they have to try. Xuan is just here as a bait, right? Because it's going to be a worthwhile trade for the side of Nova. I don't think they have enough time on the side of Nongshim. Every marker of this is looking for a trade. T3 now for the T2. Nova need to respond now, and Nongshim, they want to try and sneak this away. Namu has to use his ultimate to stop that incoming aggression from Nova.
Yep, somebody called 911 for that T3, and they did arrive in time, but Conling's finally getting taken down. That's the first death of the game, which is going to be crucial onto the side of Nongshim Red Force, as they have 5 members still alive. Namu is going to be the first fatal onto the side of Nongshim, which is going to be their tank, their driving force, the beast onto the side of Nongshim. But that is a good Hail Mary play there by the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, and that save. This is why Namu's ultimate is so important, right? And the way that they force him to make a trade, you don't want to trade a T2 for a T3. That's going to be a long pain. And at this point, Nova, the remaining members, they're going to try and stop this attempt on the Shadow Tyrant. Maybe even get a kill on Rattel. That one hurts from Muji.
Oh, absolutely. Those soaring shots definitely going to be soaring. That health bar down here, able to get that CC immunity there. He's able to kind of, if that kind of caught him, that would have been scary. But the fact is, Nova was too looking at this prize pony, which is going to be the war state. They do finally get the takedown, but they do lose their T1 into the mid lane. So clearly the distraction works here.
Okay, I like this a lot. Nongshim now has a potential chance to drag the game, which is great because late game wise, now Illusion finally has hit past that level 15 mark. We're going to see who here puts his sanctification on, right? The longer this game goes, in theory, Nongshim should have a stronger chance because they will be over level.
Yeah, one of their teammates are going to be over-leveled. Whether it's going to be Siri that gets that one, it would be very interesting to see here where that sanctification does fall. And obviously, we will find out in a moment's notice. But that Overlord going over to the side of Nongshim Red Force, definitely going to be able to put that pressure onto Nova Esports into their desired lane.
They found him.
Maybe even the top side to try and take a team fight here. They did find Conling. Once again, that Stampede is so aggressive. They get the shutdown onto the raid bus once again. But top side of the map was looking for a bit of a push there, but it looks like the Overlord has been placed there as well.
Okay, this is a potential turnaround from the side of Nongshim. Very smart usage. Alright, Kongling is not allowed to use his ultimate at all. He does not get the health regeneration back. And when he didn't want to use his ultimate prematurely, this is a free T3 for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, this is the problem when you have the Gudo on the enemy team, right? Like, that takedowns of those turrets are going to be so fast, you got to make sure that you respond quickly. And unfortunately, earlier on within the game, Nova didn't respond quick enough because they already damaged that T3 top side of the map pretty too fast for the side of Nova Esports. But now, Nova Esports base needs defended.
They definitely need to defend this. I think they have not been able to deal with the T2 takes. So right now, it is an open wound for the side of Nova on the top side. This one is, in a way, still a little bit of an advantage for them, right? Not too much pressure because that is the corresponding lane for the Shadow Overlord. Right now, Nongshim, they want to take the fight.
They want to take the fight. They want to try and get the lockdown onto Wendy here, but have to force out the ultimate. But there it is, the unbroken outburst. He's able to actually slow down the side of Nova, but can't link into the backline here. He's just trying to save his teammates. A bit of a misplay, I'd have to say there, because now they don't have that driving force. They really are relying on Chuan here to maybe try and get the potential pick-off here onto the backline, but really, all that power, all that damage is going to be coming from Muji.
It's so smart. The way that Nongshim are playing right now, they understand what the win conditions are on the side of Nova, and they don't allow it.
Oh, there it is. Martial Genius into the back line, tries to get the Magistrate, but it's with that legal immunity we was talking about earlier, Ken, gets him out of a sticky situation.
Yep. Now it's a barren base for the side of Nova here. I don't think they can end the game just yet, but for Nongshim, it's about buying time and space, right? Clear the wave so you have access to the rest of the map, because in the next, 40 seconds or more, that is where the reset of the Shadow Overlord as well as the Shadow Tyrant following closely will be available.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we can even say, like, oh, they're close to the Tempest Dragon, because they're still roughly around about 6 minutes away, right? So that's going to be one heck of a long defense here for the side of Nova Esports, but they're doing well in terms of clearing out the minion waves, obviously, until these next neutral objectives do come on point. I feel like the point here for Nova Esports is they've got to make sure that their lanes are in a healthy position, that they can actually advance out of their base and go and contest these neutral objectives.
That's true, and I mean, at this point, Nongshim has found out why Nova's lineup, the weakness of Nova's lineup. Nova actually needs to stick together pretty close, right? Wendy needs to be within range to get his ultimate down. Weipin needs to be in range as well. So everyone is grouped up together. This is where Namu really has been, playmaker of the game so far, getting those ultimates down in conjunction with Illusion as well, and Haku making sure that they stay in place for a good 2 to 3 seconds. That's long enough.
It is very much long enough, but that top side, that bot side push down to for the side of Nova Esports could be a bit of a saving grace here as they look to try and go for this Shadow Overlord here, trying to run it down pretty quickly, trying to deny the access of Haku into it to be that double knockup as well. Here we do have Nocturne with the ultimate. They're looking to try to get that unbridled airburst. It does catch onto Wave Pit, but it's going to be Conling into the back line with the Martial Genius. Chuan just trying to get the run down, trying to get Haku taken down, and that smite off of the gorge. But once again, Conling finds himself between a rock and a hard place. He falls, and so does Rattel. They need to go back and tend the farm.
I don't think this matters at all. The Nongshim, this is great play. Once again, they isolate Kongling. It doesn't matter if you are a strong jungle tank here. Kongling is just 1v5, you don't really do that. At the same time, because of the stuns coming out by Namu as well, Siri has been left alone to get all the damage in. Now he has information. Nongshim want to go for the steal here.
Yeah, a bit of a... I don't know if I like this play here from Nova. Maybe just using the Overlord as a bit of a bait here. Trying to get Namu off of the gorge as well, because now he doesn't have the unbridled outburst. He's going to be a bit of a punching bag and actually be able to get punched off of the chains here by the side of Nova Esports. But someone's got to tend that bomb down to the bot side here. Conling does come back just in the nick of time.
So that's going to be a silver lining for them, right? There is no more pressure coming from the bot side. Kongling's going to be a bit clear there. Now it's about the hold on this Shadow Overlord, right? We're 16 minutes in, still 4 minutes to go. This is too long for Nova. They need more time.
They do need more time, but it's going to be that Shadow Tyrant buff actually wearing off in around about 2 seconds. So that's going to be that green light go for this Shadow Overlord. It's going to be a quick takedown as well. So once again, they are going to be at the behest of that Shadow Overlord. It's going to be the side of Nova Esports as they defend their base. We have 2 minion waves already approaching pretty fastly here for the side of Nongshim.
Alright, we'll see. This might be the final call here. They can't be too greedy. Nova, this is the time. They can really turn things around.
Yeah, they've really got to play a really good defense, get rid of these minion waves, wait for the Shadow Vanguards, but they've also got to play to a timer, right? Obviously, Namu now has an ulti. When we've seen time and time again within this game number 3 where Nova just tried to get the dunk onto Namu when he doesn't have that unbridled outburst.
Yeah, this is not ideal, right? They have waited a little bit too long. 3 waves at the same time. Nova need to figure something else up. The stuns do come in, but for now, Nongshim's still waiting for that final call. Oh, nice.
Oh, unbridled outburst does catch onto the minion wave there, but actually doesn't catch onto any members on the side of Nova Esports, which is going to be a bit of a situation of the Nongshim Red Force right now. One have a bit who has to force himself. Rattel's onto the back line here, tries to get the dunk onto Conling. It's going to be the Magistrate here. Siri gets the takedown. There is a Vanguard there. They're trying to do the damage, and Nongshim do it. They make Nova bleed.
Yup, they make them bleed. That was a nice cut. It's a little bit of a scratch. For now, Nongshim managed to put a blemish onto Nova's record here. You don't get the 3-0. It's going to be 2-1 at this point, and the Nongshim fans are happy. And I think they deserve to be. That was a great recovery from Nongshim, but the road is still far away.
Oh yes, a very long road. It is a best of 5. It means they would have to sweep this back-to-back games, but the impressive thing is they take a game from Nova Esports, which there's some teams within this competition that weren't able to do that. So BTR and Nongshim still look like they got I mean, BTR have got a definite horse in this race, but Nongshim now, maybe they've just got online. It's taken them 4 days, but now they're here.
Okay, 4 days, you know, there's a total of, I think, 8. So halfway there, they've done their homework. They've grown a little bit. This is great. You know, it's all about, this is kind of like discovering in the gym. Hey, I can lift a new set of weights, right? I can carry heavier weights now. And Nongshim, with this realization, does this bring them to tie the series up? Because if Nova don't close this game number 4, you know, there is a surprise incoming, maybe.
Maybe they get to do what BTR weren't able to do. Obviously, they took game number 1, and then that was it. It kind of just like, whoa, hey, we took a game from Nova, and then it was just kind of everything just fell from that point. But Nongshim, they come back from the claws of defeat, right? They get their win at pretty much at death's precipice. For lack of better words of Conling's skill there, they're able to claim a kill and game from Nongshim Red Force, which is going to be definitely the morality boost here that they need in this best of 5.
Okay, I know we were joking about it just now where, you know, Nongshim unable to force the angry Xuan out. I feel like, okay, Xuan is now in rage mode. We get to see the angry Xuan and the true form
of Nova, at least in this day number 4.
Exactly, but I mean, we just saw a good game from Namu on the Zhangfei as well, the Beast, but now it means that Wei Pick could actually go for that himself, and obviously we know that that's one of his signature picks, so maybe they're like, alright, let's see how Nongshim can play the Beast, and we will basically give them a masterclass in it, and we will hand the victory to ourselves in this game number 4. But let's have a bit of a breakdown of the itemization of the gold.
Alright, so obviously the one that sticks out the most on the side of Nongshim has to be Siri, right? This guy's at 14,000. He went for the stock standard tank build here with the Sparkforge Dagger, Doomsday, as well as the Daybreaker. This is the damage that comes in, but the Cuirass Savagery to make sure that he's able to tank along with the Frost Sword as well. This is going to be able to get him to deal more damage, but also have more HP. But to me, you know, this game, this was a much better Nongshim because they identified what the win condition against Nova was. And I think it's props to Namu here. The amount of Unbridled Outbursts that he managed to lay down onto Nova not only split the fight, but also lowered the efficiency of like Wendy's ultimate, Waypit's ultimate as well, because he couldn't catch all the team members that needed saving.
Exactly that. Like, obviously, I feel like the Divine Enforcer pick here for the side of Nongshim Red Force was such a great pickup as well. Like, the fact is, it really put the pressure on there. Obviously, using the Universal Law was enough to kind of like drive them into the situation that they wanted to be, or the position that they wanted Nova to be at. Because once that one runway was placed down, Namu got the most effective runways. I mean, there were some that did miss. Obviously, you don't hit 100% of your shots. Nobody is that perfect with Honor of Kings, but he did get some crucial Unbridled Outbursts, which was really one of the big upsets for Nova Esports, I feel like. But Nova here, obviously losing game number 3. Nongshim Red Force was able to keep going and keep this series within their grasp, because, I mean, that would definitely be one of the greater notes here for now labeled the Ultimate Red, was formerly the Greatest Red. If they were able to actually get a victory off of Nova, it does mean overall that the MKL representatives aren't quite as bulletproof as they were in Season 3.
Yeah, but once again, this is the start of the year, right? This is where I think some things, some gaps will be exposed. And we're talking about Nova exposing the gaps of Nongshim, but for the first time in this series, Nongshim has shown the gaps of Nova. And that's a sight to see, because we want to have the teams get stronger as the days go by, as we head into the Pro Leagues right after this. But for now, we'll stay on point. KIS number 4, Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. It looks like Nongshim has adapted, but is it going to be just a current adaptation and Nova just runs rampant in game number 4, or will Nongshim manage to get another punch in?
I mean, they can only hope so, right? Obviously, they hope that their noodles do pack a punch, right? They have some spicy noodles, so maybe Nongshim can inherit the force of their spicy noodles and get that second wave. That kind of like, when you breathe in after spicy noodles, you're like, ooh, like that's going to be Nova in game number 4.
Yeah, it has to be. I think, yes, everyone in the comments, we see it. You're kind of... No, you're not dreaming, right? Nongshim did win this game number 3. And this was done with a very clear expectation of what's supposed to happen. Now, Nongshim Red Force, this is going to be your mid laner MVP here. Miss the old man on the Divine Enforcer, the Tsuya, 1-0-8. He was one of the main reasons why they got a lot of success in the fights, not just because he had the knockups, but his first skill, lowering the physical and magic defenses, also giving the sanctification to the relevant members on the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it was a beautiful 5th pick, right? Like, honestly, that coming through really solidified Nongshim's draft in this game number 3. Like, we saw it come through. We knew that the Sanctification would get online early, thanks to obviously being able to get the XP orbs off of Uchi's Wolves. But also, the most impressive factor is the good counter potential for the Augur and the Soul Guide as well.
Yep. If you notice, like a lot of the team fights that were happening on the side of between Nova and Nongshim, Illusion was pretty much left alone, right? He had the ability to stay afar, get his first kill in, lower down defenses on all the different members on the side of Nova, and that is where they found a lot of success, because Kong Ling wasn't able to tank through. He had no time to use his ultimate.
No time to use his ultimate. There's too much damage coming through as well, even though, like, we always label the Soul Guide as the raid boss. He was literally, like I said, in the draft, like, the potential of this Divine Enforcer is enabled. The potential is to turn him into a kitty cat, not a raid boss, and that's exactly what they did. And honestly, I always fear when I see a Divine Enforcer in my ranked games, especially if you're playing like a tank, because they can just melt you down to turn you into smooth butter.
Yep, it is. And smooth it was for this game for the side of Nongshim. Maybe not smooth all the way, but not bad, right? Not bad. I like this performance from the side of Nongshim. We'll see how they're going to be like in this game number 4. You could see that win means a lot to them. Nova, for them, I think it's just a stumble, a trip, right? At this point, I don't think it's a big difference maker for them. But it does show you can get the Giants to bleed.
You can get the Giants to bleed. I mean, PTR proved it yesterday, Nongshim proved it today, and maybe the teams are looking at these two teams and thinking, oh, okay, so it is an actual achievable goal. Mount Olympus is climbable and scalable here, which is obviously Nova, the Season 3 defending champions. So this time around, we're going to be going into game number 4 very soon, but we're going to go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out the action and the potential comeback of Nongshim.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganten datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terangkan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala endoku yang LOE. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Ku kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, kau di sini sana. Aku sintam the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit muema. Siapa tadi panggil, guys I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes my melody, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi.
Alright, welcome back. It is time for game number 4 here. This is going to be Nongshim against Nova if you have just joined us. Nongshim managing to make the Giants bleed here in game number 3. So 2-1, Nova still at series point.
You say, yeah, you are reading this correct. You are not dyscalculus. That is a 2-1 scoreline here for Nova against Nongshim Red Force. After, like you said, obviously before the break, it wasn't the smoothest of games, but there was enough potential there, especially as we edged towards the latter part of the game, especially when the sanctification was getting put onto Siri, and those team fights were all going up to the favor of Nongshim Red Force because of the nursing and the nurturing of all those 3 lanes to the crystal.
Yeah, it shows you how to win an argument, right? If you're right, keep at that point and keep doing it, and then you will be able to win it. So, you know, the fact that they isolated Kong Ling with the help of Illusion here, who was the MVP, Illusion, in game number 3. Let's see if Nongshim can reproduce that result again, because Nova now obviously have been shaken, but Nova will go for their red side as a counter pick side. Nongshim now, Coach YK, he has a very important job of making life as difficult as possible for the drafting phase here.
I mean, you talk about strats, about winning a argument there, saying if you were right on the point, just stick to that point. But I mean, we both know Hauler, it's gaslight till you're right.
That's why it's fun, right? There's many ways to get a win. It's what you want to do.
Exactly, it's how you get the win. That's all that matters, and that's what needs to be studied here by the opponents. That is obviously Nova Esports going up against Nongshim here. They need to kind of try and formulate a little bit more of a better game plan. But we're going to get into the draft where that game plan is going to slowly come into fruition here. But like you said, obviously we are going to see Nova Esports onto the red side. So do we start to see the likes of the Dharma come through, which has been a predominant red pick? Do we see the Maestro Nui as well here for Nova Esports as well? There is still many desired picks, right? I mean, they could potentially even go for the Chicha if Nongshim are willing to let that Forge Maiden get through that ban and pick phase.
Okay, well, they heard you. There is no Chicha in this game number 4. Nongshim Red Force are immediately going to lock that one out. Now, my gut feel here for the side of Nova Esports is they know they can take advantage of the lead if they are able to take objectives across the map. I feel like this is a potential Kongling Fade game. We'll see how that runs out, because Nova Esports, they're going to take away the Arlie, which is also one of the most formidable mobile farm laners that is available for Siri. That is one of his specialty heroes.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen many beautiful displays here of the Arlie as well. It's been a fantastic pickup so far within the Season 4 Invitational. It looks like it's currently sitting roughly around about... yeah, the win rate is around about 60% here, so generally better than halfway. So anything better than 50% is something you want to be kind of trying to lock down within the ban phase here. But Nongshim going for Ratel's pick here into the Clash lane. Obviously was the shining star of the early parts of the previous game. But I did say, next game, Wei pick can have the Zhang Fei, and they are looking to take it away.
Yep, this is pretty scary, right? And Nova Esports, this is a very tanky, very independent lineup in the farm lane. The Lung, of course, in the hands of Muji, already a menace as a kid by the hero himself, but when piloted by Muji, Nova Esports probably going to be able to win in terms of the kit department, right? Execution is going to be on point. Nongshim Red Force going for a slightly different style of gameplay here. Haku taking up the Pei, the Tigress, and they want to play from range.
Want to play from the range, want to play the early game here. Obviously, as we've just seen, that Nova Esports has drafted that late game assurance here, which is going to be the Loon here, the Aoin. But onto the side of Nongshim, they're like, you know what, let's play a little bit more of a different game. We do have a bit of late game assurance here for the Rose Fencer. There is Charlotte, but we have now that early game potential. But Nova looking to go for that classic counter here, the Ukiyo Tachibana, the Swift Strike into the jungle.
Yeah, one of the main reasons why he's called the Swift Strike is because he's actually able to get within range really quickly, get the stun on you, and once he uses his Saber Slash, Snowfall Slash, which is the ultimate, not only does he do damage, he gets lifesteal as well. So this is going to be very important, because that actually is a good counter against the Majestic Guardian, right? The Garuda. If you get within range, you can actually burst him down pretty quickly.
I just thought it was because Ongling was a Swifty fan, but there we go. Swift Strike is actually going to be there because he is very swift across the gorge. But we're looking at trying to get rid of counters into that farm lane. Like we say, the Lung here is very independent down to that bot side of the map here. And a good counter is that Consort U, obviously Woodland Ranger with the cleansing winds as well. Obviously be able to kind of just completely mitigate any kind of physical damage for a brief moment, which would be great a counter against any of those big flaming palms from Lung.
Oh, I like this ban coming out from Nongshim Red Forest. They actually take out the Yixing here, which would have been a great synergistic pick for the side of the Beast of the Shangfei for a Wave Pit. Unfortunately, this means Nova. Wait, that's not unfortunate. You're putting, Wendy on the signature Mai. This is a Fire Ninja Maestro here. So looking for a great performance from Wendy. Meanwhile, Nongshim Red Forest, they tie things up with the farm private here in the farm lane. We have the Rome Yuhuan Tunecaster. I like this. Good sustain, big burst, very huge turret taking potential as well. So Nongshim Red Forest, this is a great strategy, but Xuan with the Dharma.
Even here, I must remain true to
I did say once they got that red side right, obviously we were looking at the Dharma, we were looking at the Fire Ninjas, the Martial Monk as well. So a lot of huge signature picks here for the side of Nova Esports. You got Waypit's Beast, you got Schwann's Martial Monk, you got Wendy on the Fire Ninja. Nongshim Red Force, like you kind of hinted to there, Ken, they do have some great split push potential, right? So if Siri, as he displayed in game number 3, is able to kind of go under the radar, he's able to take those turrets, and I don't think there's a better marksman on the Gorge that's able to take turrets as fast as Private Ear, the Fang.
Definitely not. I think it's going to be a huge challenge here. So Nongshim Red Force, their main strength here is to be able to melt down turrets really quickly. Nova Esports, though, it's a different kind of strength. For them, taking turrets is really good as well. They have the Lung, Flaming Palms into a turret, even with backdoor protection, will instantly net you a healthy amount of damage. But the true strength on the side of Nova's lineup is the fact that they have combos and CC galore.
CC galore is going to be a scary thing here as well. Obviously, like you said, split pushing for the side of Nongshim Red Force is going to be a good opportunity, but will Nongshim give them that opportunity, right? Because obviously, the thing you need to do is just kind of force them into team fights, put the pressure on there, kind of force them into the middle part of the map or wherever you want them to be. If you get rid of the Tigress, if you get rid of the Private Ear, it's gonna mean that you are pretty much safely securing those T1s for now.
Yeah. So this is a game of obligation, right? Who obliges to the win condition? Does Nongshim get their way in terms of split pushing, making sure that the macro game is their game plan, or does Nova successfully manage their way around the gorge and invite Nongshim, or kind of force Nongshim into team fights? Because if you look at the combination on the side of Nova here, one real engine, one unbridled outburst, one truth mantra, you're gone. There is no team fight to be had.
Yeah. Exactly. It's all part of that setup, right? So let's see what they can do here for the side of Nova Esports, try to reclaim their glory, because they don't want to lose another game, right? They don't want Nongshim Red Force to be the team that took them to a 2-2 here, potentially get them to a match point takedown here as well. But 3-man be committed into the mid lane, so both of these two teams looking to try and just get that quick succession there, but it looks like the wave clear is going to be a lot more faster onto the side of Nongshim thanks to Illusion.
Alright, that's great for the side. Oh, hang on, Ratel, what is happening?
Uh-oh, he's getting a little bit caught in the sauce there. Schwann, Siri also very low as well. Even though he has that kind of recently increased attack range, he's still getting caught out here.
Yeah, and this is why the team fight matters, right? Nova definitely has a team fight prowess in comparison to Nongshim, especially at the start of the game. Both teams have already expended quite a bit of these sprite link usages, which means now it's going to be an honest fight. Siri's so low here.
Very low indeed, Siri. He probably has to play this one pretty close to the chest, but good thing he doesn't need to go back to the fountain. He obviously does have the heals coming here from Namu, but it's not going to quite be as sustainable in the long run. He has to kind of get out of there unless Haku and Illusion can alleviate this pressure now.
Alright, so this is the challenge of the gangs, right? Kongling coming in with Xuan on the top side to make life difficult for Ratel. Meanwhile, the bot side, damage has been done. Nongshim already has that initial rotation, buying time and space for Siri to go back and get the heals in.
Suri just gets to go back now, gets those heals, looks to try and get a little bit more of a healthier positioning down to the bot side of the map here as well. But once again, we're just seeing that fight into the mid lane. The pick off for Xuan as well as Wendy. Beautiful display here from the side of Nova Esports. But this is what we was talking about in the draft, right? Like if you get one Ruenjin, if you get one Unbridled Outburst, or even the Truth Mantra, it's pretty much good night Irene.
Yeah, and it's serving them on a plate, right? Xuan at this point, it doesn't matter. He should be able to hold his own against Ratel for the time being. Doesn't have to trade too much at this point. But giving first blood to the hands of Kong Ling is already a big deficit because both Kong Ling and Haku's picks, they are snowball maximized potential.
Exactly, and the fact that like Conlink has been able to kind of like out XP the Haku for now is very scary. Like that's something you want to try and curtail as early as possible if you're Nongshim Red Force. But it looks like there's going to be no signs of stopping right now for the side of Nova. They're still ahead by around about 1k gold for now as they kind of slowly approaching that 4-minute mark here, maybe potentially even looking to contest this Azure goal. They don't want to commit too much, they don't want to lose too much because it's getting very close to the neutral objectives.
Less than 60 seconds away, right? That's actually a pretty tight timeline. And one of the things you need to pay attention to is also for our viewers here, take a look at what Wendy is doing. It's a very simple move, but just stepping to the jungle of Nongshim now shows what is possible.
What is possible indeed, but it's going to be that Feather Storm that's going to really keep them away there for the side of Nova Esports. So they have to kind of split apart, but they were able to still get that the Boar camp here for themselves. But I think the one thing we didn't touch on as well, the good thing about the Private Ear, the Fang as well, is that second skill. That second skill, if timed correctly, can do exactly the same as the Woodland Ranger, right? You can dodge out and mitigate that damage coming from Muchi.
Well, we will see, right? I think the main decider here is when Waypit uses his ultimate, Ratel forced to use the flash. This is not good. 4 minutes is here. First objective will spawn.
Yeah, flash gun first in the 4-minute mark here for the side of Nongshim Red Forces. Ratel's actually having the best and spiciest of games for this time around, but I mean, he is more of a late game hero this time, but the untargetable comes through here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, but it's going to be Haku looking pretty low. They're looking for a way in, but it's going to be Xuan getting the pick up here onto the illusion, and now it's going to be the infinite rebast come back down, but double kill going over to Clash Lane of Nova Esports. Maybe not look to go for the Tyrant just yet, look to go for that T1 into the mid lane.
And there we have it. This is the win condition of Nova, right? Making sure that you get that initial setup. And that setup is, very flexible. It doesn't have to be Wendy to use that real engine to start the fight. It could also be Waypit. It could be Xuan as well. And right now, Nova have found an opening. One single decision. They now lead 3 kills to nothing. They take the T1 in the mid. They have the Tyrant on hand as well. Nongshim, no answers.
They don't have any answers for now, right? But I mean, this is kind of like the same MO they've been going for this series, right? Like they've definitely not always had the quickest answers to the most vital questions from Nova Esports, but they have responded in like, so maybe there is still hope here for Nongshim Red Force.
I really like this play by Waypit. It's not the biggest play, right? But very simple things like number 1, getting information on the position of the Nongshim members. Number 2, building up his passive bar. Once again, Waypit does have his ultimate. So they have that combination available again, right? Once Waypit lands a big Unbridled Outburst, Nova can take a huge team fight. Xuan also has his ultimate. It's going to TP down. This is big for them.
It is huge for them. Ratel doing a lot of damage here as well, especially aided by that Featherstorm from the very far distance. Vicariously living through his teammates, but Haku getting caught out onto the back line here. Wendy looking pretty low, but it's going to be that Stampede that gets him locked down. Haku gets taken down beautifully here, but Ratel, he dives a little bit too lost into the source here as well. Nova currently up 5-0 in terms of the kills and looking for more from Nongshim.
Nova knows how to fight. This is one of the strongest points of Nova, right? It's not just the macro game, they're really good at that, but having a team fight composition and, getting into the appropriate spaces as well. They shut down every angle of a comeback from the side of Nongshim.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
They do. I mean, they got it right. Like, they don't want to allow what happened in game number 3, because that's exactly the reason why Nongshim was able to get that game point from them, is the fact that again they saw the gaps, they took them, but now Xuan into the backline gets a double hit out of the Truth Mantra, but able to not claim any kills just yet. It's going to be Nongshim basically keeping themselves and saving grace here. Ratel as well as Haku look all pretty low.
Yeah, this is a difficult fight for the side of Nongshim, right? Because they actually have heroes that are pretty much one-time usage. Siri, the moment his first skill, target sighted, is used, he doesn't have that burst, and oh no!
Yep, speaking of burst here, it's going to be taking a lot of burst from Namu, but Namu is actually used and exhausted that ultimate as well, so yes, able to keep himself alive for the initial attack, but now we know that Unending Sorrow is off the cooldown.
This is really hard to play because the short cooldown skills available on the side of Nongshim don't do as much damage as comparison to Nova here, right? Muchi is already pretty far ahead in terms of itemization. He already has a tankiness of the Frostguard Embrace, additional frost damage every time he uses a skill, the slow as well, and he has physical pierce with that Axe of Torment. Meanwhile, it's kind of a different story for the side of Nongshim. For Siri, he does not have the same kind of farm.
Doesn't have the same kind of farm at all, right? Like 4.62, just under 5.6k here for the side of Muchi. I mean, Muchi's definitely going to be packing a lot more of a punch into these team fights. Because like you say, once you use Siri's first skill, right, like, and you don't able to get the proc, that burst damage by getting those 4 consecutive hits onto Desired Hero. But the hits there, it does land onto Namu, does land onto Siri, able to use that second skill to kind of bait out of the Unbridled Outburst. But still very detrimental here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. It means that they're able to keep continuing to put this pressure into the mid lane, into the bot side of the map as well.
Yep, Nova just not allowing them to get the split push going. They're forcing them to take these small fights.
Oh, speaking of small fights, there's going to be that catch onto the backline. Rattel gets a pick up onto Wendy. Can they get a little bit more? Muchi does have the imbalance so he can get out alive, but double kill. Super impressive here from Fan Ling as they have Siri and Rattel on the retreat, and that is a team ace. Ladies and gentlemen, they drop the first kill onto the side of Nova, but Nova takes them all.
Oh, big win for the side of Nova, and this is why they're so strong. The moment the first one to twitch will be the first one to fall because you have no more options left to use as a defense, and Nova should end this game here.
They do end the game here. I mean, it looks like they're going to try for a bit of a saving grace there, but Haku knows it's a little bit too late. They got the desired victory. They made the Giant bleed, but the Giant got back up and smited down Nongshim for now.
So both, at this point, Nova has shown that yes, you can kind of put in a sucker punch every once in a while, but overall, in the long game, we still win. The bigger picture is Nova is still one of the most feared and strongest teams in KIS number 4.
Exactly so. I mean, Nova still shining bright, as they are obviously aptly named here, Nova Esports. They do burn bright, and burning fast is what they are doing in Season 4 Invitational. They obviously secure themselves as the top place of their respective group as well. Nova Esports, obviously they did lose that one round, but they got so much more from that one, so they do find themselves at the top of Group A.
So this means they will, later on today, get to choose their opponents as we head into the knockout stages over the next few days. At the same time, this also gives Nongshim fans quite a bit of hope, right? To be able to draw blood against one of, if not, the strongest team based on the viewers' expectations of KIS4. This is a good growth, right? Maybe Nongshim might not be able to last throughout the entire tournament, but you can be sure, as we head on into the later stages of 2026 HOK, Nongshim is definitely one of the rising teams once again.
Yeah, I feel like that is probably a good call as well, right? Because obviously Nongshim in Season 3, they were able to take Nova Esports all the way to a best of 7. But then from that point on in 2025, they got nowhere near close to that. So the fact that they start 2026 against Nova and get one game from them still means that there is definitely that progress that we were talking about, right? I mean, yes, obviously there has been a bit of trade in faces on both of these teams. Obviously, Conling's gone from support to main roster, and then we have some fresh faces on the side of Nongshim Red Force. But if that's what it takes, it's definitely going to be working here for Nongshim, and it looks like they got a bright 2026 ahead of them as well.
Yes, and so that is the news for the side of Nongshim and for Nova. We will talk about the game stats, of course. I think, end of the day, if you take a look at a replay of what's happening between Nova as well as Nongshim, Nova just had more options, right, to explore. It doesn't matter if the initiation comes from Nongshim first, because there's always something they can come up with. It can be the Truth Mantra, it can be the Unbridled Outburst, it can be the Real Engine. There's so many answers available for the side of Nova. As long as the team doesn't get caught together in as a 5-man, they can always respond in kind.
Exactly, and they showed that within that game before, right? Just able to kind of like either just completely sidestep out of his skill or just come from the sideline here, trying to get the pickup onto Haku, just do a lot of damage there. I mean, Haku, 0-4-1 on a pay is not quite the KDA you want, but if you look over to the opposite side of the table here, you're looking at Wei Pit. Not a single death, not a single kill, but 10 assists. That is the perfect roam. No execute, please.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was perfect. Even Wendy, yes, he did drop that once, but every single initiation by Nova Esports was really clean, right? Because there was always a follow-up. Nova stuck together as a group. They understood what the win condition was, which is we don't allow Nongshim to split push. You can get like 1 or 2 turrets, that's fine. But we will consistently force you to be poised to fight against us. And that was exactly how Nova won this game, by team fighting.
They did win it by team fighting, to be fair, and they knew the MO, right? But Ratel, I feel like he's probably been the shining star for me out of the entire of the series here for Nongshim Red Force. He's definitely a welcome new addition. He definitely has the pizzazz as well as the kind of like the knowledge on how to get those pickoffs and how to play like heroes like the War Saint as well, especially compared up against something like the Mayin. Normally, you're looking at that 1v1 going in favor of especially piloted on a player like Schwan, but Ratel was like, I'm up for the task, baby. Sign me up. Let me take that challenge, and he proved well.
Yes, a very steady growth from the side of Nova, right? The moment they were able to get the first few turrets off of Nongshim, then it was just really downhill from there because the safety of the Gorge, right, with the fog of war against Nongshim, they had no information of where the different members of Nova were at. And that's a scary thing about the composition on the side of Nova Esports, which is initiations can come from many different angles. If Waypit cannot get that one-dimensional unbridled outburst, that's fine. You get the real engine knockup from the Mai Wendy. You get the Truth Mantra from the side of Xuan on the Dharma. At every angle, as long as they get one hand on you, you know those hands are coming.
A lot of fail safes onto the side of Nova Esports, and they knew the draft coach knew it, so they knew that if one fell, the other one could pick up the slack, right? Even though there was no slack really put there, but it was just lacked their better terms. But we're looking at the head-to-head here between Ratel and Schwan here. Obviously, damage taken onto the side of Ratel because he did die more times than Schwan. But the damage dealt there, obviously, you start to see that late-game potential here coming through for the Rose Fencer Charlotte.
Yeah, same thing I'm going to point out in every game, right? The kill participation rate, 100% for the side of Nongshim on this class lane for Ratel, meaning he had no time to farm, right? Nova were constantly threatening that you have to take a fight with us because if you don't, we're going to take turrets for free. We may not be able to burst turrets as quickly as you can, but if you're not there to take the turrets as a trade, we win every single time.
That's a bit of a scary stat though, right? 32k damage only dealt by the pay compared to the 61k by the Swift Blade there onto the side of Nova Esports. It's not how you want to pay the play. There we go. I almost tripped over myself the second time there. The double alliteration almost killed me, but we revived. But again, I feel like a different matchup as well here into the farm lane. It was a bit of a questionable one, but you can kind of see what they went for. They were looking to try and get the split push, but it just didn't quite come to fruition here with the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it's very difficult because once again, it's a one-time hero, one-time usage hero, right? Mostly for the defensive capabilities on the side of Nongshim, right? The moment you use the Fang's second skill, Private Ear, second skill, wheel away, that is your one chance of escape. And once it's done, it's over. And of course, with that being said, the MVP for this game coming from the side of Nova has to be the jungler here, Mr. Kongling. Swift Strike 5-0-5. Never seen when he doesn't want to be, but when he lets you see him, you will only see a flash.
Exactly. See a flash, sheer strike. It is Kongling once again with the second MVP of the series. I think this is his third MVP overall of Season 4 Invitational, but definitely well deserved. Able to kind of like lock down Haku on this pay and really turning him pretty much from a tiger into a kitten on this game number 3. Basically doing the same thing that Nongshim did to Nova Esports in game number 3.
I really like this because there's so many different things they can take a look at. Now, we know Siri as the private ear, the Fang, known for big burst damage, right? And ideally, you want to have everyone grouped up together. So Nova doesn't really group up together in the team fights until they see Siri use his first skill. And then everyone comes together, and this is where the huge AoEs damage coming from the rest of the team is just insanely scary.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just look at this one here on the highlight reel. Just the track down of Siri, the track down of Ratal. Once they knew that team wipe was on the gorge here, they knew that this was going to be pretty much all she wrote as well. But again, a beautiful game here by Nova Esports. A valiant effort by Nongshim to try and take another point from them. But I dare say the draft was definitely different on the side of Nova Esports.
Yep, the idea was there, but the execution, unfortunately, was not available for the side of Nongshim Red Force. So this is going to be the updated standings here. Group A, as we already know, Nova gets the 3-0. This will be the final result for the side of Group A, I believe. As we head into Group B later on today, the remaining 2 best-of-5s will decide the fate of DMT and Boom and Kagendra. I don't think DMT will have their position shaken, though.
I mean, we've had surprises today so far, right? Obviously, Nongshim was able to take a round off of Nova, so I don't want to count Team Hawk out yet. But we'll see how they perform onto the gorge. But they are currently out of both of the groups. They are lowest game results so far. So yes, they're a new team. They've got a lot to prove. Can they take down DMT or at least make a blemish on their game results a bit further?
Yeah, at this point, it's all about the win-loss ratio. So, Boom and Kagendra, they're kind of hoping, hey, Team Hawk, you have to help us out here. Win the series against DMT Dominator. If you can't, take a couple of games off.
Exactly. They can't lose any more games onto the side of Team Hawk. They need to win, right? They need to get a single dub onto the board, just so they don't look like the worst team going into the knockouts, right? Because obviously they're going to be the prime suspect for either Team 1 or Team 2 of Group A. So Team Hawk definitely need to kind of put their strides in with this next series.
Right, so I think we'll be heading over to the stage really soon. We're going to lay eyes on Mara again as she takes an interview with the Nova boys here. Curious who they are going to be interviewing at this point. But once again, Nova, very strong performance, good lessons for everyone to learn. So Mara, take it away.
Nova representing Malaysia really well, showing us how it's done, having an easy time here on stage. Once again, congratulations, Waypit, congratulations, Xuan. You know, at this point, Waypit, you make it look so easy, and we're all wondering, are you guys even having a hard time? What are the challenges that you guys have right now to make sure that you have a smooth run all the way to the playoffs?
No challenge because we are very good. We know each other's job and we did very well.
So there's no challenge. All of you know each other's job and you're doing it really well. And it's very evident. We see it in the Heroes Gorge. Now, Xuan. We're wondering right now, later on, okay, we're going to have the bracket for the knockout stage, bracket draw. Will you be able to give us any clues as to who you're going to be picking later? Just any clue.
They are already sure they are full strength. No surprise to Nova.
No surprise to Nova. Okay, so there's no surprise to Nova, but how about for the bracket stage? Is there any clues to who you're going to pick for later?
Malaysia boleh.
Malaysia, okay. So the clue is, for the bracket draw later on, it's going to be Malaysia boleh. Oh my goodness. Well, let's talk about the teams because they've been fighting all 4 days. You've seen all their strategies. Do you think that all the teams have shown their full strength? Or a team, do you think there's someone hiding their strategies right now? Do you think any teams are hiding their strategies?
Yeah.
Any surprise? Do you think they're going to surprise you later?
No.
No surprises. No surprises. And you know what? I think even if there are surprises, you guys are able to recover so well. Wait a bit. A lot of Malaysians are so happy right now. What do you want to say to everybody supporting you?
Thank you for supporting us. I love you.
Oh, he loves everybody. And if you love Waypit, if you love Schwan, if you love Nova, give us some taps, give us some hearts, and write it down below how much you love them. We got a lot more coming up, 2 more matches. So don't go anywhere. More action for you, only here in KIC, in KIS4, in honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We'll be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Ochan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jrul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jrul?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka.
Konten apa?
Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap gak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya?
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Toket itu.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Let's go! Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucap dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kuladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, gendarang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank medley, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi.
Coba kau lihat aku cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari.
Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, Kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me a good sing a sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, provide me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me ni, aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buat yang lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat.
Welcome back. It is time for the second series of the day. Dominator Esports going up against Team Hawk. This one is going to be interesting because if Dominator wins this clean 3-0, they secure their position as number 1 in Group B, meaning they get to pick between the 3rd and 4th placing of Group A as their first series going into the knockout stages.
I mean, if you look at the 3rd and 4th placing so far of Group A, neither of them are easy teams though, right? Like, you're looking at Blacklist and Nongshim Red Force. Like, if you're Dominator Esports, do you send a message? Because obviously we saw the fans reacting to the matchup saying, hey, do Philippines proud, just don't lose to Indonesians. So does Dominator think, all right, bet, let's try and beat Blacklist in the first round and get them eliminated in the first match? Or did I take Nongshim and see if they haven't been hiding their true colors?
I feel like they would want to pick Blacklist, and then hopefully Nongshim, with their old reputation of being the PH gatekeepers, will be able to deal with Boom or Kagendra, right? And with that being said, we will see how the story unfolds as we go into knockout stages. Now, this is an important day, not just for Dominator Esports, it's also for Team Hawk, because Team Hawk, obviously, they have had the, I won't say the ideal run for them, but today things could change if they switch it up a bit.
It could change. It definitely, all it needs to do is learn from the past 3 days. Obviously, they have been a brutal 3 days for Team Hack. Obviously, they are the team that seem to be a little bit of more trying to adapt with everything that's going on. But speaking of everything that is going on, Jakarta Assemble is an in-game event right now, and you can help your team reach the peak and claim amazing prizes right now. Nova is top number 1, and then BTR second, Blacklist third, Kagendra 4th, Boom 5th, 6th is DMT. Team Hack actually lower the table. They are number 7th, and then Nongshim all the way at the lower of the board here.
All right. So, I mean, with all of the codes that you see later on in the game at the bottom of the screen, as we call it, the lower third, key that into the event itself. You'll be able to claim points up to 1,000, I believe, per day. And this is where you get to redeem prizes. So if you have not entered the event yet, there is one thing I think everyone wants to redeem, which is the event-exclusive recall that will only be released on the 8th of February. So save your coins, save your points for that as we take a look at the entrance of Team Hawk as well as Dominator Esports as they approach the arena.
Absolutely, and there's DMT as well coming through. There's TNX, the jungler for them, as well as Bal. And obviously there we have CC, also their one of their newer players onto the team. Very well played. We are still yet to see their full potential, right? Like TNX, definitely stepping up and made improvements.
Yes, and I feel like we'll explore a little bit more about this difference between the two teams. So obviously we have the new invader. I like that title, right? Team Hawk, they are brand new to the ecosystem as a team, but not the players individually, right? All of them have had experience in the HOK ecosystem. So far, the results haven't been really to their favor. But then once again, now they're put against one of the strongest teams coming out from the IKL, the rising predator here, Dominator, with pretty decent wins across the board.
Yes, obviously a big rising team. Obviously, for those that have been with us quite for some time, obviously Dominator Esports, not quite the same Dominator Esports back from when it was 2024, KC 2024, where we saw them take top 2 teams. But they've definitely been a bit of a staple name since that moment, right? Like, they've definitely been able to be part of every international competition, bar KIC. But now they're here to obviously put their spin on 2026. But this is the head-to-head as the team overall. Kill participation, there's a drastic difference there.
Yes, and of course, I think the biggest marker that we are going to be exploring today for both teams is the fact of the average goal. Team Hak have been unable to find that initial goal lead, and this is where their games kind of start to falter, right? Because they don't really have the advantage in the game, and that's where things get immensely harder for them. Dominator, we already know what they can do with the goal lead. Team Hak, we don't know yet. So if Team Hak can get the initial growth that they're looking for the past 3 days, then that would be, I think, the winning formula for now.
Yeah, speaking of winning formula, we're looking at towards their farm lane there. Obviously, Siri is not the new member of Dominator Esports. Don't worry about that. It is CC. The difference here is going to be that average GPM. The damage as well is a stark difference. The KDA overall. I mean, if you're in the farm lane and you're settling with a 0.9 KDA and you're meant to be the carrier of the team, maybe that's where the weak link is for THQ.
Yeah, so Team Hak at this point, I feel like Lola is trying to adjust his best, right? He has been trying to find out the formula for number 1, winning the lane, and number 2, his position during the team fights. And as we explore the other different members on the side of Team Hak as well, I feel like John has been the most consistent member coming in from the side of Team Hak. Now, he needs the help of his jungler here, of which this matchup is the one that we are most curious about, right? Bai against Tian X. How does this work out? Because both junglers have this tendency to go in, but can the team catch up and, finalize and cement that victory in a team fight?
Yeah, both junglers playing on 2 different time zones, aren't they? To the rest of the teammates. So it's like, oh, I'm an hour ahead. Like, come get me, guys. It's like, yeah, no, we're on Filipino time. But anyway, this is Team Hak being introduced right now. Obviously, a team still yet to get a single game on the board. Team, obviously, by there. He was on RRQ previously last year, and Nua was on Kodak as well. John was on, I forgot what they were called, but they were in the MKL, so they definitely have their accolades with them, right? So they are definitely a band of players that are just looking to form their identity.
Yes. So, the first things about having a team is the fact that you want individually strong players. And I think these players do fit that particular aspect. Right now, the biggest challenge for Team Hak would be, right, we have 5 good players. Can we get the chemistry going, right? Do they have their synergy ongoing? Because now you're going to be put up against a team that, although kind of newly reorganized, with CC coming in, Tufts coming into the clash for the side of Dominator Esports, they are very well versed. They are very well executed in HOK already.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the one player that's really been surprising me this entire Season 4 is definitely been Joel, the man on the screen right now. He's been racking up some MVPs, man. Like, he is definitely showing like he is going to be like a mid-lane maestro as he progresses and keeps performing within the Honor of Kings Esports.
Yes, that is what the one thing that we really want to see out of players, especially in HOK, right? But it's not just about being a strong player, it's about being a consistent player as well. And having the mid lane priority a lot of times means you get the initial rotation, you also get the ability to get the pickoffs out of the blue, right? People don't expect, they don't know when those rotations are coming in. So that will be the point that DMT are looking to achieve. But let's take a look at the teams at this point. Let's talk about Team Hak first. They will be represented by Bai in the jungle, Lola in the farm, John in the clash lane, Nua in the roam, and of course Man in that mid. So the 5 members on the side of Team Hak, they're looking to change their fates, change their destinies today.
Exactly. Sure, looking to just kind of put, like I said, trying to form an identity, put a bit of a bit of a reduce onto their win rate right now because they're currently at 0 points. But this is their opponent for today. Is going to be represented by Dominator Esports, which is TNX into the jungle, L into the support, CC into the farm lane, Gerald into the mid lane, and Tufts into the clash lane. So I'm really interested to see how John handles Tufts in that clash lane, because that's generally one of the Tufts is one of those guys that kind of have like an early rotation play style compared to most of these clash laners that like to go for the 1v1s for quite early on.
Actually, I would like to argue that both Tufts and John have similar play styles, right? They like to make those big setups for the team. And the only difference here is that for Team Hark, they haven't really been able to match up with the pacing of John. And that is going to be a problem for Team Hark if they don't fix it today. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Dominator Esports, we'll talk about the support first. So let's go. Indo Pride, bring that KIS4 trophy home to Indonesia. You guys can do it. Mr. Riz C, or maybe it's a Ms. Riz C. We have felt your love, and I will talk about Dominator here. Tufts, I think he will be one of those clinical players on the side of DMT to really put Team Hark in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, I mean, Dominator so far been putting a lot of these teams into headlocks and getting in the death vice grip as well, right? Like, obviously, they're top of their team B, right? So it goes all the way back to like day number 1, and I think like it was the interview with Joel, and Mara asks like, do you have any words to like Boom? And it's just like, yeah, well, you made a mistake by picking us, you know. And that's kind of like resounded throughout the entire competition so far, is that Dominator Esports are dominating the competition in Group B.
Yeah, staying true to their name at this point, which is a sight for sore eyes, right? We definitely wanted DMT to achieve a lot more from the years of 2024 to 2025, and now 2026 as we go into the first lap of 2026 HOK in our honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. DMT have definitely impressed. Now, impressing is one thing, consistency is another. Team Hark, they will be on the blue side, so they get prio, pick, and ban. What do you feel like is a good way to start this draft?
I mean, they need to play all the punches, right? Like, do they look to give, obviously, John, obviously, a big pick for themselves, or do they go for more of a team identity, right? Do they go for something that's like, right, okay, yes, John has been kind of like the standout player so far for THQ, or do they go and lock in, obviously, something that's a little bit more like meta right now and a little bit more sought for, like either the Lung or the Lapu Lapu, or even like the Chana, right? Just try and get something that's solid into one of the farm lane positions, or maybe even try and lock in the Chicha, right? Because obviously Chicha only surfaced one game in the entire of those last few the 4 games of the last series.
Yes, I think, you know, the success formula for Team Hark here, we really want to dive deep, is let's give John and Bai the great picks, right? Because we need that early growth from Team Hark. The jungle needs to find success. John needs to have a good matchup against Tufts. And if you fulfill that first portion, naturally, the trickle-down effect is that Lola will have the space to farm. He will be having less stress. He's going to find those optimum positions to get damage in.
Exactly. Let's see where they can get the damage in onto this team's right now. But obviously, we do keep pointing it out that THQ are currently sort of like bottom of the low board here. Not a single round yet to be had. They're looking to change that. Obviously, it'd be great for them being the new squad on the block, especially from the MKL region. So I'm pretty sure they'll probably be seeing them again within the MKL spring, no doubt. But getting into game number 1 here, the banner picks are going to come through very soon here. Obviously, last game we did see a heavy focus. Once the Chicha was picked by one team, it was banned out every single game. Same goes for the Ali.
All right, I'm curious what goes on into the mind of Team Hark's coaching staff here. Now, they're going to ignore, or rather put to silence, that refresh combination. So Twilight might not be ideal here because the Dolia has been banned away from Team Hark. They're going to be exploring a different start to this ban and pick phase. I feel like maybe Team Hark will start off with the Clash Lane pick.
potential pickup of the Clash lane as well. Obviously, depending if Chicha goes through here into the ban phase, you could potentially see Chicha first pick as well, because then it doesn't necessarily have to be inherently into the Clash lane, right? You could obviously lock it into the jungle, into the farm lane. There's a lot of potential there, but I feel like the Dolia ban seems to be a lot more prevalent now because just of the synergizing picks that you get with a Dolia have just been enhanced quite frequently.
Yes, it definitely has, right? Now, Dominator Esports are going to take away the Luna as well as the Pei. These are by specialty heroes as well. We have seen by, particularly with the Pei, the Tigress, he has performed pretty well a lot of times. So Team Hawk, this is going to be a different style of drafting, at least in the jungle role. Now, Team Hawks now have two different options. They can go with the Roam as the prior pick or the Clash. But you know what? Flexibility first. Let's pick up the Chicha.
Exactly. Flexibility is always first here as well, because it's also going to make sure that it's going to keep Dominator Esports guessing of where it's going to go. But they lock in two big red picks that have been pretty much dominant onto the red side here, the Zhangfei as well as the potential Martial Monk here with the side of Tough. So we know where these two picks goes, but they are solid picks in their roles.
Okay, I'm going to give a quick shout out to our colleague here, Sagi. Sagi talked about this matchup. If it is in the Clash lane, it's not ideal for the Martial Monk, right? The Forge Maiden should be able to do well against the Dharma in the laning phase. That is if this Chicha goes into the Clash lane, because we already have our support being hovered for Team Hawk, so that's going to be the Dream Wanderer, the Zhuangzi, which is a great answer to the Dharma out.
In the name of the law, I will
Exactly. A great answer to any CC, right? Like, if you have a lot of CC onto the side of Dominator Esports, which is already kind of coming to fruition here with the Martial Monk and the Beast, you are going to be wanting to use that Dream Wanderer, use that Shuangzi's ultimate, and just to kind of get your team out of there alive. But when you have so much CC, right, like, you're looking for a very big window here. Like, the setup for the Boardmaster and the Beast is one that can really upset the scales of a team fight.
All right, we talked about double Ds, now we have a double B. Still a combination to really fall head over heels, right? Because Dominator, this is going to be really scary. One of the ways to really counter against the Zhuangzi pick is double down on the CC. Now you have three different members on Dominator Esports that have the potential to force out an early butterfly effect from the Dream Wanderer. This is a great start for DMT.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely going to be the draw right here, especially even onto just not only the Dream Wanderer, but the Mana Strait as well, right? Like, yes, you have the legal immunity to get you away out of those slippery situations, but you've got to choose wisely, and on top of that, you have a potential Featherfoot looking and stalking on every wall, and TNX has been loving this pick. I mean, this has been a pick that's generally come through quite frequently onto the red side here as well. Obviously, the double smite potential here, obviously using the execute, the Jihad and Jade Seal, is a definite good way to secure these neutral objectives, but looks like potentially here, are we going to get the Dream Wanderer even to the Clash lane and then Forge Maiden at the jungle here, or vice versa?
It looks like that's the case. I mean, there's no way the Zhuangzi goes in the jungle, right? Right?
No.
And
exactly.
Garo would have
names,
been...
Jean Q.
Yeah, Garo's a great answer here, right? For those of you that are new to Garo, the piercing arrow, she deals additional 50% damage to shields. So this is late game, like Dominator Esports W written all over it.
Oh, absolutely. Huge opening up, a huge answer to a lot of the shields as well, right? Like, the fact that they have the piercing arrow, they have the Garo onto the side of Dominator Esports means that they're going to kind of be able to melt away a lot of the health bars and the shields here of the front line of Team Hawk, but they're going to be careful here onto the side of Dominator Esports, because the only way they can really try and get into that backline there is either with the Reef Heart Datu or try and use Celestial here very aggressively.
Yeah, Team Hawk's win condition here, I think they have to initiate first. Because if you allow DMT to start the fight, DMT ends it very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly indeed. I mean, there's so much kind of damage, so much potential here with the Fade as well in terms of pick off of the backline. So if they get rid of the Nuwa, obviously that's one of the big damage outputs here, especially towards that latter part of the game. and then obviously the Magistrate as well. I feel like looking at the draft of THQ is like, if the Shuangzi is going to be up into the Clash lane here, it's going to be hard for him to actually rotate and support the Magistrate as much as possible.
Yeah, and like, what kind of build do you go for? Do you go for a sustained build or do you go for a tank build, right? Because one of the main strengths of having a Fade, which is the feather foot for TNX, is the fact that he plays around the usage of hit points or health points. So the lower your health, then the easier it is for TNX to get rid of you. So if you can actually out-sustain his damage, which is a rarity at this point, especially if Team Hawk don't get the gold advantage in the early parts of the game, I feel like DMT is going to start walking all over them right after that first Tyrant.
I mean, only time will tell, right? Like, let's see if they can actually become not a doormat, but maybe a trapdoor for the side of Dominator Esports. They step on them, they fall through, they fall to a pit of spikes here, and then finally THQ finally gets a game win. But right now, obviously, make sure you are taking place and part in Jakarta Assemble, which is the in-game event currently going on in the game.
Oh no, DMT, Tufts, they have found the answer, which is to just 2v1 this guy, right? Numbers advantage.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Just keep Reefheart that to top side of the map here. I just hope that Lola can kind of help himself. And it's not the best matchup, though, to be honest. I mean, Bai's taking a lot of damage here into the mid lane as well. That taking Liberties is definitely smashing the Forge Maiden. But Lola, on the other hand, you're putting against like a short-ranged, mid-range marksman against the Garo. That's a bit of a spell for disaster.
Yeah, looks like we're facing a little bit of a tech issue here. Not to worry, we'll get that fixed in a moment. But let's talk about this composition in its idea, right? We know what the game plan is very clearly from this side of DMT. But what do you think is the game plan for Team Hawk here? Because, I mean, ideally, let's start with Lola first. Lola goes for the tank build. He's able to sustain a little bit longer against the Garo, and hopefully through damage over time with the Doomsday and Sparkforge Dagger, he should be able to take down the big tanks on the side of DMT, right?
He should be able to. Obviously, logistically and statistically, he should be able to, but whether DMT going to give him that kind of just cause to do that is going to be another thing that we need to see, right? Because obviously, not only do they have the Fade, they've also got the Martial Monk, right? So backline is not going to be the safest place for this D-Ranger, especially if Dream Wanderer and the Reapart Datu are looking to stay paired up at the top side of the map, you know?
Agree. Because right now, I think Lola, once again, I think Team Hawk is kind of putting him in a sacrificial position here, right? He needs to hold his own against a, number one, super long range piercing arrow Garo, and a shield value that almost never disappears in the form of Zhang Fei Beast. So, I don't know, man. Lola is having a tough time.
Oh, they're going to have a tough time regardless, because, I mean, like I've already alluded to, the range being completely outranged by the Garo is something you don't want to be doing. Obviously, D-Ranger naturally has probably one of the health pools of most of the marksman heroes down to the bot side of the map, but still, going up against the Garo and just kind of being laced with these arrows from a very safe distance, and the fact that your support's top side of the map until obviously Space Bright comes through and then maybe potentially get a bit of a TP down there to put the pressure onto the Garo, you kind of just leaving Lola to the wolves. It's kind of like he's just drawn the short stick of THQ. They're just like, you know what, guys? Someone's got to draw it. We need John to have the best laning phase as possible. So unfortunately, you are going to be left alone down to the bot side.
Yeah, this game is all about the duration of the fights, right? The longer the fight goes, I think it benefits Team Hawk a little bit more. Number one, Bai on that Chicha, really gets the final form of the Forge Maiden, able to dive in with the ultimates, get the lifesteal, get the stuns, get the huge burst. At the same time, this is one of the unspoken strengths of the Zhuangzi, especially if you build her right, or him right, is that actually the longer the fight goes, this Dream Wanderer hurts. And you will be able to win team fights off of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obviously using the first skill to kind of just like poke and slow the enemy, but then also use the butterfly effect to just kind of mitigate any of that kind of crucial team fight setup here from any of the CC orientated heroes, especially Marshall Monk, especially Zhang Fei as well. But I'm really interested to see how the synergy really plays here between Joel and Tufts, right? Because obviously this is a combo that we like to see. The fact that Yixing can create any wall for Tufts, so he doesn't necessarily have to kind of be looking for that key setup. He just needs to be pretty much communicating with Joel, knowing when that board's going to drop, knowing that he can go in with the Truth Mantra and catch so many members of THQ.
I love that you said that, because that's definitely one of the things that they are going to be looking for on the side of DMT. Here's another one, right? Instead of Joel setting up the team fight, it's actually L that's going to help set up the team fights. With the Unbridled Outburst, you land everyone against the wall. Number one, for Jill, easiest board of your life. And number two, easiest second skill of your life. And then you know what Tufts is going to do? He's just going to hit you in the face.
It's very true. It's very true. But I mean, that all comes down to communication, right? Like we're hoping that Dominator's communication is on point, because rather than just having 2 moving parts, you've now got 3 moving parts, which is going to be a lot harder to execute than just having the Yixing and the Dharma try and formulate and synergize. You've now got to try and like work in L here. But from what we've seen of Dominator Esports, I don't think it's not impossible for them to do this, but I think they want to kind of just make sure that they're winning this one to go forward, to make sure that they definitely cement their place as the top team within Group B.
I think they're definitely going to be able to pull off the impossible at this point. Right now, it's about Team Hawk. So let's talk a bit about Team Hawk, right? Because I think we've made it pretty clear in this bottom lane for the farm. Lola, he's not going to get the Fire Hawk. That's number one. He's not going to get the Fire Beak of his side, because it's going to be a 2v1 the entire time, which also means that Spiketail Beast is a guaranteed for the side of CC. So that's 3 camps guaranteed for DMT. So Team Hawk, they really need to win this initial aggression on the top side, the Clash lane. The Space Sprite as well as their own Spiketail Beast cannot go into the hands of DMT, because once that happens, you lose the goal. There's no way to recover.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you don't want to be giving over so much resources over to the likes of TNX on a feather foot, right? Like, as soon as he gets that lead, I mean, it's pretty much the same story what we saw from Nongshim and Nova in the last series, is the fact that Con Ling, for 2 out of the 4 games, was able to get a stable XP lead. And if TNX gets that same kind of lead, it's going to be scary, not only for XP, but for the gold resource as well.
Okay, we need to give a little bit of hope for the MKL fans here for Team Hawk as well, right? Now, there is a tendency that TNX might jump a little bit too early than what the team would prefer. And perhaps that could be what Team Hawk is planning their way as a comeback as well. Now, I don't know about you, but I have seen Amox in the MOBA genre. He's known for being creative in the bans and pick, but not just for the picks, but the way that players execute these picks. So I'm curious if Amox has like a hidden trump card in the way that, you know, this draft has been done for Team Hawk.
You can only hope, right? You can only hope that that's the case, because obviously, yes, obviously, you have the element of surprise with these picks. We don't normally see the Dream Wanderer come through, right? Like, I mean, we go back to KIC 2025. The Dream Wanderer into the jungle, we were just like, okay, maybe they're cooking in the IKL, and then it was just maybe they're just cooked by the Filipino heat, and that was actually the case that happened. But not to have a surprise pick and then have a surprise way of playing it is definitely going to reinforce the potential of those picks, right? Because you kind of just can't rely just on the element of surprise. But they drafted that, but then they can't play it. You know, it's kind of just like, whoa, they drafted something different, but it's like, oh, this player has never played this hero at all.
I'm pretty sure John has played this hero before. I've been watching this guy's streams. At the same point of time, you know, the most curious thing to me is the fact that he actually took Frenzy, right, on this Dream Wanderer song. Yeah. And that tells us that he is hopefully relying on the lifesteal, but also the damage over time of his second skill. That is the most scary skill, because you have stacks. The more stacks you have, the more damage you deal. It's this same concept as the unrivaled warrior, the Lu Bu. Maybe not as much damage, but there is plenty of sustain as well.
Oh yeah, a very sustainable hero, Dream Wanderer is, and then obviously pairing that with the Frenzy, obviously not quite the common skill you generally used to see it with in the support role. Obviously, support role you generally go with heal or restore, but going for that
Smite.
sprint, definitely going to kind of like potentially, execute if your name's Kindofu. But we're going to go for a short break, guys, whilst we just sort out this tech pause. Thank you very much for sticking with us and hearing our yap. See you soon.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Momo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jerul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jerul?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya
Let's go! It is time to head back into the game at this point. Thank you for your patience with us. Let's continue talking about this. Zhuangzi here. I've seen the comments. You guys are kind of like, no, not the execute support. What do you mean, no, not the execute support?
They're just talking about you, like they know you're on broadcast. They know something fishy is going to come astray. But I mean, speaking of fish, Dream Wanderer is riding a whale, so it's only natural that people think something fishy is going to happen.
I mean, I can see the potential of it, as I was speaking to Isaac the other day, right? Everyone has the potential. It's about realizing that potential, and if there's any player to do it, I think John can. But John needs to show us something.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said before the break, before the tech pause break here, it's all well and good having these pockets of prize picks that kind of like make us go, ooh, ah, but it's how you execute it. There's got to be a certain way or a reason why they want to go for this, right? Obviously, we were talking as the countdown happens that obviously it's got to be fall damage, right? Potential here, fall damage for the Shuangzi, especially having to take Frenzy as well, because quite a lot of damage can come through in the late game, as you were saying.
Yeah, but that's the curious point, right? Because if you take a look at the composition on the side of Team Hawk, they also need a tank. And in professional games, you have to do one of either. Hybrid builds, especially if you have a squishy lineup, might not be the answer here. So John either goes full tank and hope that the team survives the initial catches on the side of DMT, or he just bees the carry, gets the damage in.
Exactly. He's got to look at it, doing either tanking or doing the damage, right? Obviously, those are the two alternatives. He can't really kind of like... I don't see a way that like going hybrid, like part tank, part damage, because I feel like you got to commit to the bit, right? Like they need to, John, that is, needs to make sure that the damage either comes through or he's just a secondary front line to the Refart Datu.
Okay, let's talk about Nuo then, right? Taking up the Refart Datu here, also known as the Lapu Lapu. What kind of plays do you want from this guy? Like to have success for Team Hawk, what does he need to do?
I think just better engages. Obviously, we've seen the Refart Datu today. A little bit overzealous there by Namu on the side of Nangshin Red Force. But I feel like that he needs to kind of be like going in, getting precise pickoffs, maybe even just playing to a strength of intel. So just getting the intel for the team as well.
making sure that the setups for the rest of THQ are executed not blindly, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I think Noah needs to find like those initial engages, right? So now with the state of the game, let us give you a little bit of a brief. We're going to start from the first minute of the game here, and I think this is going to be a very important marker, right? And what I'm pointing to is, I'll start from the beginning. Sorry. So what does John do in the Clash lane? Can he find the initial lead for the team? Because we know that Lola is going to be put on his own in a 1v2 situation against LNCC. That's a guarantee.
I mean, maybe not, right? I mean, you can already see that Nua is down to the bot side of the map here as well, right? Like, he ditched John. Maybe John said a really bad joke before the previous match. That's why the technical pause happened. And now he's down to Lola. He's like, right, okay, he cracked better crack for me. So I'm going to go down to the bot side of the map there. And we know that, obviously, that 1v1 matchup against the Garo and the Magistrate here is not the most fruitful. So having Nua there to kind of just try to, like, upset the flow of CC on this Garo is probably the goal here for THQ.
Yeah, but the story's still the same, right? DMT, they have a fantastic laning phase at this point. It's a 3v2 with the added benefit that Jill is here as well. They should be able to steal this Fire Beak away, unless Nono or Lola gets this miracle last hit here. And it looks like, yep, that will be secure. This one goes into the hands of Jill. And laning-wise, Lola is not going to have a good time.
Not a good time at all here. He's definitely going to be playing sort of hands close to the heart, sort of under the turret for a little while, even though that still doesn't make him safe from CC, right? Like, he's still going to make sure that... I feel like Noah is going to have to be joined to the hip here of Lola, just to make sure he's actually sustainable in this laning phase.
Yeah, I think the only time Nono leaves his farm lane alone, Lola, is if he manages to get his hands onto CC somehow, right? I think CC, you know he plays from an extended range. There's no way Lola manages to get those free hits in without having to trade blows with CC here.
Yeah, 3 hits, had to force the flash, so if he forces the flash, he's already pretty much committed a bit, right? Like, he cannot get back out, and the only problem with Garo as well, right? Like, those arrows, they are literally, like, they can crit, and they're doing a lot of damage. Like, look at that. Like, even just to the minions there, clean out the minion waves, it's just such a quick, and I feel like it's a really good pick up here. Like, I'm more happy about the Garo pick onto the side of the DMT than I am about the Dream Wanderer onto the side of THQ.
Well, that's because there's a good reason behind it, right? CC, when he activates his ultimate, or his first skill, sorry, he also gets a slow with the crit and magic damage. So everything you want in one pot here. I mean, this is kind of like the one pot pasta you see online. That's a great recipe.
Oh, absolutely. Very tasty too. So let's see some tasty kills here from CC. Obviously, Bobby shining and doing a lot of damage in the late game, right? Obviously, Garo late game is not one to be frowned upon. You don't want to be kind of underestimating the damage from this hero.
Yeah, and I like this position by Joe. He's not showing himself, but at the same time, you look at it forces Man to walk in a very far, long direction here. And this buys a lot of time for DMT. It may not seem like much, but look at this. Simple positional advantages gets them the early wave clear. They can start rotating. Lola and Nono, once again, got to be put in a tight spot.
Exactly. Put in a tight spot, the wave clear just being completely eradicated there for CC. More gold going over to his favor here. Jill's actually pretty low right now, thanks to Bai here, but he has to escape. He does have the passive up as well, but Man, he's been caught in a place there. It's giving the takedown from TNX as well. Parkouring over the wall. TNX doing that damage, that long range damage, that once you're on the wall with a Bever Foot, you're able to attack from a distance, but still not quite enough just yet, but it's going to be a crucial setup here. That first blood going over to the jungler of DMT, going into that 4-minute mark is the place where DMT want to be.
Yes, exactly the combination we talked about, right? There is, it can be done vice versa. L be the setup or Joe be the setup either way. And so for this particular exchange, Joe's the first one to go. DMT lay eyes on the first neutral objective, but I think that the team fight is more important here.
Oh, very much, very important. Whoever loses this team fight potentially lose the Tyrant as well. But there it's going to be nice. EC immune here, procced by John. Looking to try to get a bit of pressure onto TNX, but there it is. We get the Heart and Jade steal, but it forces both of them out of there. John gets taken down. Nua being lambasted with those arrows from a distance from CC on the Garo. Really set up there a good team fight from DMT.
All right, so I think it's pretty clear what the game plan for the side of THQ is, right? They want to allow Bai to get as many stacks as possible, unlock that ultimate form, and use his ultimate, as well as that final open range snipe. That is that killing blow that they're hoping for on the side of Team Hard. But for now, because there is a significant gold advantage for the side of DMT, that combination is not possible. And right now, John faces the middle of 3 different members on the side of DMT, and this is all but a guarantee that the Tyrant will go into the hands of Dominator Esports.
Yeah, obviously using the Celestial there, using the Emergence, just trying to get some foresight onto that Tyrant, but the Annihilation came through a little bit too late there from Mon. Means that not only were they able to go back and get their own jungle onto the side of DMT, they were able to then just take the T1 down to the bot side, get the Tyrant as well, so really great objective focus here from the side of DMT.
There's too many steps to take. Tufts here, he should be able to hold his own in this 1v2. And once again, Team Hawk, they commit 5 different members down here. It's not working out, right? DMT are all across the gorge. T1 guaranteed at the top. CC got to be responsible for this. He's already at level 9. He's 2 levels ahead of Lola. Definitely has the gold advantage. He also has the EXP advantage, and they didn't have to commit any skills here. So DMT playing all the cards right.
I mean, just as we sort of like take part in this team, not even a team fight, it's literally just Tufts holding off every man and their army onto the side of THQ. But you saw the positioning of Elle and Joel, right? Like, they were positioned pretty much diagonally, so they weren't able to miss a single person that was going to try and gank CC. And nobody on the side of THQ bothered to gank them. Now they're down to T2s, T1s, into the top side of the map here, and now comes the board, now comes the taking liberties, and now comes the kills. It all comes into fruition here for the side of DMT. That's a 4-1 trade for now as they look to approach more. Quadrant kill for the side of DMT. Penta for CC.
And this might be one of the fastest games down here. They have a minion wave at the top side, but DMT, they understand what's the risk here. They don't want to be greedy. They have quite a few low members here. Let's take the other rewards instead. CC going to probably take this Azure Golem away, and what a beautiful team fight. Pretty sure the replay will be coming soon.
Huge team fight. I mean, the fact that having to use that Annihilation just to try and clear out a little bit of health onto those minion waves and just make it a little bit more manageable for the side of THQ, who are behind about around 6k gold and 7 minutes, kid. That is not a deficit you want to be in if you are THQ.
Absolutely nuts. And this is one of the reasons why, because there is not enough damage on the side of Lola. Lola needs a lot of time. He needs to fulfill 2 things. Number 1, he needs the damage. And secondly, he needs that tankability. Oh,
there it is. Potential setup here for the team of DMT. A lot of ultimates being exhausted here just to drive away THQ from the potential mid lane takedown here. So, yes, they did lose a lot of ultimates there, like the Truth Mantra, like the Unbridled Burst, but they were able to get the T1 into the mid lane as well as that T2.
Yes, so still value achieved for the side of DMT, right? And every single silence arrow now by CC is getting more and more dangerous. It's essentially a 4-man disruption play. Tufts with the Truth Mantra, Jill with the board, CC with the Silence Arrow. One more board going to be laid down. They won't be able to get another target at this point, but it does not matter. T2 is secure by DMT.
Yeah, they're looking to push all fronts here as well. John gets taken down on the Dream Wanderer, pretty much making it a nightmare at this point in terms of the pick, right? Like, it didn't really have the setup that we were kind of alluding to into the draft here, that could have potentially have been. DMT didn't want to get to that point in the game, right? Obviously, takedown of the T3 top side of the map here. T3 into the mid and to the bot side, not looking their most healthiest, and there's no stopping now. They have 2 minion waves going through into the mid and bot.
This is not an ideal situation at all for Team Hawk. T3's in the mid and the bottom under pressure from DMT, and this should be a guaranteed T3 in the middle. No, they will successfully clear the wave, but here comes the ball from the side of DMT. One more wave, T3 at the bottom as well. This one is going to be secured, and now all that's standing in between Mega Minions as well as the potential loss of the game is that T3 in the mid.
Exactly, literally the last frontier for the side of THQ, but now it's going to be that T3 into the mid lane right now, because let's be honest, in terms of the gold lead here, it's not comebackable, right? Like, they would have to take 2 mega team fights and basically lose 1 member onto the side of THQ just to try and reclaim their jungle, reclaim the neutral objectives at this point, because they're behind by around about 8k gold, and DMT are running away with this stonks.
Yeah, with 8k, you truly could say DMT have 8 in this particular matchup here. 9-1 as well, 8 in terms of the difference of kill score. Now, Bai has finally completed his rapacious fight, but DMT coming back with more bites here, a double objective take. They don't even have to use a smite onto TNX. TNX should be able to get that Shadow Overlord with his ultimate as well, which means time is running out for Team Hack here.
Team Hack definitely on the doomsday clock right now, right? They are looking at it, and it is pending. Obviously, speaking of pending, is those pending arrows from CC on the Gara right now, and just from that long range distance takes down the T3 into the mid lane right now. The board does get committed here by the board master, as well as the unbridled outburst. But it's been that CC immune from John, but it's just too impressive. The damage coming through here from DMT, and the takedown of the crystal means they take game 1.
Yeah, beautiful work from the side of DMT. They couldn't even finish TNX, who was on death's door. One more hit, the emergence, once it landed, it would have taken TNX out. But that is the story of game number 1. Just super crisp, great understanding of what the lose condition on the side of Team Hack is.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there was probably multiple lose conditions there as well. Was the fact that DMT was just so aggressive in the early game, right? So aggressive into the farm lane. Lola didn't quite have the greatest setup there. The draft, I feel like, was already a means of an end for Lola, right? The fact that they drafted such a sort of short-range hero into the bot side of the map, the Magistrate, against the Piercing Arrow, to me seems like it's kind of like a done deal, especially when Nua wasn't able to put the pressure on to the Piercing Arrow as well.
I think regardless, even if, let's say, you get a long-range farm laner, who's the longest range? Let's say even if you get the Consort G, right, with the protecting winds, you have physical immunity, it does not take away the fact that CC on this Garo still deals extra 50% damage to shields, which instantly kind of cancels out a lot of value that John brought as a Dream Wanderer Zhuangzi, right? And then you actually have the disastrous combination available by DMT. We've seen it so many times. Joe come in with the board, L come in with the Unbridled Outburst. There's so many things that could go wrong, and every single one did.
I mean, you are right, but obviously the fact that they were able to kind of draft the Garo at like 5th pick just means they kind of like threw everything off to the side of THQ, right? Because obviously if the Garo came through earlier within the draft, you could probably look at trying to go for something more of a stable early game jungler that would go and help, right? Obviously something like the Pay, get the pounce on, kind of close the gap, but also have the range to kind of make sure she doesn't escape, but do the early game damage. But obviously Tuff's the only member that dropped onto the side of DMT. Everybody else at a no death run.
Report? No, I'm just kidding. CC as well as TNX. Reversing their kill scores here, their KDA, 6-0-3 for CC, 3-0-6 for TNX. And I mean, they were the two difference makers in this game because they were the clean up crew. Everyone was just a setup. And mirror performance by L and Joe as well, 1-0-10. Goodness me, DMT looking so strong.
Very dominant here against THQ, but obviously for those watching at home right now, THQ is still yet to get a game onto the Gorge for themselves. So DMT already dominating the competition, and then obviously they get THQ at the end of day number 4 here, well, midway through day number 4, sorry, and their last team within the Season 4 group stage. It's already kind of showing that THQ has a huge mountain to climb here if they do want to try and get a dub onto DMT, but there was like props, weren't they, right? Like obviously there was times where the damage coming through here from Man was enough to kind of like hold off DMT for a brief moment, but I feel like Dominator just completely drafted to their strength here.
Oh yes, they didn't allow Bai to play his game as well, right? This is one of the things about having a pick that everyone is familiar with. Yes, Chicha, the Forge Maiden, has been newly introduced into HOK, but we do have sufficient time. We know what the win condition is. Bai needs to get that stacks in, and he was not allowed to. So DMT really fully took advantage of that, and adding on with the pressure by CC had a pretty clean game.
Oh, very clean, uncontested, majoritively of the game as well. Obviously, we did see in the early parts, after we had the tech pause, that Nua made the directional change of going from top side of the map down to the bot side, because he knew that Lola was not having a fun time prior to that one, right? So trying to just make sure that he's able to kind of lock that down and try and sort of like mitigate this freight train that was CC on the Gara that got the pentakill, you know? But it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can get a pentakill, it already shows you the massive goal difference, right? Because you need to have such a huge lead to be able to take it. At the same time, because of the way that the kit is available for the side of DMT, once you get caught, especially by the board on Jill, there is no escape. And that's how CC got that pentakill in the first place, because they were all locked in. They couldn't find the correct escape route, and riot it was. DMT, what a beautiful game number one.
Yeah, absolutely. Big, I mean, we don't like to say it on broadcast, but it was definitely a stomp, to say the least, here for DMT. They were trampling all over THQ from the word go, unfortunately, here. But, hey, sometimes you gotta have a painful lesson is a good lesson, right? So THQ need to bounce back in game number 2. Let's leave the whale into the ocean, and let's actually draft something that's a little bit more conventional into the clash lane to go up against the Dharma.
Yeah, and you know what's the scary part? Is that this is not even a super expensive draft in the farm lane for DMT, right? Still many options to explore. The Aaron is still available. Arlie, they themselves have the Long and the Diwenjie, the Magistrate, available for DMT. So Team Hawk, the ball is in their court, right? But, you know, the guy who had full control is going to be your MVP, CC on the Garo with a pentakill. You know, the moment he got the penta, MVP was in his hands.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't say control without CC, right? CC generally stands for crowd control. Whether it actually stands for CC with this guy, it doesn't matter. All it means is just he's doing crucial, critical damage here on the Piercing Garo with the 603 KDA. As you can see in these highlights as well, he was just very rarely contested, man. Like, they had the Zhang Fei in the front line, Tufts Joel set up the boards and the fists, and then he was just sat far behind, just lacing with the basic attacks.
Yeah, and the fact that this game started with TNX getting that initial first blood meant that TNX already had that level and gold advantage. And back, and look at this beautiful board, goodness from Joe, and you know what? The rest is history.
The rest was history, yeah. Like, literally, the whole setup of the team of DMT, like we did say in the draft, right? Like, it either comes from L, comes from Joel, but either way, it was all pretty much just all she wrote there, TNX just doing so much damage.
You know, at this point, when we take a look at gameplay like this, you want to question, okay, the last kill, guaranteed that was given to CC. He was telling everyone, stop attacking, let me get the penta. But at the start of the game, right, at the start of that exchange, did CC plan for the quarter kill? Do you think that was the case?
Hey, I mean, I'm not too sure, but I mean, the fact that CC gets $500, if my teammates stole that kill from me and $500 was on the line, I would not be teammates with them anymore. Because, I mean, they're cheating themselves out of $100 as well, right? Like, you'd be like, hey, let me just get one more kill. We got bang, baby. And that's exactly what CC did, so...
Yeah, that's why I'm not on a pro team, right? Not because, you know, I'm not good enough. It's because I would have stolen. Yeah, I would have stolen that pentakill any day. But of course, this is a team game, so props to DMT. They actually give CC his first penta, and this is his debut season into Honor of Kings. So to get a penta on your first 4 days into KIS4 for the start of the year, in lap number 1 for Honor of Kings. What a way to start the year.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not even the fact that we're into the knockout stage as well, so this guy could still rack up another pentakill if he wanted. I mean, hey, why walk away with 500 when you can get 1k after another one? So, CC on Dominator, I believe it's the first pentakill of Season 4 Invitational as well, right?
Based on my memory, I think it is. But you know what? Yeah. We can be wrong. It doesn't matter. We'll take a look at what's going to happen from here on out, because that pentakill is not just a pentakill. It is a big hit into the confidence of Team Hawk here. What do you do to recover?
I mean, aptly titled hero name, Garo, piercing arrow not only into the pockets of THQ, but into their hearts as well, right? Like, you are the first team to be the victim of a pentakill on the last day of group stage. They definitely need to kind of like gain their mental a little bit higher here as well, right? Because I mean, you don't have to be like a detective to know from that interview with Nova who they're picking potentially as their first team going into the knockout stage, right? Obviously, they said Malaysia Bule. Whether they misunderstood the question or that was the hint, and I can only see one other Malaysian flag on the, the invited team. So THQ, they've got to kind of swallow this pill and then potentially swallow the pill of Nova being their selector of them being the first team in the knockouts.
Yeah, and it feels really difficult because every single team, every single matchup, the opponents are just, they seem to get stronger and stronger. And if the next matchup after this series is to head into the welcoming arms of Nova Esports, this is going to be quite the challenge, right? So Team Hark, this is game number 2. They have reverted to the red side, counter pick side. So DMT have prior pick for this one. They will take up the Liang. You know what that tells me? I think you know.
Yeah. So some high mobility heroes coming through, whether it be TNX's Luna, whether it be the Maisha in mid, they definitely want to go for something that isn't going to be suppressing them. But I mean, hey, THQ, they drafted Dream Wanderer. They may as well go and draft the Dong Huang, right? Like, may as well go, if they can't have one suppression, take the other one because they love these picks.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, Dominator. I thought they wanted to talk to the moon, but it looks like they will not take that pick for TNX. So something else is cooking in that pot for DMT. Team Hark, though, what is this next ban? Is it going to be the higher? No, interesting. They want to leave it open. So that's going to be the Lapu Lapu or the Rifa Datu taken out. So Twilight Dolia, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, honestly, it could be the Twilight Dolia here. Obviously, there's a lot of pairings. They could go like we've already alluded to, the Nerdser. They could even take the Lung as well, right? Obviously, CEC had a fantastic game into the farm lane. Why not give him some extra reassurance that he can have 2 Infinite Vastness rather than 1, especially going up against something like the Zhangfei and the Haya here as well, the Evernight Aspiration.
Actually, I would even go as far as to say they could take up the Yuhuan here for the side of Dominator Esports, right? Team Hark, I think they're ready to give away the Twilight, and the game plan is very clear. We can get them the Twilight, but it is a necessary step that Man, who is going to be handling this Evernight Aspiration for sure, that he locks him up in the team fights. So you lower the healing effectiveness and that ultimate usage from TNX.
Very true, but obviously he does have his CC immunity before he goes into God mode, so before you can even proc the CC immunity here, the CC onto him, you've got to kind of like make sure he goes into God mode, which is then another problem, you know? That's just another layer to the cake here of the Twilight Yang Jian, but Dolia is definitely going to be giving the Celestial Melody over to either these 2 players, right? Because obviously there is the Aoyin, the Lung coming through as well, so again, potential late game performance here for CC.
So do just go for a huge burst potential like the Garden Mo or even the Nua for the side of Dominator Esports here?
Yeah.
So many options.
You could do, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of wave clear, you want to kind of have something that matches higher here as well, right? I mean, you could even go for the Garuda, right? Obviously, it's been having a big presence today. Obviously, wave clear is fantastic in terms of trying to kind of like give aid to your teammates, but then also using that Featherstorm there is also going to be able to kind of like drive away the enemy team.
Yeah, I like this ban from Team Hark here, taking out the Tsuya as well as a Lady Churn here, Cascada and Divine Enforcer, both of which are great answers against the Ogren, also known as Soul Guide.
Yes.
But once again, this is a point of the game where we are at HOK. So many more options to explore. Team Hark, you're going to take up the Aaron, the Laurel Princess. Is this going to be enough?
They can only hope so, right? Obviously, we have seen some positive performance here from the Aaron so far within the tournament. Is it going to be what they need here? Obviously, burst potential here for the ultimate could be a problem for Dominator Esports. If they do manage to find out that sort of like sneaky sort of like target that's roaming around, they can do a lot of damage. But again, it's getting those items on the errand here, but again, the Mighty Conqueror coming through here for Tufts and potentially the store Chet Angela into the mid lane. Again, that's a frightful, easy combo. When you just sitting in the brush, able to kind of just get the lockdown onto somebody, it's going to eradicate them, especially these squishier heroes.
Yep, and okay, for those of you that are new to HOK, Scorchet, also known as the Angela, is one of the prime heroes to be a tank shredder. So the life of the beast, Zhang Fei, the life of Ogren, the soul guide for the side of Team Hawk, Bai as well as Nuo Hyun might not have the best time if Joe as the Scorchet gets the full combination.
Yeah, if you get hit by that full combination, that's it. It's pretty much GG. I'll see you at base in a few moments, depending on how far you are within the game. But yeah, something like the Ogren gets hit by that. I mean, even the Path of Passing is not going to be quick enough to get you out of there as well, right? Like, if you see that Path of Passing come through and Ogren comes straight down that runway, you know for a fact Joel's going to be aiming that combo right at that point.
Okay, but if we take a look at what's happening here, Team Hawk, they have a good start to the early game as well, right? Because Soul Guy, the Ogren, when he uses his Path of Passing at level 1, I think he definitely has a much faster wave clear, jungle clear compared to TNX on this Twilight Yangjian. So I'm curious to see if Bai does not make use of his early game advantage, then Team Hawk is going to have a very, very tough time once again. He needs to be aggressive this game.
Oh, very aggressive. He needs to make sure that the Ogren's a statement piece, right? Soul Guide is a statement piece. Like you said, having that way of actually being able to kind of like faster wave clear, create your own kind of like ways around the gorge as well, just to kind of aid your ability to clean up your own jungle, but potentially put pressure onto the enemy jungle. You need to be doing that with the Ogren. You can't kind of just like put him in a box and it's a trophy piece. You know, he's got to be that statement piece for the side of THQ if they want to try and get a victory here against Dominator Esports.
All right, so we have already set it in stone. We know that Team Hawk, this draft, this composition, they have the potential. But as we said, everyone has potential. They have to make it work. DMT here, this is potential series point if they take this game against Team Hawk. And it feels like their draft is completely available for them to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the potential, right? Obviously, late game potential of the Rose Fencer. Obviously, the Charlotte here for John, actually going for a conventional Clash laner this time around. Big ups to your boy. But then, obviously, Mon on the higher. You've really got to be making sure they're going for the correct chess piece here onto the side of DMT.
You need to clear the wave. It's so important, and this is exactly what they need to do. So by actually going in for the first touch spore camp steal, which is great. That's exactly what needs to be done. Right now, it's about protecting the other buffs as well, and knowing which camp is, DMT TNX starting with.
Yeah, it's basically like where they go in. That's the one thing that I think like THQ we need to know as well, right? It's like the intel enemy team here. Mon looking pretty low. I mean, that could be a kill there, but I mean, there's not much firepower onto the side of DMT just yet to claim those kills, but they're definitely going to be able to kind of put a lasting impression onto the side of THQ for now.
Okay, luckily for this other Team Hawk, that is going to be Man who actually takes that camp for his side. So even though it is not going into the hands of Lola, it's better in their hands than in the hands of DMT.
Oh, absolutely. They want to make sure they maintain this resource lead, or at least try and kind of gather a resource lead like they have right now. It's around about pretty much non-existent, but it keeps flickering and flirting with about 100 gold difference, which is not kind of like where you want to be. You want to kind of make sure it kind of like goes higher here, but it's a good stepping stone here for THQ in this early game.
Yeah, well, at least in the farm lane, it's definitely in favor towards CC. At this point, he does have more camps taken in comparison to Lola. So this is not going to be an easy game for Lola in the farm lane once again. But Team Hawk, I think the rest of the map is pretty much in their control.
It is for now, right? Obviously, they do have the mini waves now are naturally crashing into each other, so they don't really have the priority there. But maybe taking the space sprite is going to give them the ample need they need to go across the gorge here. Obviously, they are able to get the extra bit of resources, also gain themselves the needed teleportation, which they might need down to this bot side here, right? I mean, CC is making sure work of this T1, regardless of it having those shielding mechanics.
Yeah, but you know, the big damage is here, which is CC has taken yet another spike kill beast against the camps of Team Hawk here, which means CC is already having a steady growth. Take a look at the goal difference here in the farm lane. He's already more than 1,000 ahead of his counterpart Lola, and that's not a good sign for Team Hawk.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. CC, up around about 600 gold at this point. Obviously, yes, it's probably the difference maker, maybe a tier 1, tier 3, tier 2 item, but it's definitely something you want to kind of put a cap on or a kibosh on here if you are THQ, because that's only going to kind of snowball out of control, especially if they allow CC to get to that late game potential too early.
Yep, and CC is not even the main problem here, right? If you take a look at the itemization just now, no, the roam for the side of Team Hawk, he actually went for the Boots of Fortitude, which tells you that if Joe lands his full combination, no is actually going to be gone.
Yeah, absolutely rinsed, right? Like, obviously, the maybe build magic resistance first item after your support item, maybe here, if you are Nua, just to kind of have a little bit of chance of survivability for the side of THQ. Because, I mean, the front line, obviously, as soon as Nua falls and you don't have that unbridled outburst to be by here, he's going to take a bit of a beating as well, especially if it wasn't Jill with that combo that shut down Nua, right?
Yeah, if it's not Joe, it's definitely tough, right? Or CC, because the both of them can actually deal consistent damage over time. That's going to be a cause of concern. Here we go!
Oh, absolutely rinsed there. Mom was just like, let me book you a ticket to the Shadow Realm. And then Jill was like, no, let me take you to the graveyard. Mon getting taken down first blood here for the side of DMT. As the neutral objective just gets onto the Gorge. A good pacing of a pay here.
Yep, turn to ash instantly, and that's the strength of having a score chat on your team, right? The Angela for the side of DMT. Now with that success comes more success, right? Success begets success. They get the first time of the game as well for the side of DMT. Now, Team Hawk, what is this rotation that's going to happen? Because Jill, he might get a free kill here. Oh!
He might do indeed there. He gets by locked. I mean, Mom was the first victim. Now it is bye for bye. As his blue buff comes up as well. Is this something they're going to contest here? THQ John trying to go in to get the kill here. Onto CC. He gets the dunk. But can they reclaim that Azure Golem? But no, he goes over to the side of the MT for now. John, Nua as well as Lola have to get out of here scot-free.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. They did get a consolation prize in the form of CC on this Lung, which is great. But Team Hawk, the big problem here is Bai is not at the lead that he needs to be. He's supposed to be having the EXP advantage, but because TNX is not supposed to have a faster jungle clear. But when you're out of the game for even, 10-15 seconds, that's one extra camp that TNX has against you. And if you take a look at the vision, Team Hawk don't have any.
They have none. They have literally none at the moment, because obviously minion waves aren't quite into the middle of the lane here. Obviously CC down to the bot side is able to open up that T1 down there as well. And looking at that clash lane T1, that's not going to be holding on for much longer either. I mean, that's either CC rotates up, Tough stays in lane, they get a few kills here potentially once the primal bond's been worn off now from that Tyrant. So it's all to play for here for DMT. I mean, this is definitely DMT's game to lose if they choose to give the opportunity.
Yeah, this is oppression maximized, right? Because if you take a look at what's happening now, DMT, they have the goal lead, they also have the EXP lead, which means they need lesser members to get a successful team fight.
Yep, oppression pro max, I think, is the right term for this on the side of DMT. They are definitely oppressing the side of THQ for now. You can kind of see Nua and Bai at the back side here, just trying to potentially see an opening up here. Obviously, Nua does have the Unbridled Outburst. It could be a potential big setup here, looking to try and reclaim that Azure Golem.
They can try, but Bai is not looking too good. Does manage to get it at this point, but the damage?
Oh, the damage is very scary here from TNX. Obviously flies into the back there. Is able to do quite a considerable amount of damage onto Bai here, but he's able to heal up for now. He's able to just go back into his own jungle and just kind of take a bit of a breather here. But that that bot T2 means that Lola on this errand has no safe place just to sit and farm. They're constantly going to be with their team, and when they're behind by around about 700 gold, still is not the position you want to be in.
And definitely not, right? At this point, it's going to be close to a 2,000 goalie going for the side of DMT. Tubbs already has the Frost Gun Brace, so he's going to be tanky. He's going to slow them down as well. So Team Hawk
absolutely
has quite a few problems at this point. Now, in terms of the roam value, they're evenly matched in terms of gold. But because of the huge gold advantage going to the side of DMT, they just naturally win the team fights here.
Absolutely. I mean, another big problem is the fact that we just saw the Master Sword being built there on CC, right? Not only does he have the Eternity Blade, he now has that item as well. So that's a lot of the damage going on to the basic attacks here. Into the backline is going to be TNX as they're able to just take that T2 top side of the map there. Just really trying to be a bit of a funnel here for the side of DMT, but into the backline is going to be the buy. But there's Tubbs doing his job. He gets a takedown. He dashes over the wall, but it's going to be Mon that takes him to the Shadow Realm. John is looking for an angle in onto his teammates, but they are stalking Mon out of this Shadow Realm. He comes through the Moonscape Barrage. It's going to send him back to the Abyss here. DMT picking up the 2 kills for 1.
Yeah, they can't do anything here, right? By being taken down as one of the main tanks of the game is really a problem. But Mono is so low, there is no defense to be had at this point. CC is just getting free hits, and Team Hawk, they have no answers.
No answers just yet. I mean, the T3 maybe falling here as well, thanks to that turret there, but now it's going to be the eyes on the prize here into the mid lane. DMT are not looking at stopping to take any monopoly just yet.
You don't have to, right? Why would you give space to Team Hawk at this point? You're already up by 5,000 gold. You have access into the Azure buff as well. And you know what? TNX with an Azure buff, great. Buy without one, that is tough to have. And this is all before the 10-minute mark. Shadow variants are not even out yet.
They might just feel sorry for them, you know? I mean, it's like when you take your friend to like McDonald's, like a restaurant, right? And they got no money. You're like, you know what? Okay, I'll get you your food, right? Okay, it's fine. Don't worry. I don't want to see you sad whilst I'm tucking into my meal. So maybe that's what they would do. But like you said, DMT, it's just not that kind of guy. They're like, hey, I'm going to buy 2 meals, but they're both a meal.
Yep, DMT have lost too much in 2024 and 2025. They need to win this right now. One of the biggest threats happening.
Yes, onto the back line, John looking like he's going to get taken down here. Even a fastness, there it is, the aggression from CC. Puts some flaming palms down onto Nua just to try and get some of that health bar off of the table here as well. But again, they're just looking to get men off of the board here, off of the gorge, as they look to keep pushing this T2 into the mid lane. The takedown here as well, the Daybreaker being built here by CC. He is online.
Yeah, he definitely is, right? And he's not even the main problem here. The main problem for the side of Team Hawk is actually Joe. This Angela, Scorchet, nobody has been able to catch him. And he has been laying down all of the Chaos Cinders that are necessary. The stuns coming in, combo with the Blazing Brilliance. He's shredding them down to bits.
Absolutely. Like, this combo is scary. Like, the fact is that we don't see it that often within competitive play, but when it comes out, when they've got such a big front line from the likes of the Beast and the Soul Guide here, it's really good at catching out, especially those that aren't face checking, right? Like, Bai has been taken down to, like, I think at least, like, once or twice here by Jill on this score check.
You know, 6,000 gold ahead for the side of DMT with more problems incoming with the mid lane push. Shadow Overlord is flying down. Team Hawk, the time is ticking.
Time is ticking. The upright let Burst disconnect onto 2, but it's no follow-up here from the side of THQ. John here. Rose Spencer tries to get it onto CC, but he's taking too much damage here. The sustain's not going to come through. He meets his maker. John and Mon fall down as well. CC onto the back line, takes down Bai, but with the help of Tough, and there it is. Double kill goes over the Lola. That is a team wipe, and there is the crystal of game number 2. DMT 2-0.
Easy win for the side of DMT. This was a beautiful performance and showing you why a good draft is so important. DMT now at series point as they lead the series 2-0.
Yep, a bit of a hard place for THQ to be in right now, but Nongshim was exactly in this same place just moments ago. So THQ, pull your socks up, boys. Try and get a game from DMT.
Yeah, it's going to be very important here as we go for the reset into game number 3. But before that, let's cover a little bit about this game here, because there's so many things we have to consider. Team Hawk, it feels like at every portion of the game, they're being beat down, right? The draft, it's so difficult to execute. You know, the gold, the camps, everything going to the side of DMT.
Absolutely. When you've got everything that's very important with the game of Honor of Kings, whether it be EXP, whether it be gold,
Whether it be just your little objectives, whether it be like the matter of a spike tail beast being taken away from you, whether it's your blue buff being taken away from you, DMT was just like, if it's there, I'm taking it. They were playing very greedy in this game number 2 and just showing that, hey, even if they go for a conventional draft, even if they go for the new hero higher in the mid lane, it's still not going to be enough to take down DMT.
Yeah, and it feels like this game, at least for me, in my POV, I think Jill has to be the MVP of this game, right? It all started with Jill, that first blood, landing the Chaos Cinders into the Blazing Brilliance. Ultimate down. Holy. Man was not expecting that.
No, I don't think anybody was. I think Man was just like, oh, okay, yeah, I was alive, I blink, I'm dead, you know? Like, that's how much damage comes through from the Scorch, yeah. And it was just a good draft here from DMT. Obviously, as soon as they saw the Orgren as well as the Zhang Fei come through, they knew they needed some kind of anti-tank, right? Obviously, they tried to ban out the Divine Enforcer, the Suya, but they had the answer there for the side of DMT, and it was the Scorch, yeah.
Yeah, and this is going to open up a lot more doors. So even more lessons for the side of Team Hawk today in this day number 4 as we head into the next round of knockouts where results really matter in the games itself. But let's cover about the gold and items for this side for DMT. Let's take a look at what was built for Jill here. Just the Venomous Staff straight into Savant's Wrath. Crazy.
Oh yeah, the anti-heal into the damage is probably the correct avenue to go here, obviously with the Magic Pen boots as well, just to kind of deal just a little bit more damage than you need to. Like, obviously with that combo, you don't really need to do the damage, you just need to land that combo successfully and just hope that they just take the Blazing Brilliance to the face, like we saw multiple times for some of the members onto THQ. But look at that damage, 61k, but still fails in comparison to CC's 87k. This guy was throwing palms across the gorge.
Yeah, from range, right? I mean, the reach that this guy had was insane. But also, the space that CC was allowed in this game number 2. This all came because of the success of the different members on the side of DMT. TNX naturally does not have a faster wave clear against Bai. But the moment Bai slows down in terms of jungle farm, yeah, you're going to start losing, things across the map.
Oh, losing plenty across the map. And that's exactly what was unfortunately here for THQ, is they did lose a lot across the map. As you can see, if you get a magnifying glass, ladies and gentlemen, around about just past that 000 mark, you can see a little bit of white going to the favor of THQ there. It's because they did have a minute lead at one point because they were contesting DMT. So they had the right momentum and the right code, but it was just the fact that DMT seized the opportunity and didn't allow them for that climb to grow any further in their favor.
Yeah, Joe just wrestled that lead from them, right? At the start of the game, Bai was doing well. He went in for the steal on that board camp. Not too much of a response coming in from DMT at that point, but it didn't really matter because once Joe got that first blood, it was pretty unfortunate because that's when you already have number 1 and numbers advantage. You get the extra EXP and gold going into the hands of Jill. Then once the tank shredder is shredding, how do you come back from that?
You don't. You've been shredded, right? You are shredded, you have a cooldown on your health, and then you've just got to wait and just hope you don't fall into the same combo again, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is 4 times the invasion rate. TNX, he took it personally, right? You take one ball camp, all right, I'm going to take all your camps.
Oh, absolutely. Like, literally, like I said, they played very greedy here, you know? Like, we saw from the beginning, THQ decided to be a little bit kind of like adventurous, tried to be a little bit zesty there, like, oh, I'm stealing a few of your camps, what are you going to do? And then TNX was like, all right, bet, let's see where you are in about 5 minutes time. I'm going to just take everything that you own into my favor. It's not even going to go over to me. The majority of the gold was going over to CC there. Obviously, he did have the bigger difference into that farm lane as well, as you just saw there, deletion of Lola towards the end, but head-to-head here, kill participation for L, he was always in the mix, whereas Nua, he was maybe a little bit lost, needs the GPS, because it was only 50% of the participation kills.
Very different, and of course, with that being said, Jill will be your MVP. This guy, I mean, he has been on a tear in the mid lane, slowly but surely improving, and this year might be his year, 2026, 2-1-3, dealing a total of 61,000 damage, but the damage is not the thing. It's the catches he made and the timing of which he made those catches.
Yeah, it's sitting in those important brushes as well, right? And that's the beauty. I mean, I say beauty. I get caught out by this combo so many times when the enemy team is sat in a brush, and it's just the one brush you always fail to check, and you know in the back of your mind, Scorchat, Angela is going to be in that brush, but you don't check it anyway because why not? Live life on the edge. But unfortunately for THQ, they aren't able to afford that living life on the edge because obviously, yes, there is no elimination in the group stage, but going into the elimination, if they fall to this again, it's pretty much adios.
Yeah. I mean, this is why it's so scary, right? Because Jill was actually under level. He was one level behind Bai, but he still got the kill because of the full combination on the side of this Angela Scorchat. And from then on, it really was, okay, CC, what are you going to do, boy?
Exactly, yeah, it was pretty much all up to CC. He was pretty much just being given a bit of a free ride in this game, right? Like, I don't feel like he was taken down, he was contested. The Infinite Bastard saved him multiple times here, and as soon as we saw the Dolia come through as the first pick in this draft, it was kind of like all she wrote, right? Like, we knew the Lung would come through, we knew the Yang Jian would be there, and it paid off dividends.
Yeah, and at this end, CC was just too big to handle for the side of Team Hawk. So this puts them in a great position for the side of Dominator Esports, 2-0 in this series as we head on into game number 3. This is series point for Dominator Esports.
Exactly, but like I said for THQ, hey, Nongshim was at this current state before. They were able to get a game off of Nova Esports. So if Nongshim can take a game off Nova, THQ, you should be able to take a game off DMT. Just draft your most comfortable picks here.
I'm curious whether they will go for the buy pay, right? Is that an option for them now? This is one of the biggest heroes. I mean, I recognize by his pay plays. And this might be a scary notion for them, but at the same time, Trilight is open. But they need someone to aid with Trilight's growth, same as what Jill did for the team in DMT here.
Yeah, I can imagine that maybe DMT aren't going to give over the Dolia now, right? Like, they've had it, they've secured it in the bag. I'm pretty sure it was banned in game number 1 as well. So it's like they knew that it was going to be something that they were going to pick in game number 2, and now they've got it. They're going to take it off of the gorge here for them. But for the side of the MT, I mean, even though some of these picks are expensive, I mean, the Garo, not quite expensive into the farm lane there. The Lung, quite expensive, but there's still so many picks that CC can go for and carry with.
Yeah, I mean, there's the RD, and CC has been on a tear with that guy. So let's take a look at some support for the MKL boys here. Ailing Bob, come make Malaysia proud. And hopefully, that is going to be the case for Team Hawk here. Once again, thank you for your comments. We feel your love and your support. Now, Team Hawk, they need all they can do.
Yeah, I feel like that might just be Sagi's alt account. But anyway, DMT currently 2-0 up from THQ right now. But yes, THQ, let's hear from the fans. And let's hopefully that be enough support for you to carry through and maybe potentially put up a match here for Dominator Esports. Because so far in this series, right, obviously Dominator, by name, have dominated this series. I mean, yes, THQ have been at the bottom of Group A for Group B, sorry, for quite some time here. It is a new ragtag of players still trying to find their identity. And like I said, going into game number 2, right, some of these lessons are painful. So maybe they can come back. Maybe they can learn from all this, but still, they have a point to take here if they really want it.
Well, as one of my gym bros like to say, no pain, no gain, which I don't agree with, but at this point, it really seems like no pain, no gain. Team Hawk, this has been one of the most painful lessons for the year of 2026. But still, lifelong learning, as we like to call it, you have to keep learning.
I mean, that's normally the 3 L's, but for most British households, it's live, laugh, love. And I don't think there's a lot of live, laugh, and loving going on to the side of THQ for now. Maybe so on Dominator Esports if they win this last game, but going into the banned draft here for game number 3, it's going to be the Chicha being banned out here. I feel like this is probably something they don't want to give over to Dominator Esports after already displaying how well they've played with some of these heroes that are just kind of more conventional, sort of like not sought for picks.
I don't know. At this point, simply because of DMT's performance, I feel like give them anything, they can just make do, right? And not just make do, they can shine on that. Now, Team Hawk, they're gonna take out the 2 prior heroes, which is the Chicha as well as the Haya here. Dominator Esports, this opens up so many doors for them.
Oh, he does indeed, right? I mean, they still have the likes of the Fire Ninja to be available. They have the Arlie if they really want to go for it. So much available. I mean, the Chano as well hasn't actually surfaced for either of these two teams yet. So, but no, it looks like it's going to be THQ that's going to give Man the Fire Ninja, the Maishu Nui, in this game number 3.
So, Team Hawk, this is a great potential for the pay, right? Now that you have the Fire Ninja, very early game-centric, very aggressive as well, that's going to be a great pick for the side of Team Hawk. But Dominator Esports is going to respond in kind as well. Okay, we have a good combination here.
Oh, they banned out the Tome Master last game, and now they are going to go for maybe potentially like, hey, look, we're playing mental games here. We're gaslighting you. We banned it last game, saying, oh, we don't want to go against that. And then you turn out, it's like, hey, we won it, and they've got it.
Okay, Team Hawk, interesting. They pick up the Earthshaker here, but only also because the number of big tanks support role no longer available, right? They've already used the Zhang Fei. They've taken up the Lapu Lapu as well. So these are not available for Team Hawk. Now, Dominator Esports, I like the pick of the Toe Master, which is Liang. But Team Hawk, this is a great answer. 3 different knockups to stop both the Warsing and the Toe Master.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's knockup potential you're going to need here for THQ. So team fight potential, especially trying to maneuver around these suppressions. But what's the one thing that's going to make it a little bit harder to maneuver around in these team fights? It's going to be that Princess Frost come through here for the side of Dominator Esports. You drop that Winter is here. You drop that Frigid Prison. You are going to be locking these. What was once a slippery hero locked in place, and then Dominator Esports, I feel like they just need to kind of fill out a little bit of damage here. Maybe give TNX something very bolstery in this jungle.
Maybe someone who forces out all the NTCC properties at this point, right? Dominator Esports, I like this draft. We've seen this before. But Team Hawk, I think here's the winning condition for them, right? Earthshaker and Seafarer, the two of them, they need to make sure that those anti-CC skills are used at the correct time, specifically against the potential catch of the Razor Cavalry from the Warsing on Tufts and Jill's Frigid Prison on Princess Frost. If you manage to do that and stop the Liang Tome Master by L, I think this game goes wonderfully for the side of Team Hawk.
It could do, but I mean, looking at the ban phase, right, they've not banned out the Luna, they've not banned out the Jing here, potentially here for Dominator Esports. They obviously lock in the Parasola here for CC, so even if they decide to go for a tank here into the jungle, maybe potentially something like the Orgrim, maybe something like the Flowborn tank as well, they're still going to have a lot of firepower here, especially for CC, but they do take up the China themselves on the side of THQ.
Okay, so 50-50 matchup on the side of Team Hawk here. Lola, I think this will be the first game ever that he actually has an advantage against DMT. But at the same time, if L is going to be piloting this Liang in the support role, that kind of cancels out a couple of things from Team Hawk. This requires Nono as the Earthshaker to really soak up damage so that he can get the wave clear going.
Exactly. I mean, it's a bit of a double, a battle of the double smites, right? Obviously, when you're in the mirror domain here with the Broken Mirage, you obviously get double the smite here as well. But then also over to the side of THQ on the Featherfoot, you have the Hardened Jade Seal and your smite as well. So it's going to be a pretty clutch deed here for both of these two junglers if they're contesting these neutral objectives.
Actually, I like this, right? The draft by both ends. This truly is the hunt or be hunted lineup. Because if you get that initial initiation you're looking for by either team, I think it's a guaranteed kill. You win the team fight off of that.
Yeah, exactly. Whoever gets the first pick of the bunch here, obviously into the team fights, whoever gets the pickoffs onto and makes it a bit of a handicap here. Like you said, it's either hunt or be hunted, kids. So let's see if THQ fancies the hunt or fancies to be running away with their tail, trying to be pinched out here by Dominator Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this game is all about the clash lanes, right? I feel like the clash lane setups are going to be super important here. If Tufts gets the Razor Cavalry catch, that's a soft guarantee into the frigid prison for the Princess Frost on Jill. And then, you know, we know what happens next. But on the flip side, for the side of Team Hawk, if the Seafarer on John, if he gets that set sail up to the T, that also opens up a lot of doors for Buy on this Fade to finish the job.
Very true. I mean, there is a lot of setup here. I mean, from historically within this series so far, in terms of setup potential, I mean, Dominator's definitely showing that they've been able to set up these big initiations, these big plays, more so than THQ, but I'm willing to be proven wrong, and I'm pretty sure Chat is willing to be proven wrong as well, right? Nobody wants to see a 3-0. We want to start to see some of these series start to go the full length here as well, just because we love the action come through from these players, and obviously this is the last day of the group stage, so this is the last day that these teams know that there is no real kind of potential elimination for them. After today, after the break, they come back, there is time to be... It's when the realization hits is the fact that you may be out of the competition.
Yeah, and that's additional pressure. Whether teams thrive off of that pressure, or whether teams will, you know, shine, or even be taken down because of that pressure itself, that remains to be seen at this point of time. Of course, we're going to hold a short technical pause at this moment just to fix a couple of things here. But in the meantime, what do you think about this draft so far? Is this something that Team Hawk can use to shine?
Hopefully, but I mean, hey, Team THQ now have Spartanker and Noel in the audience to give a bit of support, so maybe that'll be enough for them to actually get the win, right? Obviously, fellow countrymen, countrywomen coming through here to give support to THQ, but yeah, in terms of the draft here, obviously, you've already alluded to the fact that there is a lot of setup between these two Ts, like you said. If the Seafarer, the Sunset, is able to catch on to the team here, it's a potential great starter for the likes of the Fire Ninja, the Earthshaker, to then kind of like capitalize on that and kind of further increase the crucial crowd control potential here from the side of THQ. But the potential of catch out here, obviously, you do have the Tome Master, right? So you can imagine that L is not going to be trigger happy with these suppressions. He's going to be timing these pretty well, and he does have the 6-7. There we go. We do have the fact that he can force out the flash as well as that combo. So there is many factors here at play for both Dominator and THQ.
Yeah, both teams need like the perfect setup, and so we're going to set up as well. You know, Team Hawk and Dominator. Our sizes are M for jerseys. You can send them over to us. I will come over to Indonesia to collect them.
Yeah, we want more jerseys. We got fairly little jerseys at KIC 2025. Bit of a disappointment there that the organizers didn't want to give us anything, but hey, you've got to shoot your shot. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so we want freebies.
I want Tian X's jersey. And with that being said, this is going to be the extra chance that they're looking for, right? So DMT, of course, both sides, DMT and Team Hawk, looking for the same kind of results, but for very different reasons.
Exactly. Very different reasons. Obviously, Dominator Esports want to be top of their team group here, Group B, unless there's some kind of like shake-up that may happen with Kagendra and Boom, but I'm pretty sure it's solidified here for Dominator Esports. The next series is all about who gets that second place and who gets a chance to pick their team and their first victim into the elimination stage. But Tech Pause has no longer paused. We are now back into the game. We are getting into the potential match points here for DMT, or can THQ end the dream run here and actually make Dominator believe?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you really need to, just get the punches in, right? Because this is potentially your last game before the knockout stages. Lessons have been given, lessons have been learned. We'll take a look at how this is going to go down in this game number 3 between Team Hawk and DMT.
Yeah, so far, obviously, playing quite cordial here. Obviously, both of these two teams, they want to make sure that they don't kind of overstep here. But speaking of which, overstepping, John kind of just being forced into Tufts T1 here as he's just trying to push away the minion waves, trying to get to level 2 first. John actually gets it there, so he does have the combo with the 1-2 here come through, if needs be. But he has no support top side of the map here.
Yep. It's I don't think it's a bad situation for now for Team Hawk. Right, they actually have Prior over the Fire Hawk at this point, which is great. But Joe can definitely change that right here. And for now, that will be going into the hands of CC, I believe.
It looked like it. The last hit did look like it go to CC there as well. Obviously, if you look at the gold lead, it is ever so slightly into the favor of DMT. Mon looked to try and go for a bit of a rotate down to the bot side of the map there. Did actually force out the ulti of the Jing, but was able to live to tell the tale.
I mean, it's okay, right? At this point, before the 2-minute mark, expanding your flash, I don't think is the biggest loss. So, Man is in an okay spot. Now, it's more of like, okay, where do they get this advantage from? Because DMT, because of that take on the Firehawk at the bottom side of the map, they have a slight advantage going in for their gold.
They do have a slight advantage so far going in terms of their gold here. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to actually maintain that one onto the side of THQ. They've had it before, right? So maybe, just maybe this time, they're able to keep it now, but there it is. It's going to be the set sail comes through onto the back line here, but now it's the Razor Cavalry pushing around the side of THQ by having to use the Hardened Jade Seal there. Just going to be driving them away.
Yeah, important usage of the ultimate here to get the potential deterrence here, because they definitely need it. They're trading now, all of a sudden, 5,000 gold against DMT. And unless Lola can, figure something out on his own here, it feels like the farm lane is definitely in DMT's favor.
Oh, absolutely. DMT, CC here, having a bit of a free ride down to the bot side of the map here. Lola, obviously, the Chano is a bit more late game, right? Obviously, CC, he's just looking to get that Doomsday Sparkforge dagger as soon as possible.
We'll see how this first exchange is going to be. Nono doing a good job of opening up the map for the side of Team Hawk. But the most curious form here is this 1v1 between Tufts and John, because both Clash laners have the ability to really keep their opponents in lane, and I feel like that will be the game changer here.
Yeah, a true game changer indeed, right? But at the same time, obviously, DMT is now ahead in terms of the gold lead right now, obviously able to steal that away from THQ. THQ, however, or DMT, in that same sentiment, have not fallen to the first blood yet. So really, like I said, as the game literally kicked off, it's a very cordial pacing of the game, right? Like, nobody's actually been able to be caught out just yet, regardless of this CC combo that is the Tomb Master and Princess Frost.
Yeah, very important point, right? Because if you take a look at what happened, Team Hawk, they didn't have information on where the different members of DMT were at, but the moment they saw that 3 different members were at the top, they're trying to make life difficult for CC. He's gonna try.
Oh, he's trying to go in with the 2v1. He's trying to get something out of this one, but CC, he was just like, all right, bet. Even though the odds are not in my favor, I will still try and get resources. But they actually were able to put the pressure onto Lola enough, so he has to recall here. So pressure into the bot side here is definitely in the favor of DMT.
And they have the important combination available. L and Joe, the both of them, they have the ultimates. So Winter is here along with the power of the world control. DMT, I feel like, have a great potential, but at the same time, John does have his set sail. So that combination can be interrupted. They're going to start.
They're going to start with suppression with the Winters here as well, really doing a lot of damage onto that Lian post. So even if Nua wanted to, would he use the Tremor Smash that is available right now? Probably not, being so low health.
Yeah, probably not. Tufts here giving information that John is around the corner. This looks like a freebie for the side of DMT. At the same time, Tufts has already provided information for the side of Dominator Esports. So they maintain that very slight goal lead. It's not the biggest deficit in the world yet for the side of Team Hawk. I'm just curious, what does Team Hawk do with this information now?
Maybe just try and keep pushing these side lanes, right? Obviously, we do see the minion waves crashed. They meet in midway, right? Like, they don't really have much pressure here, but it could be potentially the takedown of T1 top side of the map here. CC actually taking a lot of damage. Too much for my liking. It's going to be the Hardened Jade Steel. The first blood comes through for THQ, and L gets hit by the brute as well. On the run is Mons, as they do trade Mon for the 2 CC as well as L, but now it's going to catch onto the back line here. It's going to be that ultimate from the Jing. TNX gets takedown at the Lola, but Bai is looking pretty low. Has to parkour over the wall. John stayed into the mix here, but it's going to be TNX. He misses out the Frigid Prison as well. Now he is trapped in with the Lion's Den, and there it is, the Hardened Jade Seal Bai coming back with some kills.
I like this trade. This is the Team Hawk that we need. Finally, they make a great decision. They take the T1 at the top. They get a couple of kills. They are now leading the KDA in terms of 4-2. And finally, they swing back this gold advantage. It's not the biggest, but it's 500 gold in their favor.
It is, and they have the T1 in their favor as well, right? So definitely kills, turrets, and gold is all going over to the favor of THQ. They've just got to make sure they don't take the pressure off, right? Maybe they're trying to reclaim some of their own jungle camps here. As you can obviously see that Bai is still kind of heavily present into his own jungle, especially with his blue buff up in about 2 seconds time. Wants to make sure he secures those before he goes in for a team fight potentially.
But we talked about the game changers, and that really was a clash game now, right? So John actually has a gold advantage against Tufts. Now they want to put pressure on this Crimson Golem. DMT, they cannot allow this though.
No, they cannot allow it, but they're able to take it though. So it's going to be that Hard and Jade Steel that really denies them and not able to contest that one. It's going to be DMT, so now they have to kind of like reconfigure. Do they go bot side here, try and get the T1 down there, try and create the pressure and basically the opportunity to try and steal their Crimson Golem as well.
Yeah, we'll see. DMT, they have managed to find a response in the T1 attempt at the bottom here. So this is going to be really important because this allows CC the farm. Because in a long time... Well, hang on, Joe.
Joel, yep, I mean, we are seeing a big commit here to the Tremor Smash. He does get locked onto Joel. This Winter is here has been placed down, though, so just before he dies, he has a bit of a Hail Mary there. He's giving that suppression that locks in John into place. They don't want to see any more of those boats coming into the backline here or any more knockups, and there is quite a lot of low health bars onto the side of THQ, and now the Mirror Domain is placed through, and it's giving the War Saint Tufts claiming the kill onto John, but they do trade TNX for that kill, so overall, the trade does go in favor of THQ.
Yo, Bai actually got that execution off of a second split, and CC should be dead.
CC fed to the walls there. He gets sent back. The signal shot, and Lola is able to claim a little bit of revenge of the bullying in the early game of this game number 3.
Now, this is looking great for Team Hawk at this point. Finally, a performance that they're looking forward to. And with this Bai, I think he's found his stride here in game number 3.
Seems like it, right? He's definitely putting not pulling his punches anymore. He is definitely rolling with his team. He's currently 7.1k still. However, though, TNX, regardless of having that one dep on the board, he's not that far behind in gold.
No, he definitely is not. But then once again, this is I think less focus on the gold, right? It really was the setups that have been cleaner from the side of Team Hawk. And if they continue this trend, it's going to be great. Tufts looking to be caught here.
Yeah, Tufts in a bit of a tough situation here. It's giving that 3v1 once again, and the Hard and Jed Seal comes through. But can they claim anything here into the mid lane here? They're able to get the knockdown onto Lola. So, marksman for Clash Lane, I'd probably say that's a decent trade here, especially when the neutral objective has now come through. Nobody to really protect that bot side of the map. So, will we see a trade? T2 top side for T2 into the farm lane. It's looking like it.
Yeah, better for Team Hawk at this point. Yes, you lose that Tyrant, but you get a T2 very much early in the game, right? 9.5 minutes, this is a perfect time. If they win another team fight, this is actually...
Oh, the boat! L in the wrong bush! He gets taken down. The suppression off of the gorge here for the side of DMT for now. Obviously, the Hard and Jade Seal being used here as well. Just maybe just try and drive them away, but it's going to be nowhere. This is so getting a lot of damage, so Bai, he's able to get the takedown of the TNX in that trade here, but also potentially that T2 maybe falling as well. CC's looking to reclaim that Azure Golem.
Yeah, I mean, DMT at this point, they're very lucky that CC is alive, because if CC weren't alive, I think they probably could have taken that T3 at the top here. And Team Hawk, Bai is on fire this game.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely on fire in terms of the kills here. 10-minute game. Now onto the gorge as well. So late game is where Lola should be starting to see a little bit more impact into these team fights. A little bit more damage from the Chano, the pack leader.
Yep, and perfect timing from the side of Team Hawk at this point, because 10 minutes in, Shadow Tyrant in their hands. They can also potentially stop the attempt from DMT if they want to go for the Shadow Overlord. TNX.
Yep, TNX using the Mirror Domain here. Not quite having a fruitful performance here on the Jing, but I remember the last time he picked up the Jing, he actually didn't do too well. He had like a very high death count as well, but maybe that's the case. Maybe TNX is just going to be a little bit of a distraction here.
Yeah, because the true combination has to come from Joe as well as L, right? And for now, oh, nice catch.
Speaking of which, Mon goes down. They're looking for the kill onto the War Saint as well.
Oh.
Tubbs goes down into the back line. John with the access. He's trying to take on a 4v1, but gets taken down by CC. That's a nice little double kill going over to the Arlie right now. And definitely going to surmount that lead, but that T3 top side is where things really start to become a little bit shaky here for DMT.
Yeah, and right now, Team Hawk, really?
Oh! Wow, TNX, he gets the perfect opportunity, gets to take that onto Lola, but can pay back the dividends here. He's looking for CC, he's looking to try and get the Heart and Jade Steel off. And to Noah, but then CC falls as well. I mean, support for Marksman there. I mean, forgive me, Kim, but I don't think that's a good trade here.
No, it's definitely not, right? And the fact that it's a potential shutdown for the side of CC. CC was really untouched this entire game. I believe this is his first death. Now, it's lucky for CC he did not have to use the Frenzy, but right now, DMT, even with all the deficits, they have managed to buy some time for themselves with the Shadow Overlord take. So, Team Hawk, that was great. So far, this past 12 minutes have been wonderful for the part of Team Hawk. But it's starting to lose a little bit of a grip over control. And if DMT gets their way, this could be the start of a comeback.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, THQ still leading the kills here, still leading the gold. Like you said, they did have the pressure. They still definitely have a grip on it, but maybe it's not as firm as it was moments ago.
Yeah, definitely not as well, right? And the fact that CC now is very close towards his fourth core item here. In fact, you know what? Scrap that already completed on the Sun Pool. And this will be the start of a potential turnaround. DMT, they play the cards right. They can clear all the T1s.
Yep, to check the brush here. They go for the right one, but at the same time, it's going to take down a TNX. But at this moment in time, when there's no neutral objective up, it's not really the biggest loss here. Obviously, in terms of damage for TNX, for the side of the DMT, that could be a problem here. But John coming in with a passenger onto the boat here. Joe maybe getting taken down. He's fallen now. That's currently a 2-0 trade here. Now 2-1 trade over to the side of the DMT. The suppression does come through. Falls as well. He is going to be the lead in charge, but now it is going to be Lola and Noah with their tails between their legs, retreating as their T3 is being battered by the Vanguard.
Yeah, this is all for the side of DMT here. They can't TP back home. There's not enough time. So Lola and Noah, they have to save the game, but the T3 has already been lost. And DMT, this is what we're talking about. They can lose the fight, but now the base is open. It's a bleeding wound at the bottom side of the map. And if they lose their lives here, it could be over.
It could be over indeed. CC put a lot of damage onto Noah as well. I mean, they're able to kind of stop it with that minion wave just for now, but it does mean that they have the room to breathe. They have the room to go for this next neutral objective, which is doing the Shadow Tyrant to give them a little bit more damage over. And currently, CC's hitting like a freight train, so having more damage here is going to be scary for the side of THQ.
Yeah, it definitely is. This whole game, I feel it will run down to John's setup for the side of Team Hawk. If they get TNX out, that's great. But now you identify the real problem. CC is fed. They need to get rid of this RLE.
They do need to get rid of the RLE. That needs to be the focal point here for the side of THQ. But whether they can actually catch this slippery Parasola is another question, right? Like, that's what we need to see the answer for here for the side of THQ.
Right, this is all about the rotations here. Definitely Tubbs is going to be a big distraction. But TNX, he's going to try and see if there's any opening. Because right now, DMT, they're starting to even out the deficit at the top side of the map. If they take the T3 at the top, DMT, this game suddenly becomes in their favor.
Absolutely. Gets to neutralize that lead from THQ. I mean, they definitely neutralized the lead in terms of the gold lead right now. But, I mean, we're so late into the game that the gold lead starts to kind of, like, fail in comparison that it was literally, like, 5 minutes ago. But most heroes on these teams will be looking at their finalized itemizations very soon here. But then it all comes down to the execution of these compositions.
Look, they swung back 4,000 gold in their favor on the side of DMT. That's a huge lead being taken away. Yeah. So Team Hawk now, they have to get this next initiation crystal clear, super perfect. Everything lands onto the set sail of John, along with the frigid charge timing and his second skill as well. He needs to land it. If he doesn't, DMT wins this next fight, hands down.
Absolutely, but I mean, they're looking to go for the Overlord first, right? That's going to definitely be another layer of oppression here for the side of DMT. Just kind of like choose where they want to put that Shadow Vanguard down, whether it's mitigate that push down to the bot side here, as they do obviously have control into the top side. There we go. Shadow Vanguard gets placed down, but John does go in once again with a knock-up. Suppression does come through. Gets disrupted by Noah though on the Lian Po, but it's going to be the resurrection that comes through here onto TNX. He's able to escape right now, but can they get the runaways? That is Lola. He gets taken down as well as by DMT, with the Vanguards marching through to the bot side of the map, and with Mon, with Nua on the run, this is where they can end the game.
Yep, they definitely can, right? With the Shadow Overlord flying down on the bottom side of the map as well. DMT, they see the opening. All they have to do is to clear the ways and allow that Shadow Overlord to come in. They don't really have CC, but they should have enough damage.
Yep, there's a suppression. Mon goes down. It's just going to be the distraction here from Noah on the Liempo, but it's just not going to be enough. The damage to take down onto the Shadow Vanguard just is not there, and there it is. He tried to slow the burn. John comes back, but it's going to be game 3 going over to DMT.
Clean sweep from the boys in IKL. I mean, they were the past IKL champions here, and a strong, dominant performance by DMT in this final day before we head into knockouts.
Yes, final day into the knockouts here, and obviously DMT do get to cement their place as the top team within Group B, so they get to choose either 3rd or 4th place of Group A, which obviously we do know now is either Blacklist International or Nongshim Red Force.
Yes, so this is going to be an important marker to find success in the rest of the tournament for the side of Dominator Esports. Now, let's talk about Team Hawk before we move on. Team Hawk, I like this improvement in this last game, number 3. There is potential for them. We can see it, right? And I really need to praise John and Bai for this performance.
Yep. Yeah, definitely they showed up on this last game, but I feel like it's just, you should have showed up earlier within the series, right? Like, that's where you kind of need to make sure that the mental doesn't kind of like collapse to the point where you are trying your best on the last game of the series, right? But maybe it's the kind of like other side of the coin. Maybe that's their true potential, that they're going to be taken into the knockout stage, and we'll actually see a lot more of a stronger THQ when we come back from the break of the knockout stage.
Yep. Setup was definitely much cleaner on the side of Team Hawk in this one. And you could see there were a couple of times where Dominator Esports kind of struggled a little bit, and it was purely because CC survived that Team Hawk couldn't finish the job here. They couldn't really get the turrets that they wanted, but a valiant effort nonetheless from the side of Team Hawk. DMT, once again, congratulations for topping Group B. I don't think with the result of Kagandra against Boom later, it's going to make any difference. So with that, Dominator, let's see what are they going to achieve in the rest of KIS4.
Yeah, it's very fruitful, right? Especially, like I said, in the introduction of this stream as well. Like, the home ground buff here for the IKL teams is definitely showing. I mean, obviously, Kagandra seems to be a little bit of an anomaly here. Obviously, generally a different change-up within their roster, not quite gelling as well. But still, it's the potential that is there, right? Kagandras definitely have a bigger potential that they did have compared to 2025 or 2024, as they were always kind of like bottom of the board. Now they kind of find themselves midway. Let's see. Hope that that's the beginning of a progression for this team, right?
Right, so let's take a look at the itemization and the build here. I think it's pretty clear that the contenders for the MVP are going to come in the form of CC as well as maybe TNX for his performance. But at this point, Team Hawk though, John, I really like the build that he has, very tanky, frigid charge with the Foster Embrace as well. He was the one that was changing the game for Team Hawk because he was opening up doors for Bai. Look at that performance, 9, 2, and 4. Unfortunately, not enough.
It wasn't enough, but it was enough to get the catches, right? So, yes, we started to see a little bit of a blunder here from DMT. I mean, the fact that THQ was able to open the top side of the map, which is something they didn't able to do for the first 2 games of the series, means that there is a untapped potential between some of these teammates on the side of THQ. So maybe, like I said earlier, it's going to be the knockout stage that answers that for us, or maybe it's only time will tell as they continue to progress. But just look like you were saying, Bai there with the 924 with 103k damage dealt, crazy.
Yep, it was good, but not good enough, because if you take a look at the bottom of the screen, CC, 131,000 worth of damage, hero damage dealt over to the side of Team Hawk. He was responsible. And with this scoreline, I feel like the stats have given us the inkling. CC will be your MVP later. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But what a performance, man.
I mean, it's not like King's never been wrong before, so I don't feel like there's anything much on the line there for for the accolade. But the fact is here, you can see within this gold graph is completely different to any other game that we had with THQ against Dominator. They actually had a little bit of color on their side.
Yes. I wouldn't call it a sizable lead, but, you know, respectfully, with the performance they've put up, having a close to 4,000 net worth advantage, this shows the growth of Team Hawk here.
Absolutely. It shows the growth, it shows the potential that it can have going into the knockout stage, which you can only hope that the fact is there's no elimination in the group stage is the reason why teams have been playing so coy, because they're looking to try and go out swinging in the group stage. But looking at these head-to-heads here, obviously damage taken is pretty much not big differences, obviously a few K difference from the damage taken, but damage dealt here from John was really kind of the upset here. And the difference maker, I feel like, within this game number 3.
Yeah, and you can start to see, right? If John gets the angles that he needs, then Team Hawk actually can find some success. So I think a lot of teams will be paying attention to this. And the second player that we need to pay attention to are actually the junglers here on both DMT and THQ. By actually showing us a pretty impressive playstyle in this usage of the Featherfoot Fade. Meanwhile, DMT, Tian actually did fall quite a couple of times, but still, the damage that he dealt for the side of Dominator Esports is super respectable.
Absolutely. Like I said, within the game, like the last time we saw for TNX, it was like very high death, but still they're able to get the kills, they're able to get the win as well, which is more important at the end of the day, right? I mean, yes, you are playing a carry hero into the jungle, and you want to kind of show your pizzazz and your style in the jungle, but if it means you still get the win, you can kind of like, that's where ego starts to kind of like disappear, right?
For sure. And now this is the difference of the roamers here. Obviously, Nono was trying his best to tank for the team, get the setups as well, but every single instance, L just provided the outplays as a team. So much space, and of course, the guy that benefited and brought the team back from the depths, your MVP, Mr. CC, on that Parasolar, R. Lee.
Exactly, yeah. Fantastic performance here. I don't feel like he got caught out. Actually, no, got caught out 4 times. I mean, there was one time in the whole game where he actually was untouchable, but towards the end there, with the combos from the likes of Nua just constantly kind of like stalking the back line, and then obviously John with those fantastic engages with the boats on the Seafarer, as you're going to see in these highlights.
Yeah, I mean, credits to John and Vi, because they were responsible for most of the kills onto CC. And look at this, John. The way that he gets into the backlines on the side of DMT, really impressive. So I think this is something that Team Hawk can kind of learn to lean upon with the play from John. Meanwhile, DMT, my goodness, CC, just keep doing what you're doing.
Exactly. CC just needs to be like, hey, just choose whatever hero you want to go for. Doesn't matter if it's a Garo, doesn't matter if it's a Parasolar, you're fine. We know you've got this. I mean, it probably wasn't his like most cleanest performance in terms of lack of deaths, but in terms of being the kind of like the true difference maker here, especially when TNX was falling so many times, was definitely showing that CC can pull himself up from the bootstraps.
Yeah, and of course, a big shout out to the side of L on this Liang here. He actually saved the game a couple of times because he was waiting for the jump from Bai, and once he got Bai down, CC was just ready to lay the pain here. And once you have the numbers advantage with the ace as well, beautiful moveset from the side of DMT. Respectable performance from the Team Hawk boys, but it's not going to be enough today.
Yeah, I mean, there's been respectable, and then there's winning the games, right? You need to kind of have a bit of a fair balance here between both being respectable and actually winning those matches for yourselves. But standings, as they currently sit here now, we see that DMT are 3-0 and mean they are top of Group B. So Nova, Group A, and DMT, Group B, which surprisingly, going into this one, I don't think I had DMT, my predictions, to be at the top of Group B, to be fair, but they proved me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, same case here. The new year, starts with a couple of surprises. For DMT fans, of course, to them it's like, what are you talking about? DMT definitely is going to be at the top. Well, they are for the time being.
Exactly. I mean, they're definitely going to say that, right? You're not going to be on a team like, yeah, no, we're not going to get at the top. But we'll probably end up like being like middle of the table. Just trying to be completely level-headed. But no, exactly. DMT definitely showing a different flavor in 2026. The new roster shakeup is definitely playing very well with Tufts and CC into the mix here as well. So definitely a welcome addition for DMT as they hope to try and look to go even further into the knockout stage.
Okay, so we're going to end the day with the last series here, Boom against Kagendra. This is going to be a very important time, simply because this determines the placement of the table for Group B. You want to be second place in Group B.
Oh, absolutely. You want to be the chooser, not the chosen, right? Like, you don't want to be, like, left alone, be like, well, okay, who have I got? Blacklist or Nongshim Red Force? Like, you don't want to be the team that has to kind of, like, pick the scraps of the team that's above you, right? You want to be the one that has the choice to go for it. So we'll see who does actually come out on top between this one, Boom and Kagendra. And a lot of history riding on this match as well.
Yes, definitely a lot of history. But let's create some history first. In a short moment, we're going to go over to Mara, who's going to be interviewing the DMT boys. Once again, we don't know who is going to be interviewed for this particular segment. But nonetheless, I think it's an impressive performance. Let's head over to Mara. Mara, take the stage.
Finish for Dominator Esports in Group B. Congratulations, Tianex. Congratulations, Jerl. Now, you guys are seen as one of the top teams here in KIS4. And Jerl, you've been with Dominator for so long. Would you say this is the strongest version of Dominator Esports so far? Or are there things that you feel like you need to improve on to become the strongest all the way to the knockout stage?
I think for now, we're still not strong because our team, we just built around 1 month. And we still have problem about our language barrier. So maybe if we can fix that, we can more stronger.
Just the language barrier, just the communication. Oh my goodness, when you guys fix that, I don't know how scary you guys will be in the upcoming tournaments. Now, Tian X, you have joined the team, and let's talk about the journey from last year in 2025, the up and down of Dominator Esports up until now joining here in KIS4.
I would say actually about the last years, in IKL Spring, we never lose right before the grand final. I would say maybe we should take the champion IKL Spring, but we not do our best lah. So about the EWC also, we didn't qualify the playoff. Yeah, then last year also we no do good in the IKL4. So actually about the last years for me is very, very bad. So I will do more better in this year's. Yeah.
And it's showing that you guys are so strong. Sometimes there needs to be a little bit of struggle, and those things are stepping stone for a team to get even better and to show that true strength. Now, earlier, when I spoke to Nova on this stage, they gave us a hint on who they're gonna pick for the knockout stage. How about you guys? Can you give us a hint on who you're gonna choose? Best hint that you could give.
Maybe I will eat noodles this night.
He's going to eat the noodles tonight. Okay, if you guys know what team that is, let's test out your knowledge. Write it down on the comment section below. That's such a good clue, Tianex. I think they know who it's going to be. How about you, Jer? What would you like to say to everybody who supported you? Because they were loud, cheering for you, and everybody at home who's supporting Dominator Esports.
Buat Domination, thank you banget udah datang, rame banget tadi. Terus tetap dukung kita terus lah buat next match sampai turnamennya kelar.
And once again, thank you so much. You really show your strength and you give us something great to enjoy in tournaments like this. Thank you for such a great fight. And if you guys like the performance, give us a heart, give us a thumbs up, and write it down on the comment section below. But you know what? We have one more match coming up, so don't go anywhere. KIS4 will be right back.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Halo guys, balik lagi bersama aku Momo-chan. Dan aku lagi di Museum Nasional Indonesia. Tapi aku nggak sendirian, karena aku bareng sama teman-teman aku di sini. Nah, hari ini bakal ada misi spesial buat kalian semua. Tapi sebelum itu, aku bakalan bagi kalian ke dua tim. Yang pertama ada Jrul. Tim kamu namanya siapa, Jrul?
Nama tim kita Tim Buko.
Tim yang satu lagi, tim kamu namanya apa?
Anoman.
Misi kalian adalah melangkah bersama dengan para komunitas untuk menjelajahi bersama keajaiban pameran Hauka Wukong Anoman. Dan jangan lupa untuk have fun. Are you guys ready? Loh, kok nggak boleh masuk?
Kenapa ya?
Kayaknya kita harus buat konten dulu deh sama mereka. Kontennya kayaknya harusnya gampang sih. Tapi kalian siap nggak? Let's go! Jadi gimana? Udah boleh masuk belum? Oke guys, let's go! Ini sejarah tradisional Indonesia, ya kan?
Apa namanya? Wayang.
Wayang kulit. Tapi kalau kalian tahu nggak kalau wayang kulit nih aslinya tuh terbuat dari apa?
Saya tahu.
Apa?
Kulit sapi.
Kulit kerbau.
Bang toket itu. Izin.
Oke guys, jadi karena kita udah selesai nih di exhibition yang keren ini, gimana kalau kita lanjut ke immersive di sebelah sana? Let's go! Oke guys, jadi itu dia hari ini kita udah selesai turnya untuk special HOK exhibition juga. Gimana, seru banget gak? Seru! Keren, aku mau ngucapin terima kasih buat waktunya kalian juga, terutama untuk Ace Community. Thank you so much. Dan kita punya hadiah sedikit. Ini spesial karena ini merchandise eksklusif Wukong Anoman. So aku mau ucapkan dan kita pamit undur diri dan kita bakal ketemu lagi di video berikutnya. Bye-bye!
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Del spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi for my party. Push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 ya move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOP. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang ku hulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go this single sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit me mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. If you ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk
It's time to conclude the day, our last series here before we head into the knockout stages. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me once again, it is Blam the Man. How do we feel about this last series here?
I mean, there's a lot of history, like I alluded to before the break, right? So, Boom and Kagendra only really played each other literally at KIC 2025, but Boom beat them twice and actually stopped Kagendra qualifying for the knockout stage. So, Kagendra either trying to revenge this one so they get to the second part of the Group B, or Boom are going to deny them for a third time in a row. And they always say third time's a charm.
Yes, it truly is the charm, right? History-wise, they have never been able to beat them in a full series. So I think we have a mixture of fans in the comments here, obviously looking for this rematch of IKL versus PKL. Not only does this result matter because you want to have the win, but also because it sets your pathing in the knockout stages.
Exactly. I mean, also you've seen how crazy people are at the national clash as well. So generally between Philippines and the IKL as well. So that's always fun to see these fans interact. But most importantly, it's going to be seen which team actually does come out on top this time around. Right? Obviously, Boom, they've been having a little bit of a. I feel like both teams have had the same kind of performance, right? Like we see the Boom lost 3-2 to Dominator, so actually able to take them to a full best of 5, then beats THQ by 3-0, and now it's obviously Kagendra is next, so it's going to be interesting to see how they come out of that one, because Kagendra, they lost, 3-1 to Dominator, and then 3-0 THQ, so difference being that Kagendra lost one less rounds against Dominator Esports.
Yes, so that slight difference there might be the difference maker in this particular series here. Once again, it's a best of 5. It's a global ban pick format, meaning if you use the hero once, you will not be able to use it again. So this is going to have a huge impact because you need to maximize the efficiency and the value of the pick you have in the game itself. So let's jump right straight into the game. I think one thing I'm curious about is how the Clash laners perform, because both Clash laners from both teams have perked and piqued my curiosity. Saule against Miggy, both of them have definitely improved.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Miggy really started to show a lot of great potential in KIC 2025, right? Like, that was kind of the difference maker, I would say, for Boom's victories was definitely Miggy into the Clash lane here, and obviously Soleil coming into this one. A little bit of the unknown Clash lane, I would say. Like, he's definitely sort of like flown under the radar internationally, but definitely put a stamp on his name within the first few days of KIS4.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you see a player who has been put in the sub position come into the main stage as the main roster, normally there is a little bit of test driving time. They don't really hit the standards that they're looking for. But Saule has been on fire, dude. This guy has come in with hopes and dreams ready to be fulfilled.
I mean, look at that puddle. I mean, that's definitely going to show that there's going to be some kind of Dolia play at the potential here for the side of either of these two teams. Massive puddles there. Wave breakers could be included. But yeah, back to Saule there. I mean, the first match I ever saw of him, he played the Baichi. I was just like, oh, okay. So Baichi coming through up into the Clash lane. Not generally a conventional pick, but definitely a more welcomed one. It definitely worked very well. But as you can see here, this is what we're talking about. KIC group stage. Boom beat Kagendra 3-1 in the lower bracket finals, stomping them and stopping them out of the competition.
How apt is it that it was a best of 5 as well? And today we're playing a best of 5. So do we get a repeat of the 3-1, or is it truly a tide turner for the side of Kagendra, El Manuk?
We'll have to see, right? But I mean, head-to-head wise, it's very sort of like neck and neck, you have to say, up until you get to around about the average gold, where it starts to kind of go over to the favor of Boom Esports, as well as the average deaths. And I've already pointed it out. I mean, I'm not to be the bearer of bad news, but average deaths isn't always kind of something you want to be the highest at. You want to get as low as possible, so it shows that you are clean in your gameplay.
Unless you get good trades, which we have seen many teams do today, right?
Play Athena.
Well, unfortunately, that has been reworked, will not happen again, ever. Now, let's take a look at a head-to-head. This one, I think, dictates how the success will come for each of these teams. Call against Fei Shi. Obviously, it looks like Facial has a higher objective secure at this point of time and deals a lot more damage. Better KDA, better kill participation. But stats are not the only marker of success. Let's see what else they can provide in today's best of 5.
Exactly. I mean, it's a 5-man, 5v5 game, right? So, yes, you may be one of the players with the highest stats, but how does it reflect against all your other teammates, right? Like, are they good enough to prop you up? Are those stats literally just you trying and sweating your hardest on stage, but still not actually getting the victories that you deserve? It's all going to be on show here for both of these two teams, because, I mean, they both had the punch the easy ticket, right? THQ, easy ticket, that's both of their wins. Both of their losses is against DMT, who obviously just had the easy ticket that was THQ here as well. But yeah, that's where they start to see the difference between these two teams. The fact that Boom had a little bit more fire, a little bit more punch in them to get that 2-3 loss to DMT.
Yeah, but I think it's really more about the adaptability of the team, right? And at the same time, you know, the flexibility of their hero pool as well. This is something that I think will be a difference maker. We have seen Fei Shi come in against the other teams. He has played quite a few junglers so far. I like the performance. But at the same time, you know, this discussion I had with Miggy, it does not matter how well you do as an individual player. It's the better team that wins. And for now, at least based on stats-wise, I think Boom has better stats.
Boom does have better stats. I mean, historically against Kagendra as well, right? So they already have shown prior to this that they are able to take down the old Kagendra. But can they take down the new Kagendra? I think that's going to be, like, again, another variable within this matchup, unfortunately, for Boom, is they're going up against the unknown, right? They've beaten the old school, but can they deal with the new school?
Yeah. I mean, the new school, Fei Shi definitely, to me, has stepped up for the side of Kagendra over the past few days. And we already talked about it just now. Saole as the clash laner for the side of Kagendra. This guy has been impressing on me since day number 1 of KIS4. So with that being said, the other factor that truly will come into play is in the roam. This comparison between Lu and Draw, because they like to play the super tanks and provide a lot of utility for their team. It could be the difference maker in this best of 5.
It could be. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of tank orientation into the support role, right? Like, there's not been many kind of, like, other than the Dolia coming through, like, that seems to be the only difference within the support roles. Everyone's been playing the Zhang Fei, the Lapu Lapu, the Lian Po, and obviously Diadia for Wei Pip, and Motsu as well, sorry, for Nova Esports, but there's no seeming to be going for, like, the likes of the Sakir as well, like we used to see quite frequently, or even Yari. I mean, that's probably like scratching like the bottom of the barrel there, but there seems to be much more emphasis on tanks. But let's look at Boom here. Boom, obviously supported by Miji, Danny, Carl in the jungle, Draw in the roam, and then Tatsuri into the mid lane.
Yeah, these 5 members, they have stayed together as the main 5 roster for the side of Boom Esports, and they have shown you the merits of why staying together as a team is important, right? You now know the ins and outs, the habits of your team members, but this time, the challenge is going to be quite different because they are not going to fight against the Kagendra of old. This is the new one, represented by Fei Shi in the jungle, Zan in the farm lane, Senko, of course, the number 1 in the mid, Saole now in the clash lane for the side of Kagendra, and Lu in the roam.
Exactly. This is going to be the new faces of Kagendra. Obviously, we normally see the likes of Weeraw, who is now substituted thanks to Fei Shi being part of the main roster here as well. Definitely kind of pulled a little bit of a different flavor, right? Like, he's definitely a player to keep your eyes on here. He knows what he's doing, but whether it's just kind of like the teething issues of being part of a new team could be potential downfall here for Kagendra.
Yeah, and let's talk about the support coming in. From Jolo. I will not pronounce the last name here, but Go Fight Philippines, all-out support to PH teams, show them true strength, diverse strategies, and PH heart in every clash.
I'm going to conquer that one. That's Nacionales. Jolo Nacionales.
Laban Pilipinas.
Kuya.
Right, I'm officially now part Filipino in that case. One half fulfilled by you.
Where's your adobo? Where's your adobo?
At the red side, apparently now, because it's going to be Boom on the red side, and they will be the counter picks by a side. And we'll take a look at Reflect here for the side of Kagendra. Prior pick for Kagendra, IKL against BKL.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Boom over to the blue side and then Kag onto the red here. It's going to be seeing what they actually go for. But obviously, historically, from the past two series, the Dolia has been the prior blue pick, right? Like for the first match, and then denied for the rest of the games here. So, do Boom decide to go for it? Obviously, it's something that Draw does play. Do they decide to lock in, obviously, the Yang Jian for the likes of Carl in this game number one? But obviously, we know that Carl loves the Agudo as well, right? So maybe that might be a difference maker here.
Also the Lam, right? That was something that I thought was really cool. If I don't remember wrongly, Boom is one of the teams that used the Liu Bang Lam combination. So that's kind of scary, and I think they are one of the few that have tried the creative drafts. At the same time, this Yang Jian definitely has shown up quite a bit. The channel as well, another specialty for both the farm laners on Kagendra as well as Boom. That would be something I'm pretty sure they're going to wrestle over.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen much Lubang today as well, right? Obviously, the delivery package that can be that, whether it's the likes of the Masashi, whether it's the Lam that gets to be the substitute jungler to be that kind of like carry into the back line for such a heavy taunt, heavy burst from that shield and magic damage coming through from Lubang. But we're going to get to the BP now for game number one, between Boom and Kagendra. Obviously, Kagendra on blue side and Boom here over onto the red side. So maybe the Dolia for Boom isn't going to be the case. Maybe it's going to be for Kagendra this time.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the minds of the coaches, right? So right now, on the left side of your screen, we have Coach Reflect, who has been with Kagendra since day number one. And we also have Coach Cien, who has also been a long-standing member of Boom Esports. So this is not their first bout. And I'm curious to see what kind of mind games they're going to play. Kagendra take out the Lung straight away.
I have to give props over to Coach CM, right? Like, when we was at KIC 2025, the staff didn't believe me that I was a caster, and he vouched for me, so I didn't get kicked out when SB19 got played. So, thank you very much, Coach CM. That's my little props to him. We have a bit of a connection there. So, hope to do good here for you guys over on Boom Esports. But let's look more at the bans here. Obviously, the Lung as well as the Haya. The Evernight Aspiration here being one of the prior bans for Kagendra. They don't want to play against it in that mid lane.
Oh, they actually open up the Chicha for the start of Kagendra. And if there's one player I think you have to be concerned taking his hands on it, it has to be Saule here. But once again, this is a flex pick. The Chicha, or the Forge Maiden, can go into the jungle, the Clash, or the farm.
Exactly. Keeps them guessing, but it means that Boom's able to kind of like situate some of these more solidified picks like the Yang Jian, like the Parasola here as well, right? So do Boom look to go towards the Dolia into the latter part of the draft, or is this baiting them, basically just like trying to bait the Dolia ban here for the side of Kagendra and maybe potentially open up something more? But Kagendra right now, they're looking at that pay, they're looking at that Byron, so it looks like it's going to be Zahn going onto the Forge Maiden here instead.
Okay, I like it a lot because at this point, the early game jungling speed is not going to be very fast for the Twilight, right? Pei, on the other hand, extremely fast. We've seen this in game number 7s last year, where the Yangjin just completely gets destroyed because you don't get that early game lead. Now, I'm curious whether Boom Esports, this Twilight, because of the way that Kagendra have drafted, might not even go in the jungle.
Yeah, it could potentially go up into Clash Lane, right? Like, that is still a potential here for them, especially not pairing it with the Dolia within those first two picks, right? Like, that's generally the go-to if you are locking in the Yang Jian. But Parasola being the first one, obviously trying to give Danny over one of his big picks here onto the side of Boom Esports. Now, obviously, both teams are focusing at that mid-hero pool. The Yuan, the Xiao Xiao, the Yixing here as well, the Boardmaster, and obviously the Yukio being banned out, so they don't have that direct counter into the jungle.
Okay, I like this pick a lot. Kagendra is definitely understanding that Boom Esports can definitely flex this Twilight into the Clash lane. And I'm curious to see, what does Boom Esports decide here? They're going to go for more burst damage and longer reaching arms in the form of the Celestial Nuwa. Kagendra now have the option. What do you think is the best way to play this mid lane.
Ooh, here we go for some control here. Obviously, they're looking for the Silk Weaver. Obviously, potentially, if there's going to be the dive there, or maybe even trying to get the pick up onto the likes of the Parasolar. But ultimately, what they're going to try and do is try and pull their front line, into a fight that they know they're fighting on their terms on the side of Kagendra, right?
Intertwined by fate.
Yeah, for sure. They want to have that superior positioning, right? Especially if, let's say, this Twilight jumps, then it could be, death's door for the Boom Esports member, which looks like it is going to be in the hands of Miggy because they're looking at the feather foot of Fade, in this case for Carl.
Very interesting here, looking to try and take a lead out of both TNXs and buys a pick up a book here, as they saw in the last game at Boom Esports. Looking to give Carl over the feather foot here, like you said. Twilight going up to the Clash lane as well for Migi, so a little bit of 1v1 between the Spark Mace and the Twilight. Who takes that 1v1 for you?
I actually think at the early parts of the game is definitely more in favor of Saule. In fact, the more members there are, I give this matchup to Saule just because of the kit, but not because of the player. I think it's definitely outplay potential for both sides.
Okay, we'll have to see how Kuya Migi does into the top side of the map. The older brother of the team here, maybe. Obviously, I did watch your interview. He obviously admitted to that he was the shot caller before, but no longer the shot caller here now. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they played this one, right? Obviously, all listening to Carl, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's dependent on what the style of play is, right? Because when we spoke to Miggy, he was very bent on I want to win that 1v1 matchup, and the lesson learned for them last year was the fact that, hey, you can win the 1v1 matchup, but the macro game is so important. It's a team game after all, so the better team does win. So I want to see if Kagendra wants to bring Migi down that route and say, you know what, you can have the 1v1s, we will take the team fights instead.
Yes, let's see what they do here. Obviously, both of the coaches now just fist bumps here. And bump fists. There we go. As we go into game number 1 between both of these two teams. The IKL representatives going against Boom Esports. Both of these two teams within the spring, I believe it was. Actually, no, Kagendra was in the fall champion, and then obviously Boom was the spring champion. So both were champions within their own respective leagues.
Right. We'll see this initial rotations, right? Kagendra, we know about the strength and we know about the rotations of the Pei and Byron gameplay, right? It's mostly focused on the Clash lane and trying to secure initial advantages with the Space Sprite so they can get the teleportation portal and get that rotation coming in. But it looks like the gameplay is slightly different this time. Both teams looking to put trio lanings in the mid lane.
Yeah, we've seen this quite frequently, haven't we, throughout the rest of... for majority of Data before, right, we've been seeing 3 men, 3v3 into the mid lane, just try and get that prio as well. As you can see here, Parasolar just looking to try and get as much farm as possible onto Danny here, so he can try and get activated a little bit earlier here, but they're kind of buying time for Faysure to be out of the jungle.
Yeah, this is a little bit better at the point for Kagendra, right? You want to wrap up the farm for Faysure, but Boom, they play the same kind of cards as well. It's all about making sure that Danny gets a good game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they did trade, obviously, those both side camps there. I believe that did actually go over to Sule. The one down bot side, obviously, was able to get hit by Tatsuri as well, so both of those denials actually didn't go into the favor of either of these two teams. They were actually neutralized.
Yeah, so even Stevens at this point, Faysure already working on his Azure Golem here, and I think the later this game goes, I think it's definitely in benefit to the side of Boom here.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we can see that Pei will obviously be great early to mid game. Obviously does fall off around about the 10-minute mark, but still has enough impact, especially with the squishy heroes like trying to get the lockdown onto Danny, onto Tatsuri as well.
Yeah, at this initial start, potential first blood, but not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen. The Spark Mace is just a little bit too late on that one. I feel like if it was a little bit earlier, Draw may have been taken down there as well, but now we do see that Migi is looking to rotate down to the mid lane here as well, give aid over, but no, just trying to be there for the rest of his team, right? Just trying to overturn these odds and looking to try, like you said, trying to gain that first blood.
I mean, there's three different scenarios that we're looking for here, right? Who gets the first blood? That's the first thing. Secondly is who gets the first objective. And obviously the third one, which is the most important we've seen out of all the games today, which is who actually secures the initial goal lead for themselves. As a team now, Kagendra has like a 300 goal advantage, but that accounts for not much at this point.
Not at all, exactly. Like 300 gold, pretty much. It drops out your pocket. You don't even realize that you've lost 300 gold. You know what I mean? It's there as a more of a maybe like a motion capture. You know, like it's just like, hey, they clearly farm it a little bit faster. They have a little bit more of that. So just a very small gold lead. It's not like, hey, they've kind of like stole away objectives. They're doing more than what they need to be. They've been getting those kind of neutral objectives. So neither of these two teams, they're still obviously in it to winning in terms of the gold.
Yeah, I don't see the super big difference in terms of goal between the lanes itself. The only sizable one is actually in the jungle, which is going into the hands of Fei Shi. But as a pay, I think this is definitely what you expect out of it. So with the patience by both teams here at the 3.5-minute mark, it then places a lot of emphasis as we head to that first tyrant, this first neutral objective. What is the choice of both of these teams here?
I mean, they're both more than likely want to go for the Tyrant, right? But you can already see that Kagendra's already putting a little bit more emotion into the ocean of the fact they're trying to get the pressure down to the bot side, right? So if they can alleviate that pressure for the likes of Zan, they can then obviously take Zan into the neutral objective camp and obviously just be able to put a lot more pressure in there. But we are seeing a bit of a TP down to the bot side now for Carl. And we do see the draws already in there. The knockup comes through. Oh! Just gets caught by Kagendra.
Yeah, just a little bit too late. Literally half a second too late for Kao. He was not in range to use his ultimate right as he dropped it. Simply because, you know, it was already taken before he could get his Heart of Jade seal off. Now, this is going to be great for the side of Kagendra. They currently have a 1,000 gold lead, force out the flash of draw as well. And this is going to be a sizable advantage across the map. But here comes the support from Tatsuri.
Tatsuri using that emergence to just obviously come down to the bot side of the map here as well. Obviously give aid to Danny as well as Draw. Obviously there's no real kind of like big lead here for either of these farm lanes, right? They're both sat around about the 2.9k here, so nobody's kind of like outshining the other. It's just about maybe just getting that position off, right? Like if either Zan or Danny overstep, then they'll get punished.
I think not just them, right? It's literally whoever Fei Shi lands his hands on, because he does have a sizable lead against the rest of the cast members. 3.6k for the hands of Carl, not the biggest deficit, but with a 4,500 gold accumulated for this pay, he should be able to get some big punches in.
Oh, absolutely. Big bunches, able to kind of get the itemization up as well. Obviously, he has the Rapturous Bite, so level 3 jungle items already been built here as well. Going for the cooldown reduction boots as well. Obviously, you get a bit of magic resistance on those bad boys too, to try and sort of counter the damage that comes from the likes of Tatsuri here as well. But they're looking to just constantly keep putting this pressure on down to the farm lane, right? Because obviously, if you put the pressure onto Danny, he's not going to have free reign to kind of get to that early game power spike.
Yes, I think at this point, you know, both teams have really studied each other well, right? Nobody's overstepping their boundaries just yet. But here we go. Carl catches eyes in the mid lane as they put more pressure on this T1 on the bottom. And the defense is holding strong for the side of Boom. But at the same time, top side, there is a split push from the side of Saudi.
The macro is definitely coming into play here for the side of Kagendra. But Boom do get that T1 down to the bot side. So contrary belief, we thought that Kagendra was going to get that first T1 down there.
Alright, I mean, it's a decent trade, right? So T1 for T1. So Kagendra know that they have a lead. And this is what I like about the new Kagendra. They stay patient. They don't overstep their boundaries trying to extend this lead at the cost, at the risk of giving away a bad team fight.
I mean, you can't afford to, right? Like, whoever drops first blood here, it means that they've got kind of like potential of that T1 into the bot side or even the mid. Dropping here, but it's going to be 4-5 men up the side of Boom committed just to get that T1 into the top side. And Zan's just like, okay, I'll have a free game, I'll have a free minion wave come through as that T1 falls now.
Yep, and here comes the team fight.
Oh, okay, that was a nice catch on there, thanks to Lou, he was able to catch on, but First Blood actually comes through there, serving up the car, but it's also going to be Danny that falls as well as Raw, and now Tatsuri falls in the mix, leaving only Miji alive.
And there we go, this is what we're talking about. 4 kills for the price of 1, and that 1 is a rogue. On the case of Lou here, Miggy will not be able to defend against that, and he might have to give his life.
Ooh, oh my goodness. That is a team wipe there for the side of Kagendra as they open up top side, open up the mid as well. They came for blood and got so much more.
Yeah, a lot of value, taking all the T1s and some healthy damage on the T2 on the top side as well. So this is going to be, at this case, similar to what the CD key is. Hot blood, going to clean that right now because boom, they're looking for some form of recovery, but that is not going to be presented because next Tyrant already Kagendra starts on.
Yep.
Tyrant has been
Next Tyrant, it's already gone. That's the beauty of the pay as well, right? Facia just able to kind of melt down, especially with the help of Zahn on the Forge Maiden as well. So these objectives are going to fall so quick here. Face checked by Sule. He's able to be the guy you want to go into those brushes, knowing that there are teams in there, because he's going to be able to survive. He's going to be able to sustain that.
Yeah, and this is why it's so important that Solly is the one that, you know, really soaks the damage. Number one, he's giving vision, but because they also have great recovery. Lou is very much in charge of this here, giving away the redemption on that roam item with his Destined Encounter for the heals. This is all making sure that Kagendra is not that easy to take down.
Exactly, Kagendra is definitely fortifying their defenses here. With the likes of the support item, as well as obviously using Sole as just the driving force, the battering ram into the side of Boom Esports as they lose the T1 top side, T2 top side, as well as the T2 into the mid lane. This is not looking like a healthy game here for Boom, but like you said, Ken, earlier on, the late game favors Boom.
Yeah, it is. So can they really last this particular segment of the battlefield at this point? Attempted steal from the side of Kagendra. Facial is going to be successful, but here comes the true problem. Another T2 taken down in the mid, and it looks like they're running out of options. We are hitting that 10-minute mark soon, but Boom has lost quite a bit at this point.
They have. I mean, in terms of the gold, they're about 5k gold behind now, which is something you kind of want to make sure you are cauterizing this wound that is the bleeding of the pockets of Boom. They need to make sure that they're able to try and get a team fight that may go in their favor, or at least try and get one of these neutral objectives, especially the Shadow Overlord, to try and put a bit more pressure into one of the lanes of Boom Esports.
I don't think that's possible, though. If you take a look at the level advantage, Facial is already at level 15. He's 2 levels ahead of Carl. At the same time, the bigger problem, Zahn is level 13. He is 1 level ahead of Danny. That's a lot of difference in EXP and gold. And this is going to be a big problem. They can't have an honest 5-5 because 5v5 team fight, Kagendra wins that all day now.
Yeah, especially thanks to the automation as well, as you were saying there. I mean, we're still in prime pay time. Like, it's only past the 10-minute mark around about 38 seconds. And the fact that he's able to get to level 15 prior to that point as well means that he is kind of like scaling above the pace right now. And obviously, high ground turrets in top and into the mid lane look to be pushed and at least do a little bit of damage here. But there's a catch for Sule on the Spark Mace right now. The Destined Encounter does come through as well. Just a zone away, Boom, but Kate give over Elin to the side of Kagendra.
Okay, nerves are definitely starting to show at this point. Draw did not hit anyone with their ultimate. They have to give away the T3 in the middle, and it looks like there is no fight to be had.
Yep, T3 does go down into the mid lane now, and obviously the top side is not looking too healthy as well. Kagendra really putting a stamp on their name in this one, right? Like, they have taken that defeat from KIT 2025 personally, and they're looking for more here. Can they steal away the Crimson? No. Carl is able to snatch that one for himself. Just a minor victory at this point.
Yes, and even though we talk about the late game is okay if you're equal on farm, but right now they're trailing. Boom is trailing Kagendra by about 6,000. Another attempt by the Annihilation, not gonna hit the mark in either damage or timing. So Kagendra very much in the driver's seat for this one.
Driver's seat in terms of the neutral objectives as well, right? I mean, they've got all 4 neutral objectives up until this point. Boom still yet to lay their hands on a single prize here. But bot side of the map has been put down there with the Shadow Vanguard. That's going to completely wipe out the minions there and just try and put the pressure onto the bot side whilst they maybe try and look for a push here into the mid lane.
This is truly a claw machine experience for Boom, right? They've not caught anything. They spent quite a lot of money, given quite a few lives, 5 kills to the side of Kagendra, but no value taken out from the machine so far.
No value just yet, but it still could come, right? Obviously, it's a slow game. You kind of like trying to readjust your firm grip onto the plushie you're looking for within that claw machine there, but the top T3 does fall, so they do get a prize. But is it the ultimate prize that they want? Which is not. It's going to be that T3 down to the bot side right now, and that crystal is looking bare.
Yep, I don't think they can defend this.
It's going to be a hard defense if they're able to do it here, Boom, but obviously they have no minion waves now, and it's going to have 3 Vanguards come through. Into the back line is going to be Midgey, just trying to drive them out of this crystal territory, but you got the Vanguard slapping the crystal at this point. All you need is Kagendra to get a few kills, and there it is. Draw goes down, and first game goes to Kagendra.
Yep, super impressive gameplay from Kagendra, very calculated as well. And Fei Shi, he did not overstep his boundaries, right? It didn't feel like he was very prominent across the map, but somehow all the kills were kind of flowing in. And this is a well-calculated execution from the side of Kagendra here.
Yeah, very good draft here for Kagendra, obviously. I felt like the Boom's draft, it was when they're locked in the Yang Jian, obviously, I'm not the biggest fan of the Yang Jian into the clash lane here. And obviously, knowing that the Dolia wasn't going to be there as well, I felt like if you do put it into the jungle, it's not going to be as fruitful as we have been seeing for the past few days, as well as today with that combo come through. But I feel like maybe Boom was just like, all right, let's get that tough draft out of the way. I mean, they have dropped the likes of the Pei, the Forge Maiden Chicha, as well as the Storm Mace, as well as the Diadea as well. So quite an expensive draft here nonetheless, but there is some expensive picks on the side of Boom that they can't have anymore as well.
Yeah, I think this one really hurts for Boom. While it is an expensive draft for the side of Kagendra, like you said, I think Boom also have expended quite a bit. Now that there is no more refreshed combination in the form of the Trilight and Dolia, because Yang Jian is no longer available for Boom, what other options do they have? At the same time, I think Kagendra has already shown us that now if you give them the lead, they know how to play the game with it, and that's a very different story from the Kagendra of old.
Oh, absolutely. Because the Kagendra of old, like, they would see a crystal, they'd get excited, they'd go for it, and they would lose at the crystal territory, and then the enemy team would always come back. But whereas this Kagendra, like you were saying, they had such a definitive lead. They didn't hold off. They kept putting on the pressure, and that's the thing that made Boom falter.
Yeah, and here's the crazy part. Let me remind you what we were watching. It was a 1,000 goal lead at the start. And they just made sure, because they had that 1,000 goal lead, and where was that lead? It was in the hands of Fei Shi. This guy on the Pei, he was silent, but he was deadly. 4-0-2. You don't need too many kills. Once you have the advantage, just start working around the edges of the map, and that's exactly what Kagendra did.
Exactly. I mean, that beautiful opening up of those 4 kills was probably the most perfect thing that they could have really hoped for here on the side of Kagendra, because at that point, it was pretty stalemate. Like, nobody had a first blood, but rolled through the first blood, then dropped another one, dropped another one, dropped another one, and then that was it. Like, there was so much opportunity and potential for Kagendra to open up the map, and they did exactly that.
Yes, and of course, props to this guy, Senko, as well. On this Shi here, a lot of people did not kind of expect that he would be so effective. Like, we know him as a very strong contender, steady performer in the Kagendra lineup. But today, he's been showing off his ability to foretell the future. The Silk imprints have been on point from Senko.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely feed it into the kills, into his team as well, right? Like, really just kind of stopping any real composure of Boom. And that's the beauty of the Silk Weaver, right? Is the fact that you compose the team fight yourself rather than waiting for the crucial first step that's going to be the way in for the enemy team. You just bring them to them, whether it be Carl, whether it be Draw, and just completely take away that front line.
Yeah, in fact, I think it was more important that Senko actually caught draw quite a few times, right? Because once draw is out, you don't really have a big tank anymore. Yes, you have the Yangtian, but how long can he set up for you? He doesn't really get the perfect, 5-man stun that you're looking for, that draw can provide. And that's exactly what Senko was looking out for.
Exactly. He did it very well. He was looking for that prize. He was waiting for the shiny moment, and he secured it multiple times. But looking at the head-to-head right now, obviously, damage taken between these two Clash laners is pretty much far a few in between, around about 5k difference there. Same with the damage dealt.
Yep, of course, different values provided down here. For the side of Sauli on the Byron, right? Once he uses his ultimate, the Force Field Suppression, he gets extra shield as well. So he is a constant sponge for the side of Kagendra, which opened up the room for Senko to have the clarity to catch the actual prey that he wants from the side of Boom, and also provide so much space for Facial on that Pei, as well as Zan on that Forge Maiden. The Chicha never really used the ultimates on the team fights. If you notice throughout the gameplay, the ultimates were used to melt down turrets. Such a smart and creative use of the Chicha here.
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to use that as a split push potential, as you can see with that top T3, bot T3 there, just using the ultimate to run that down to make sure it's just catching Boom off guard, right? Because obviously they probably weren't even suspecting that the Chicha was going to use the ultimate to take down the turrets, right? There's probably waiting for it to come online within the team fights. It just never happened. She's like, oh, she doesn't need it. She's just doing far too much damage anyway.
Yep, and this is a PKL weakness, I would say, right? Kagendra exposes it once again, which is, okay, let's play the macro game. You want to fight? We will fight when the crystal is available for the taking.
Exactly. Eyes on the prize, crystal within their grasp to take down, and then obviously just take the team fight from there. But I feel like there is only one MVP worthy in that game, number one, and it's definitely very sure here on this Pei, showing you how it's done, whipping out the two guns, 402 KDA, dealing 63k of the damage. But ultimately, it was that XP lead, it was that gold lead so early on that was so oppressive onto Boo.
Yep, and because of the threat that he was ahead, knowing that he could easily take any of the members, even Carl at one point in 1v1, this forced Boom to be in a very scary position here. This initial catch onto draw, I thought it was looking good for Boom at that moment, but then the amount of catches and help of sustain coming from Sauli, especially with the Pure Sky usage and the Flash Storm Strike combination, allowing Facial to stay alive, get the burst damage in as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was all, you have to give it over to obviously Senko, as we already have, gave props over to him, right? Like, you can see these pulls coming through. He's just a pure setup here. Yes, he got 1 kill, but 4 assists as well into that one, so you can really see here that he's able to kind of slow the pace of the draw on the Lapu Lapu, and then also stop the kind of potential from Carl on this Featherfoot.
Yep, and look at Sauli, right? I like this play by Sauli. This shows you how much improvement Sauli has done. He was constantly soaking in the turret damage from the crystal. He was also making sure that the skills being used, he was the one in front of them. So he was a sponge for Kagendra, and this made life so much easier for Kagendra. Once you give Senko, who is already pretty accurate on these aiming heroes, the Silk Imprint lands, draws out, you have no more tank, crystals open. It's a job well done.
Very well done there for Kagendra, taking game number 1. Obviously, they did have a bit of a shaky start to the Season 4 Invitational, obviously losing 3-1 to DMT. Even though they were looking like they were going to be the favorites in that series. I even predicted Kagendra to take that series of 3-2, but they obviously fell at a 3-1 loss there to Dominator Esports. So they really got something to prove here going into the knockout stage. They know what's on the line as well, so they know if they don't win this one, then they are going to be that 3rd and 4th seed that may be either Nova or Bigatron by Vitality's first opponent in that knockout stage.
Yeah, you know what? Kagendra has been my kryptonite in KIS4. Every result that I predict of Kagendra has been wrong. And for now, it seems like that trend stays true. I have gotten 2 out of 3 predictions correct every day up at this point. And the only one that has made me lose is Kagendra.
clearly, it's because it starts with a K, and so does Kindofu, right? Like, it's a bit of a clash there, a bit of alliteration that isn't quite aligning with the chakras of these two beings, being Kagendra and Kindofu. But we've always kind of understated Kagendra, right? Especially 2024, 2025, they had the track record, other than like the IKL Championship in the fall, not the fall, sorry, the spring. They were kind of like, you were thinking, right, okay, so maybe international, they're able to kind of like maybe peak our interest, but always on the international stage, they always faltered. But now, 2026, new year, new me, new Kagendra, new Al Manuk as well, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we've heard of the songs about it. I don't know where you can find it, but we've heard it. So right now, Kagendra looking to really turn the tides. That was an impressive game one. I like what I see. But then, this is Boom Esports we're talking about. You don't count them out after one game.
No, exactly. I mean, being the star value ranking top second player going into this one, we've had very interesting sights on Boom as well. I mean, they have definitely been a team that really caught us by surprise in KIC 2025, as well as their countrymen team, Blacklist International as well. So I feel like if they want to kind of continue this this high ride, this high momentum at the moment, Boom needs to try and win at least a round here of Kagendra, especially in game number 2. Because if it goes to 2-0, Kagendra's going to be riding that high.
Oh yeah, for sure. Momentum swing is going to be great. And I feel like this Kagendra of new, I don't think they give away things for free anymore, right? Because Kagendra, they got that lead early on in the first part of game number 1, and it never really seemed to run away from that point. So Boom Esports, they need to start figuring things out here, and they will try with the first few bands going on to the Lapu Lapu as well as the Long.
Yeah, typically as they've taken the Forge Maiden off of the Gorge already and used it once for Kagendra, they're looking to keep banning that one out as well, as we've seen from previous match behaviors also. So the Oin as well as the Lapu Lapu, the Repart, that too being banned out here, as well as the Spark Mace Byron. They want to make sure that they don't get the Pay Byron combo going for themselves on the side of Boom Esports.
Interesting. I actually feel like Boom Esports might try to go for the channel with this game. But here's the thing. I think even if Boom Esports goes for the channel, I think Kagendra are ready for it. So they'll start off with higher here though.
The very first moon.
The higher coming through, obviously, didn't quite give the victory for the side of THQ the other game. Man handling that one, but this time around, Kagendra, they do what I was expecting Boom to do last game and pick up the Dolia here, but also fleshing it out with the Martial Monk Dharma for Soleil.
I like this a lot because Boom can't pick the Yangjin again. No more Twilight for you. Ban pick, global ban pick. This is the beauty of it. So now Kagendra knows that there is a guarantee they will get the Yangjin here. Now it's about finding out, okay, what does Boom Esports want to put here? And Boom Esports, the answer is, we're going to do the same thing to you. We're going to dominate the early game.
Yeah, looks like Migi is going to go for the War Saint here, the Guan Yu, as well as Tigress, the Pay for Carl. I mean, let's see. I mean, how he did on the Fade, the Featherfoot, I didn't think it was that impressive here for Carl, but I feel like I have to give it over to Senko. That was really kind of like completely taking his mojo out of him there, with obviously a lot of the crowd control, a lot of the pulls. So let's see if he's able to run wild with this untamed Tigress. But now, obviously, like you were saying moments ago, Kagendra get the Trilite and the Dolia combo.
Okay, this is a position where Kagendra game plan is very clear, right? You get the Trilite for the Yangjin, so Facial is definitely going to be diving like crazy with the help of Lu on this C Singer Dolia. Get the refresh in, try to get everyone on the side of Boom Esports near a wall. And that's where, you know, Saul is just going to come in with the punches flying. But Boom Esports, where is this counter initiative?
They're going to find it somewhere, right? Obviously, they are looking for... Oh, okay. Potential Void Caller here for draw. The Koi come through. Oh, okay. Kin, I mean, okay. In your boots here with this one. He gets locked in.
Yeah, you see the brow raise by Draw, you know he's confident on this hero. And Draw, I think this is not the first time he has brought it out. We have seen the Kui in play. It was pretty successful, I believe. And I remember asking this question, which was, how accurate is your Void Caller hooks? So far, Draw has been pretty impressive. He has got him them hooks.
He's got them hooks, but he didn't get him the victory kit here. I'm looking, it's when they played against DMT last game, they lost, but hey, maybe the performance was good, but just wasn't good enough for the victory here. But fleshing out the comp here for Kagendra, Senko taking a little bit more of a carry approach with the Fire Ninja, Mai Shiranui coming through.
Okay, this is a very interesting laning phase because Mai is notoriously known not to have good wave clear. So this initial level 1 wave, definitely in Tatsui's favor. Now it's about, okay, what does Boom do with that initial lead in the mid lane, right? And once again, we've already seen how the teams are playing today. They are going for probably that 3-man mid approach. What are they going to do and try to even out the odds?
Yeah, I can imagine obviously a lot of that gold, maybe even the first wave into the mid lane will probably be aided over by Carl as well, right? Obviously, especially on such a pick like Pei, you want to kind of get, just like Feisha did in that first game, is you want to get that lead as solidified for yourself as quick as possible.
Yeah, so that is one way. The other way is kind of slow down the farm, right? Which I think maybe Draw might be considering at this point. This is one of the reasons you pick up the Kui as well. To go for that level 1 hook. You don't have to get the buff, you just need to reset the buff so that Kagendra can't do much with it. So I think this is going to be dependent on what Draw does in the early parts of the game.
We'll have to wait and see if he's able to get those crucial hooks to begin with, right? I mean, yes, obviously the Magistrate on Zahn here, he does have the legal immunity. If you do time it correctly, you can cancel out that hook. So can, under pressure, Zahn actually use that legal immunity to escape the Void Caller?
That's true. I mean, is he even the target at this point, right? Because at this point, I think you want to just spoil the game for Fei Shi. I don't really think you need to care about Zahn in this early part of the game. It's more of a, can we squeeze out an advantage elsewhere?
We'll have to wait and see, right? For Boom, obviously they are already down 8 points at this moment in time within this best of 5 against Kagendra. So let's see how this game number 2 unfolds here for Boom. Obviously going for the Koi, a little bit more of an unconventional support pick that we've been seeing so far. Obviously mainly been a big focus around about those support tank picks. Yes, obviously Koi can be quite tanky, but not quite to the same level as obviously the Lapu Lapu or the Lian Po or the Zhangfei.
Okay, so that is showing Draw did not hit that first hook. Migi at the same time failing against Saule here. So it's looking once again like a Kagendra start. Even though Kagendra is trailing by about, what, 100 gold? Attempted hook, not gonna hit again.
I think we should have a little tally on see how many hooks actually do land here. But currently it's at a minus 100% here on these hooks hitting for now for Draw. So we need to start seeing some of those positive numbers come through.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more seasoning, a little bit more setup. And for now, Carl is going to try and provide that value on the other side of the map, right? You may not be able to get the hooks, that's fine. Boom will try to get a direct approach through better rotations.
Hopefully for better rotations, Boom trying to get some kind of advantage here. I mean, they do have the gold lead for now, but with a hero like the Pei into the jungle, you should expect nothing less here. But Sole with the Troop Mantra, and then that's it. The Ryujin from Senko getting the first blood over to the side of Kagendra once again.
Yo, what is this Kagendra, man? I mean, we've seen Kagendra perform well, but not at this level. Kagendra is definitely bringing it today. Look, yesterday, was it yesterday? No, the day before, it was IKL's day. They won every single game against the PKL representatives. Today, it looks like they want to keep that trend up.
They do want to keep the trend up, exactly. I mean, definitely with the especially alive at the hook. Okay, there we go. We got one successful hook here for Lu. I feel like he was baiting that hook, don't you feel like? Like, that was a little bit too kind of like suspicious just to be out in the open. He knew Draw was looking for him.
Yep, you know why? Because that actually took Draw out of the experience. So Draw did not hit level 4. And now this, even though Draw has hit level 4 at this point, he needs to recalibrate and get a brand new hook. Not as easy as it sounds.
Well, no, not quite as easy as it sounds. Obviously, we are seeing a bit of a duel into the Shadow Realm right now between the two mid laners. It's actually looking like he's going to go over the favor of Tatsuri. He does get the pick up there as well, so quick answer for the side of Boom Esports. They are now back in the race in terms of the kills, but Kagendra have taken the lead ever so slightly with the gold.
Right, so Kagendra now... Let's see, what else can they do? Draw... I mean, even if he gets a hook here, when Facia goes into the Heaven and Earth mode, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter at all, exactly. It's going to be pretty much all she wrote there. But right now, obviously, we are seeing a bit of a push down to the bot side of the map. We haven't quite yet got to that 4-minute mark, but just creating that little bit of premature pressure for the side of Boom Esports means that they could potentially go for that Tyrant, but Carl looking like he's a bit of a worse for wear right now. Having to use get the shield away for that second skill.
Not ideal at this point. So Kagendra, they have a decent positioning. They're not really up there in terms of gold just yet, but they have prior positioning over this Tyrant, of which they're just going to give it up straight away. Interesting.
So they are going to give it up, right? Obviously, we do see that Facia is just on the opposite side of the map. He's like, you know what? I'm going to make sure I get all my tasks first, all my camps come through, and then maybe we'll look to go towards either the Overlord or just look for a team fight. Because the Overlord, especially the latter version, or well, the earlier version, sorry, it hasn't been really given much prior here from any of these teams today at all.
Yeah, because even if it's a slight advantage, right? The slight advantage is that it naturally wins against the wave of minions, but you don't really get too many hits on the turrets, if any. And you're putting yourself at risk here, because you might put yourself at risk of getting caught. Now, attempted hook by Draw, but Lu knows exactly what he's waiting for. Draw, they don't know he's here.
They don't know he's here, but Facia made himself aware, and there's a takedown onto Draw, which is another kill going up to the side of Kagendra. They're looking for a potential, a little bit more of a lead down to the bot side of the map, but now it's going to be Soleil going 2-for-1 against Miji and Carl, but now Senko comes to uneven those odds. The Kachusen just misses out. That would have been a nice chunk of damage onto Soleil.
Yeah, but I like the fact that this situation happens, because let me bring you back to that moment you were talking about Lu, right? Was he baiting? I think he was, and that was definitely a bait from Saudi as well. Right now, in this middle lane matchup, it's not looking good. Tatsuri gets the catch, but gets taken out. And feels like this game number 2 is, once again, going to start spiraling out of control for Boom.
Yeah, don't want that to happen as well there, but that's going to be the Crimson Golem actually just going to the side of Boom, but it's going to be the takedown of Draw. So Draw does fall, but it means that Carl's able to maintain that Crimson Golem. So I feel like there's ways we could look at that actually goes in favor of Boom here, but overall, obviously the gold lead being in favor of Kagendra, you could make an argument that not quite as well of a trade here.
If nothing else had happened, maybe that was the case, but now they lose a T1 in the mid. They lose the Azure buff to face over that smite battle with Carl as well. In fact, Carl didn't even have the chance to use a smite there, which means Kagendra, they're winning on all cylinders again. Once again, the lead is not that big, but you know what's going to happen in a couple of minutes. Nice hook.
Oh, Flash with the ulti being expanded there by Draw. That's not quite what you wanted, especially when nothing was gained from it as well. And I mean, whilst all that's happening, you can see that Zaan's top side of the map here as well, looking to go for a bit more of a macro play, looking to try and open up these side lanes, whilst the rest of Boom are just kind of trying to find some kind of some kind of crumbs from the side of Kagendra.
I have to say this, Kagendra, what is this team? This team is, it's blowing my mind. They're playing really well. Like, solely to understand that, hey, there is a chance that I'm getting hooked. It's okay, I still have my flash. But not just having the flash, because he knows that Draw has it as well. He uses his first skill along with the flash to dash right out of range, which overcommits Draw. Look at this again, Facial, he's fine.
Oh, no. Absolutely fine, but not fine is going to be Draw there as he gets taken down by Facia. Michi does come in with the Rezo Cavalry, but it's going to be that status that comes through here, saving Senko. So, not even a kill onto the side of Boom. That's going to be a double kill going up to the side of Kagendra Zaan. Just as he takes the T1 top side of the map as well. Like you said, kid, this Kagendra, I mean, this is a different team.
Yo, what did they have for dinner? I mean, look, they used every single available ability on the side of Boom, knowing that they can change their tides. But Gendra always had one other move to just one-up them at any point.
Has destroyed a tower.
They did, and speaking of one-upping, they get the T2-1 down into the mid lane there as well. So once again, Kagendra have definitely sullied their place as the supreme team in game number 2. I mean, yes, there is ways that Boom can come back here. They're only behind by around about 2.6k gold lead, which isn't kind of like beyond the pale at this point. But what you got to be looking out for is that Carl is going to start to slowly fall off here, especially the fact that he's not able to kind of like outscale, out XP, or even maybe out gold Facier.
Yeah, I mean, that was the win condition, right? That was what Kagendra showed us in the previous game for game number 1, right? When you have to pay, you need to make sure you're ahead of the Yangchen, because Yangchen doesn't farm as fast. But Kagendra, the way they play this has been phenomenal. This game number 2, they're showing you exactly how to play against a pay.
Exactly, how to dismantle the Tigress itself here. Obviously, trade for the T1 to T2 down to the bot side of the map here as well. I feel like this is just kind of like a little bit of a minor victory here for Boom as they just try and reclaim some kind of gain, some kind of ground here against Kagendra.
Yeah, it feels like Boom has no answers, and Kagendra has more questions at this point.
Oh, they stole away the Azure as well. Twilight goes in, Facier just trying to put the pressure on with the ultimate there. We did see Draw was able to actually get the hook though, but Lu survives to live another day.
Yeah, he knows that he's fine, right? Because at this point, as you just saw, he has both his first and second skill. Even if you get the hook and the ultimate from Draw, all you have to do is to stun him after the initial, iframe, and you interrupt his ultimate entirely.
Exactly, his ultimate gets completely scuffed here onto the side of Boom. I mean, to be honest, it's a really hard one to really pull off. You gotta really try and like counter, or at least rely on another kind of crowd control, right? Maybe look at trying to get Midgie to try and like feed the rest of the side of Kagendra into you, and then you pop open your ultimate there for a draw on the Koi, but none of that's really happened here, and it's a lot of moving parts, hence why it's failing here. But Carl looking for a bit of a saving grace to try and steal away their Azure Golem.
Yeah, I think this is a completely different Kagendra. Coach Reflect, I think he's done his homework to an absolute T here. They know that, hey, this is the available option for the side of Boom. We can let them have the Azure Golem, that's fine. But, as a team, when we start to really team fight, we're 3,000 gold ahead. Here comes a wraparound. How?
Wraparound could be good around here as well. Obviously, massive increase here from the Howling Winds. Now, Carl gets taken down. It's actually going to be the Azure Golem going over to Soleil from what is left and what that matters. But the Vanguard, top side of the map here as well, looking to get that finishing touch onto the T2.
And excuse me, I thought, Facial was pretty tanky. He probably has like a lot of builds on him. He just completed his Dragon Rage. This is not even his final tanky form. And look at the rewards now. Kagendra have a tier 3 taken at the 11 and 20-second mark. This is going to hurt for Boom.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a big hurt for Boom here as they try to defend the top. It's going to be Senko trying to get the push here onto the top side of the map with the Shadow Vanguard. But you've got 2 lanes being pushed in right now, King. Boom has to survive some kind of defense.
I don't think they can do it. This is a 3T3 at the top. There is still more to be had.
Still more to be had, but the pulling of the Vanguard was a really good call here by Draw, but it does mean that that team with 1-3 into the mid lane does get opened up, unfortunately. Not quite the result they wanted. They just wanted to wipe out the Vanguards, but now all they have is that crystal laid bare here for Kagendra. Kagendra looking to do this sub under 15 minutes.
Yep, this is a very scary potential. All they need is a jump in from Solid to slam them against the wall, and the Hellhound as well from the side of Facial. Let's see.
Ooh, there he goes. He dashes out of the ultimate, flashes out of the ultimate this time as well, but a very nice cancellation there onto Draw, really mitigated the impact coming through here for Boom Esports, and Midgie going down. It means they're able to keep the base alive, but they're down a member.
I mean, they've shown you that their masterclass at this point. Kagendra, every single option that Boom are exploring, completely shut down. They can't get Miggy. The hooks are on Draw. Oh!
Uh-oh. There he goes. A lot coming through here. Solly's having to die here, but he's going to die for the victory. And Kagendra gets game number 2.
That's really quick. I did not expect this. Look, I don't mind being wrong, and this, for me, this is a brand new Kagendra IKL. Oh, we have a new system in hand here.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like you said, we always underestimate or at least get proven wrong by Kagendra, whether it's us predicting them to win or predicting them to lose. They always predict us wrong here. But like you said, in the game as well, Coach Reflect doing his homework. The new synergy of this team is definitely what Kagendra were looking for since the inception in 2024.
Yep, it's crazy. I have to show you the O here because outplay every single option. As we take a look at the highlights, I can tell you exactly what Boom Esports was having in their mind. The players, especially as a Kui player, I can tell you exactly what he was expecting after the hook, right? And even with the updated skill 1, you do have the ability to catch multiple members on the side of Kagendra as well. But they knew exactly what Draw was looking for. They knew exactly what Miggy was looking for. And every option was shut down one by one. This is soul-crushing for the side of Boom.
I mean, the interesting thing here as well is the fact that, obviously, they drafted the Aaron here for the side of Boom, right? I mean, they didn't really have much of a solid front line either. So with the Aaron not really having a front line, it just kind of felt like they were just leaving Danny to kind of like, okay, well, you had the likes of still big potential picks to come through, right? Obviously, they could have gone for the Magistrate for themselves. Obviously, I believe that they still have the likes of the Lung, even though it was banned. But they still have better options here. The Aaron, for me, here didn't quite fit into the draft.
I think they did experiment this. Maybe this is a result of like internal scrims they've had, maybe against Boom and Kagendra, right? Maybe this is something that worked back then. And conceptually wise, you know, one of the hardest things to hit with your golden token for Zan on this Magistrate is a ever-moving Danny on an Aaron. So theoretically, it makes sense. But, you know, that was never the focal point for Kagendra. It was more of, can we bait out the skills from Draw? Can we get Miggy to overextend?
I mean, they should know that, right? I mean, the way that Magistrate's normally played, you don't normally see him stuck in lane, right? Especially past the 4-minute mark. Like, once that 4-minute mark's gone and he's got a few of those on-hit items, like the Sparkforge, like the Doomsday, he's up to the other side of the map looking to go for a macro play, which is exactly what we saw there by Zan.
Yeah, this is such a scary gameplay. I cannot explain to you how big of a horror scene this is for me because, you know what? When Kagendra players are getting caught, they don't mind getting caught. Like Lu getting hooked, I would have expected that, hey, Lu wanted to use a flash. He didn't have flash, he had Purify. And at the same time, he hooked Fei-Shi. Fei-Shi was like, okay, Heaven and Earth mode. And when he hooked Zan, Zan was like, okay, let me use my second skill, bye-bye.
Yeah, literally, like they were baiting the hooks, right? They were like apex predator fish. The fish were trying to catch the fisherman, you know, and that's exactly what happened there. Draw got caught out way too many times for my liking. His ultimate didn't quite hit the pale as well. Obviously, everyone was canceling it with that kind of like high frame, just like dashing out. It meant that they could escape so easily. It just wasn't quite Boom's game, and currently it's not looking like it's Boom's series either, because they are down 2-0 at this moment in time. And that's crazy. The fact that we saw Boom able to actually take down Dominator by an extra round, even though they did lose compared to Kagendra's 3-1 loss to DMT, they're looking to lose even harder here to Kagendra.
Yeah, it's insane, right? The initial kind of image that I had was like, okay, Boom is the fisherman. He's kind of fishing for more wins from Kagendra. But Kagendra showed up and said, hang on, this is no longer the pond. You're in the ocean now. And once you drop into the waters, the sharks are coming to hunt you.
Yeah, it's definitely shark-infested water here for Kagendra. Their logo may be a Garuda or a bird, but it's definitely looking more like it should be a Dolia or at least a more evil version looking of Dolia, because they are being baited by some kind of songstress right now. Like, they are struggling here, Boom. I mean, it hasn't seemed to be like a clean game for them either. Like, the way Kagendra is playing seems to be like two different divisions of teams.
Yes, that is something so clear at this point. I don't think we've ever seen an outclass to this level. I mean, we've seen the games where, you know, Team Hawk as a new team being introduced, There's still some gaps. They're able to come back. Boom didn't look like there was an option for them. It was just, okay, how long does it take for your crystal to break?
And the guy with the thumbs ups, he's like, you know what? I've not got the answers for that one, but I have got two things for you. One thumb, two thumb, and back-to-back MVP with a one gun, two gun on the Twilight Yang Jian. He gets the KDA of the 108 damage taken. He was the front line here, soaking a lot of that damage, but dealing even more.
Okay, now I am so invested. I want to find out. Right, this game number 3. Do we see like an even tighter game coming out from Kagendra? Because Kagendra has shown us both sides of the coin on this particular matchup, and I'm talking about the jungle matchup. Pei against the Yangjian, right? Tigress against Twilight. In both situations, Kagendra has shown you that this is the way you outplay that specific matchup. So this is really curious because now as we head into game number 3, coaches are going to have to fight with a brand new composition here. And I feel like Kagendra have done the research. They have their number on the side of Boom.
They do have their number on side of Boom here. It's definitely looking like a misdial here for Boom, as obviously some of these drafts, especially with the likes of the Aaron here coming through as well. And obviously the bit of the misplay of the Pei, right? Obviously, we saw the masterclass of the Pei from the game number 1 from Fei Shi. Carl tried to emulate that one, but it just didn't quite happen.
Scary gameplay coming in, like any option. Every attempt from Boom shut down very clearly in pure dominance from the side of Kagendra. So with that being said, we will be coming into game number 3. First, you have to take a look at our faces here. I mean, I am gobsmacked. This is not what I expected out of Kagendra today. And boy, they truly are my kryptonite.
They are, exactly. I mean, they're not even green. I mean, that's Vasaka Esports' logo, but they are yellow kryptonite this time around. So, definitely, we should be looking out for Kagendra more, as they are definitely playing a lot of a stronger suit here, a very strong game against Boom Esports. Because going into this one, I honestly thought, obviously, that it was going to be like a 3-1 potentially here, but I was favoring more Boom here.
Yeah, same. I mean, I was like, look, I know certain birds like vultures, they can feast on wolves, but I've never heard of a bird eating tofu. And right now, they're eating up the tofu.
It's a vegetarian bird, bro. Like, wait, it's 2026. Don't assume such a thing can exist, okay? You can have a vegetarian bird somewhere out there in the wild, but in the wild, on the Gorge, these are the heroes that have been placed on the global ban picks here. So for these two teams, obviously these heroes cannot be played again for each themselves, but they can pick those picks respectively. So the likes of Boom Esports, they could go for the Deity if they really wanted to. If the cheat sheet doesn't get banned, they could go for that as well. But we have some support here for Kagendra. Not like they need it after those 2 wins right now, but they've still got their fans going for them. This is Kagazade saying, welcome Kagendra, new generation. Kagendra on the way, champion.
Well, it definitely feels like this. If we isolate this particular best of 5, in the first 2 games, it feels like Kagendra truly are made of champion material. But this is specifically against Boom at this point. And, maybe we put the rest at the start of the year. This IKL, PKL argument, is starting to look a lot more IKL than I think a lot of PKL fans would like to admit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the PKL fans, they were saying, obviously, day 1, day 2, that they didn't want the PKL teams to lose to anybody, but don't want them to lose to the Indonesian teams at least. So, but the IKL teams was like, all right, bet, let's give them what they don't want, and let's get them a loss. So, right now, Kagendra going into draft of game number 3 here, looking to get that win against Boom Esports.
Yeah, Christmas is more than 2 or 3 months ago, but hey, we have some presents for you, and you won't like this one. So for Boom Esports, this is do or die, because this is the series point for the side of Kagendra, and it's not looking too spicy at this point, because Boom, while they have taken away the Haya, which I think would have been a great pick for Senko at this point, they have taken out Chicha on the side of Kagendra, so options are limited for Boom Esports here.
Yeah, Santa Sax looking for, they're going to get some explosive picks out on this one within this BP between Kagendra and Boom. I mean, looking like the Haya and the Parasola here both being banned out. But the side of Boom, they don't want to give that one over. But finally, Danny gets one of his better picks into the farm lane here, which is the explosive Aoyin Loom.
Alright, Kagendra, they're gonna balance this out as we know it. It's definitely gonna be the channel. This is a very difficult matchup for the Loom, right? The pack leader, obviously, with the help of the souls of his wolves, will provide multi-targets against this Danny Loom. And to aid him, it's going to be Lu in the roam with the Beast Zhang Fei.
Yes, again, back to the tank beat tank method into the support roles here once again. Tatsuri, actually looking to pick up the Fire Ninja for himself here, and then Earthshaker does get locked in for draw, so maybe looking to go back for another great team fight orientated draft here by the side of Boom Esports.
Do we consider the Liu Bang combination for the side of Boom Esports? Is that something that they would like to consider? But I think it would be a great idea now. But Kagendra, you know, they double down. They want the huge burst potential. The Broken Mirage Jing is going to be picked up, and they start off the first ban with the Dharma ban.
Ooh, okay, yep, Dharma ban. Obviously, Sule does not want to go against that one for himself, so obviously Clash Lane, what we're looking at cooking here as well, maybe potentially the Martial Genius rather than Martial Monk maybe here for Kagendra, or like you were saying, depends if they look to go for the Liu Bang here onto the side of Boom Esports.
That's true. Another possibility? No, I don't think the Unrivaled Warrior is something you would consider, unless Boom Esports picks up another tank. So Kagendra, they will start the ball rolling first. They're looking at the Rose Fencer. Charlotte with insane mobility and a lot of gap closing abilities.
Yep, Charlotte, the Rose Fencer does come through here as well. Okay, the Food Suit as well as the Soul Guide. One of Carl's favorite picks here into the jungle, but Miji here, he loves this pick, right? Obviously, KIC had some great performances on this one, especially looking to get the lockdown onto that backline.
The Seer.
Charlotte? No, not Charlotte. Angela? Scorchet?
Oh, potentially. I mean, that would be great here into the mid lane, right? I mean, we've already seen one masterclass, but no. Looks like Kagendra Senko's looking for a little bit more long range here. They look to go lock in the Celestial, which is none other than the Nuwa.
Alright, so this is really just primed to make life difficult for Danny, right? And I think that is a good formula because Boom Esports, I haven't really seen Danny step up in this game, not because he didn't want to, but he wasn't allowed to. Kagendra just put the pressure and laid the iron down.
They did indeed. Just put the pressure on there for the side of the Boom Esports. But now, obviously, Kagendra, they are now going up against like a more serious draft here, I'd say, from Boom. I mean, yes, obviously there has been like the drafts have been okay from Boom. Obviously, bar the likes of the Erin potentially, as well as the Koi. I wasn't the biggest fan of those because eventually, in a best of 5, those kind of picks don't really come out here. But now we're going back to a bit of basics here for Boom.
I'm just considering this pick for the Earthshaker, right? The Lianpo. I'm not sure whether he will be able to catch out majority of the members on the side of Kagendra. That's my first worry for them. On the other side, here the main worry for me is how fast or how long can Senko in the mid lane last against this very aggressive lineup from the side of Boom, because you know Fire Ninja, the Mai, great aggressive abilities in the early parts of the game. Level 2, you have potentially unlock the killing potential of the Mai, and you have a very early game centric jungler, the Orgren, coming in as a soul guy for Boom.
Potentially here. I mean, yes, Soul Guide, we have seen it before. We were really hoping that it kind of came into fruition for some of these other teams, right? Obviously, when we saw Kong Lingpei on Nova Esports, it still got shredded through, right? So, yes, they don't have the likes of the Divine Enforcer or the D-Ranger, the Magistrate this time around. You're looking at maybe just trying to burst down the Orgren if you are able to, if you are Kagendra.
Yeah, I actually think just based on the kit available, I think Kagendra might face some issues if they're behind on farm or even equal on farm against Boom Esports. So I think Boom Esports would do well for themselves to be able to get that initial goal lead or even the EXP lead.
Exactly that, but it's going to be game number 3. This could be match point here for Kagendra if Boom does not pick up themselves from the bootstraps here, but it looks like Tatsuri is looking already to kind of just put a bit of pressure on into the enemy jungle, try and get a bit of vision on where the Jing is starting for his teammates.
Okay, this is, at least in the mid lane, starting to feel a little bit more Boom-like. Put a lot of aggression onto Senko, which is what we expected. Meanwhile, Kagendra actually doing well for themselves at the bottom side of the map here, with the trading of shields and life between Lu and Zan.
Yep, Lu and Zan just looking to try to get a bit of an advantage here, especially trying to get the Fire Wing into the bottom side of the map here, just give a bit more... Oh, okay, we didn't go over. It did go over to the side of Kagendra there as well, so they were able to actually maintain that one for themselves. And obviously, Space Sprite, top side of the map here, does go over to Boom. So it's just kind of like mitigating these small trades for these small camps at the moment. So you can kind of really see that Boom are definitely trying a little bit more harder with this game number 3.
Yeah, they definitely are, but curiously, you know what, Carl is kind of slow down in farm against the likes of Facial. So Facial hit level 4 first. He's about close to halfway there at level 5. And until Migi gets that level 4, there is no catch. He can't do much. Nice knockup.
Yeah, bit of knockup there onto Senko there. He's got to be careful. Obviously, he's not going to be quite as agile as he should be, or as he has been on the past few heroes here, other than the Silk Weaver. But at the same time, you got to make sure you're just paying attention, because obviously the newer here, Senko's hero in this game 3, is more of a late game hero, so they're going to try and maybe pace Kagendra into the late game here if they're looking for that win condition.
Very late game, by the way. Senko is still at level 3. Tatsuri, with all the steals that are happening as well, he is already hit level 5. In the meantime, you know, Senko, he's trying to provide a different kind of value, right? He may not win the lane and wave clear, but he can help to move the jungling speed much faster for Facial, who is currently at level 5. So, oh, hang on. Potential catch.
Yep, Zule maybe getting 2v1 here. Top side of the map here. The Rose Spencer is going to be taken down. Tatsuri gets the first blood, but it may be traded out here for draw. But flash lane for the farm lane here, the support here could be potential. Oh, okay. Oh, he's just meant to get level 4. Doesn't quite keep himself alive. And then the ride the wind onto Zan with the flaming piles. He gets melted.
Okay, this is what Boom needs to do, right? And Tatsuri, he has eyes. This could be a huge burst moment.
Could be a huge burst moment here for the side of Tatsuri, looking to try and get... Oh, they tried the steal, but Facia gets it.
Yeah, look, this guy has just been steadily improving, right? I think I like the growth that I see on Facia, and for now, potential setup.
Ooh, again, the mirror domain being poured out here. The annihilation as well. Definitely painted a wrong way of pain onto the side of Boom Esports. But it still doesn't mean that they are losing their lead just yet, right? Obviously, Boom are definitely trailing ever so slightly ahead in terms of the gold and the kills for now.
Yeah, the curious thing right now is that actually the goal lead is much more favored towards the side of Facial in the jungle department, which isn't exactly ideal. What's happening with Tatsuri and Senko, though, in the mid lane matchup, this is exactly what is supposed to happen based on the draft. But then Senko's a little bit too close in terms of gold. This is not supposed to happen. Boom should have a big lead, especially in the mid lane for Tatsuri.
Potentially here, but I mean, it's just obviously if we're honing in on one lane, what's going to happen to the rest of them, right? Obviously, we've started. Kagendra knows the conditions themselves, right? Obviously, they've played the game as well, so they know that if they try and slow Tatsuri down by obviously enhancing the farm elsewhere on their team, it's kind of going to mitigate that impact of Tatsuri. But Carl here, obviously within the mirror domain, he's taking a lot of damage as well as Tatsuri trying to get the knock up on the Facia. It just looks like a bit of a pillow fight right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's possible in your dreams, right? Trying to knock up a Jing in her own mirror domain, your timing has to be extremely spectacular to have that happen, right? For now, Kagendra keeping pace with Boom, I mean neck and neck in terms of gold. And now the true target is what happens in this farming. Danny has not been caught yet. Zan has recovered with 1 kill of his own, so they're neck and neck in terms of farm.
I mean, it depends on what kind of knock-up you mean about Jing in my dreams, but we'll leave that talk for another time. But Kagendra, Zan, yeah, I mean, once again, Danny, like you said, hasn't quite been caught out here. Zan is actually XP level ahead ever so slightly to Boom's Danny, but right now,
it's pretty much anyone's game here, because obviously the gold is pretty much neck and neck, and literally about 100 gold difference right now. Definitely, Boom turning up the heat here. They're definitely meeting Kagendra in this game number 3.
Yeah, but I feel like this is in benefit to Kagendra, because Boom is supposed to have a decent lead, right? Carl is supposed to be that mega tank. Tatsumi is supposed to get the knock-up setups for potential kills. Here we go, ultimate landed down.
Ultimate landed down here for the side of Kagendra as well, but I mean, is he going to be enough there to get the lock? Okay, Solé outplays the 2v1 there, with a bit of the help from the initiation there. The Annihilation comes through, and the emergence from Senko is beautiful.
Oh, different class altogether. Kao now will not have to give his life for this one, but he will be pushed back, which means there is a potential for the T1 take in the mid as well.
That's just for the T1 take in the mid as well. Also, I mean, T1 gets taken down, obviously trading for the side of Kagendra's farm lane T1 as well. So there is some equal trades going along here. After that, 2 kills going to the side of Kagendra. But once again, it's just kind of just nullifying any kind of lead that Kagendra's trying to ensue here.
Well, I beg to differ for this one. We've seen what Kagendra can do with a lead, and let me remind you, this is a 1,000 goal lead. Exactly the same formula we've seen in game number 1 and game number 2. And if Kagendra has been, is going to play the same way they played in game 1 and 2, I feel like this is a great start for them. Trades are happening. T1, top for the bottom, so that's going to be even Stevens. Kagendra now. I think the next team fight will decide what the fate is for both teams.
It looks like here that obviously they're just trying to go for the enemy's Crimson Golem potentially here, taken down from the side of Boom, able to get that T2 down to the bot side as well, trading again. They're just loving playing the game of even Stevens right now.
Yeah, this is like extremely high level, right? It's not really about the big messy fights that Boom wants to have. Kagendra is more of like we'll play pace for pace, right? You want to take the T1s? Let's trade. You want to take the T2s? Let's trade.
Absolutely. I mean, they're definitely in the work of trade right now, but Kagendra definitely up here in terms of the gold lead by around about 1.2k, so they have something going for them. Obviously, they're definitely maintaining that momentum of the 2-game lead they have for now, but I feel like this is definitely Kagendra's game to lose here. Tatsuri just trying to get a lot of damage onto Lu.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the whole game plan is force that ultimate out, right? Now, Facial has gotten his eyes onto this Crimson. May get the steal.
I don't think he's going to go for the steal. I think he's going to go for the Tyrant here as well, whilst Midi's just kind of like paying, or at least trying to get the attention away from those neutral objectives. Because as you can see, Facial has made his way into the mid lane here, just trying to do a lot of burst damage onto Carl. But he's going to be that raid boss, and now the Unbridled Embers comes through, as well as the Annihilation, but still no pickup for either of these two teams.
Yeah, but a lot of resources have been wasted, right? Carl actually used his ultimate there and did not hit a single soul. Kagendra now have a better positioning of that 10 minutes, no, it's not 10 minutes, but the Tyrant at the 8.5 minutes mark. So right now, Kagendra is back at fighting shape.
Back at fighting shape. Kagendra with the Tyrant buff for the next 74 seconds right now. So obviously it's going to be like having the Crimson Golden buff, but across the entire of the team here with a bit of the Shockwave zaps as well as the enhanced movement speed. So I feel like now is probably the time here for Kagendra. If they are going to kind of up the ante or at least try and get some dunks here, it's now the time to play. Miji's obviously trying to go and phase check here onto Soleil, but it's going to be met with Maker there. Not only Annihilation, but also the Mirror Domain, but I feel like that was a bit of a bait and switch. They're trying to get Facial out of the gorge for this 10-minute mark.
I mean, it's advantage still to Kagendra, right? By the time Migi comes back, if Kagendra gets started on that 10-minute Shadow Tyrant, he's not going to make it in time. Right now, it's all about Tatsuri. Can he find that knocker for the team here? They need an absolutely perfect setup.
They do need a perfect setup there, but Tatsuri does miss out on that knock up there. But we can see top side of the map once again, Zahn just doing that macro play like he did in game number 2 here. Looking to try and get that T2 takedown into the Clash lane, but it looks like Miji should be able to save this one from its fall.
Yeah, but who's going to save the Tyrant take? Nobody at this point. And at the same time, take a look at Zahn. He has information. Nobody's on the side of the Shadow Overlord for Boom, so Kagendra knows that the fight is incoming. They're going to try and reset this for sure.
Or try and at least drag it to the closest way as possible. But there's the bridal airbus catching onto the backline of Tatsuri. Tatsuri has to flash out. Carl drops the ultimate, but is not able to kind of get any kill from the execute just yet. And there's the annihilation. Tries to get the pick off onto Tatsuri, but once more draw with the tremor smash just to try and upset the pace here of Kagendra. Sule into the backline. It's going to be the soaring shot from Zahn as he gets the Daybreaker as well. So overall, that long-drawn team fight goes into the favor of Kagendra.
Yo, I mean, so many songs are playing in my head right now. Kagendra is going for the push. And at this particular moment, boom, once again, they are dumbfounded. There's nothing they can do. Fei Shi gets his own Azure Golem as we speak, and now, boom, that initial growth that they had and potential to turn this whole game on its head, completely gone.
Completely got indeed, right? Obviously, losing that tier 1 into the mid lane is definitely going to be a huge upset here for the side of Boom Esports. And not only that, they are obviously behind by around about like 2.3k gold at this point in the game as well. Obviously, that's slowly going to surmise here, but it's going to be the catch-up potentially here of Lu. He kind of wanders into the wrong brush.
I think that's okay. Boom need a little bit more than that to find some success, right? There is a wave pushing in the mid. If they can put some pressure there, that'll be great. But take a look at what Kagendra has done, right? Sauli with the split push of his life. They get a free T2, and there isn't even a proper fight at this point. Kagendra can drag this.
Not a proper fight. Oh my goodness. Draw is so low. He gets taken down by Sule as well. We have Boom on the run. Tatsuri falls. Miji falls as well. We see that Sule is not happy with just one kill. He's looking for Carl. Danny laying waste with these flaming palms as they're looking to get the minions into the top side of the map here. Kagendra are looking to approach the crystal with 3 men down onto the side of Boom.
Oh, he will give his life for this one, but Fei Shi, that's a great sacrifice. It's a 1v3.
1v3 here, Carl. He's going to be pretty much the last standing man here. He's able to wipe out the minion wave. Answer is no. Kagendra take this. 3-0.
Holy. This is a completely different Kagendra. IKL stands tall today, and maybe even for the rest of the knockout stages as well. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. I mean, we all predicted that this was going to be like a 3-1 at least, but Kagendra, they cement themselves as the second place within Group B, so whoever DMT does not pick, it's going to be Kagendra's opponent. So whether that be Nongshim, whether that be Blacklist, I feel like they're going to get Blacklist, and maybe Blacklist look for a bit of revenge for their countrymen.
Or the opposite could be true. You know, this could be Kagendra's way to say, you know what, IKL's year is 2026.
True. It could be the start of the IKL dominance here. Obviously, yes, we haven't had many of the MKL wins for the IKL. Yes, BTR was able to make a bleed yesterday, but this is definitely a good sign for the IKL fans out there.
Yeah, look, a lot of people say, yes, there's a homegrown buff. That was not a homegrown buff. That was just Coach Reflect and the players have done their homework, and they're acing the test right now. There is nothing that stops you from understanding that this is a piece of art and quality from the side of Kagendra today.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a masterclass here from Kagendra. Something we didn't quite expect from them after seeing their performance in day number 1, right? Like, they definitely seemed timid. They were a little bit like worse for wear, but as they've kind of progressed into day number 4, they're definitely starting to show their true colors as they step into the knockout stage.
All right, IKL fans, you have to give me a jersey here, or I'm going to vote that, you know, Kagendra is going to win every single series from here on out. I voted
and they lose.
that Boom was going to take the win today, and boy, they truly are my kryptonite here. And, you know, the fashion in which they won this game, there was no doubt at all. Kagendra was all atop of PKL.
Absolutely, top of the range there this time around, Kagendra for today. It's like he was saying, obviously, it wasn't like it was a drawn-out match like Kagendra. We are probably, like, notoriously the team within International that would, if they were looking for a victory, they would have to go, like, to around about the 20-minute mark, you know what I mean? Whereas this time around, I don't think anything fell past the 15-minute mark this time around. It was such a quick series for Kagendra.
Exactly, and you could see the team pointing. This is the guy we've been saying since day number 1. Saule, dude, this guy is on fire. In this game number 3, he was making the plays. He was outplaying 2v1s against a Futsu, by the way. Futsu, Tatsuri, both of which, number 1, long drawn-out damage, very tanky, and Tatsuri with the ultimate burst potential. Still, Saule outplayed his way out of like what seemed to be disaster.
Oh, absolutely. That 2v1 matchup, not a lot of people would love to be in that situation, but Sule was just like, all right, bet, I'll take it on with my strides. I'll definitely move forward with this one. And clearly all the experience he got when he was part of, obviously, Bigatron Vitality there, he was definitely showing his true colors in this one. Like, he is definitely not a player you want to bench. He should be in your roster, and he's proven why here on Kagendra.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was a sub. What? I don't know why, but I mean, if this guy is performing, oh holy! This is the kind of gameplay we want to see, right? And Saule definitely has improved a lot. 59,000 worth of hero damage dealt, but it's not about the damage that he's dealing. It's about the attention he's pulling away and the stress that he's putting onto the Boom lineup. Which, in theory, right, Boom, me as well, this was a lockdown scenario. He was supposed to get the stages mic, the team was supposed to clean Saule up, and then Boom would have naturally the numbers advantage. They can start working their way across the gorge. But that situation never came.
Yeah, I feel like it's like benching like LeBron James, isn't it? It's like, why are you benching him? Get him onto the match, bro. Like, this is where he needs to be. Like, he's really starting to show that he can perform at the international level here, especially going into the 2026 season of Honor of Kings Esports, and especially after this very decisive victory here from the IKL champions of the spring.
Yeah, insane. Close to 60,000 worth of damage dealt to the opponents, hero damage that is, and he's more than double, close to a triple the damage that Miggy was able to find in this game. And GPM-wise, very high, 760 gold per minute, with just insane. Look, the kills don't matter. He had so much impact across the game. Saule is definitely going to be your MVP.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I mean, if it gives up the face share again, I feel like I'm just giving it for the fact that it's like back to back. But Jing performance-wise, I don't think it was like the most dominant performance he's had within this series, especially going up against the comp that Boom had. Whether it was like a bit more of a squishier comp, then maybe he would have like shined a little bit more. But I mean, you see like the Burning Cape just to kind of like get that anti-heal onto Carl's Orgren, onto the likes of the Futsu as well. And then obviously the Starbreaker just to get that anti-tank damage. So definitely is able to itemize and try and get as much out of it as possible. But I feel like the other two games, he felt much more of a dominant force.
No, I think Facial was being a team player for this one, right? Because he knew that the Boom players were actually waiting for his arrival, right? The moment he dropped down his mirror domain, I'm pretty sure Tatsuri, we've already seen, right? Attempted all the knockups in the mirror domain. They were waiting for the Sage's Mic from Miggy as well to be able to lock this Jing down so that he couldn't run away from the damage. But because they were waiting for Facial to come in, which he only came in when the fight was in a dire state for Boom, it meant that Zan, it meant that Saule, they could have the freedom to do whatever they wanted because they were asking Boom to use their resources, use it on me.
Exactly, yeah. Just literally just do everything for them. I mean, Zan, once again, I feel like he really opened up the map there for the side of Kagendra as well, especially with that push into the top side of the map that we've pretty much seen emulated 2 games in a row there. Just really just play into the macro playstyle rather than just constantly going for the team fights that we know Kagendra used to love, right? The Kagendra of old would never turn down a brawl, whereas this Kagendra is just like, all right, bet, well, if we're not going to get anything from this, we're not going to participate in it. We're just going to push elsewhere and get some more objectives.
Like a businessman, like extracting true value, right? What's this business transaction? Does it earn me the value that I need? And Kagendra, oh my goodness, boys and men today.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a different color here for Kagendra coming through at the last day of the group stages. And there it is. Okay, completely throwing up everybody. It's going to be Senko with the MVP, telling you to shush, kid. He's like, hang on, you forgot about me, boy. You forgot about my annihilations.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this guy was pretty good as well. Props to him, Senko. Well done. 1-0-7. I mean, okay, there's a good reason why as well, right? This guy has always been the core of Kagendra. He has been consistent, he has been stable, and he has been here since day number 1.
Exactly, yeah. He's definitely putting in the work here. Obviously, We Raw as the sub, he's definitely been there since day number 1 as well. But now they are a fresh-faced team. And by these highlights, you're going to see a very dominant Kagendra.
All right, I'll tell you why Senko is MVP here. It's because Senko was also involved in many of the backup movements coming in from the side of Kagendra. Yes, Sauli had a lot of individual outplays, but he needed the job to be finished. And here we go. Freebie from Senko. This is number 1. Senko also had a couple of other freebies coming in the later parts of the matches. And while the Annihilation was not really the killing blow most of the times, it did change the fight very much in favor for the side of Kagendra.
No, absolutely. It definitely changed the pace here. Obviously, just getting that little bit of like love tap onto the enemy team. Like, it's just the saw there. Soule was able to get the kill on the draw just because that Annihilation kind of clicked his wings as well. And then it just meant that Soule had more time to play with his food like Migi as they're running down this base. But definitely super decisive gameplay here from Kagendra. There was no kind of like headless chicken gameplay that we're normally used to seeing with some of these teams.
I like this a lot, right? This growth from Kagendra has been phenomenal at this point. I mean, they understood every single juncture, like what is the best decision available for the team, and they did it. So Boom, unfortunately, will be at the 3rd position of Group B here, which means they will now be one of the options that the number 1 spot in Group A, which is Nova, get to choose from. So it's going to be it's going to be Boom or Team Hawk that Nova chooses. The corresponding team that's left will be going up against BTR. Meanwhile, on the other side, Group B, DMT and Kagendra. DMT will have to pick between Blacklist and Nongshim, whoever they want to have as their opponent. Kagendra will get the remainder of the bottom 2 teams.
Yeah, interesting matchups to say the least, to be honest. But I mean, like, it might just be like a switch and bait here from Nova. Maybe they don't choose THQ. Maybe they choose Boom and completely upset the motion, right? Maybe then BTR gets THQ and see where it goes from there. But only time will tell, right? Obviously, we will get the knockouts draw very, very soon between these 2 teams. But obviously, first, we want to hear from the winning words of Kagendra, especially after such a dominant victory.
Yep, of course, with that, we will also be saying our goodbyes as we take a look at the interview, and then we will talk about the choices that our top 2 teams, one of each group, Group A and Group B. So this will be Nova as well as DMT taking their picks on the opposing side. So the bottom 3rd and 4th, they are your options for the champions of their respective B. We'll see if that's going to be the case later on.
Exactly, and I think the thing that kind of makes it a little bit more exciting this time around, especially going into the knockout stage, is we upgrade from the BO5 to a BO7. So even if you do try and take a clean sweep, it's still going to be an extra round. That's an extra game to be drafting, so you have to kind of think ahead as well. So some of these teams have to definitely make sure that their hero pools and their hero definitely pools for the individual players is going to be where it needs to be. But we're going to sign ourselves out here before we go to the interview, ladies and gentlemen. It has been myself, Blam, and then with me has been Mr. Kindo Fu, the favorite kind of tofu. Obviously, if you have any words you want to sign out with here, Kin, you may well go see them without.
Drop that like, drop that follow, and we will go over to Mara. Mara, please take it away. Oh, not yet. Hang on. Yep. I just got the message. So, yeah, we will keep talking for a little bit more. And with that being said, I think we have preferences on what we want the matchup to be, right? So, yes, earlier today, we did hear Xuan say Malaysia Bole, which is, yes, Malaysia can, right? And I personally hope that we get this Team Hawk against Nova matchup because I want to see Bigatron go up against Boom.
That would be a nice matchup, to be fair. Bigatron going against Boom. Boom to fall to another IKL team. I mean, they've just fell for... Against Kagendra, I mean, BTR definitely look like they're in the cleanest shape out of all the IKL teams, I have to say. Like, they have definitely been very impressive in terms of their, like, hybrid team between the Culls of Saka and the BTR, but we're going to throw it over to the stage now, so thank you very much, guys. Hope you enjoy the group stage, and more to look for in the next stage.
For Kagendra, congratulations on Congratulations, Senko. Senko, you finally got your revenge from KIC 2025. How does it feel to finally beat Boom Esports?
Of course, very happy. And actually, before the match, Carl also asked me how the score, and I said 3-0.
Wow! He said, what did Carl say when you said 3-0?
Yeah, he just asked how the game will be.
Okay. And you predicted correct.
Yeah.
And just like you said before, humanda ka. And that was a really good show of confidence. Now, we're gonna go to the knockout stage in just a couple of days. If you were to choose which team you can go up against, Senko, what would it be, Zan?
I think we want to face Nongshim
Nongshim. Why Nongshim?
because we want to face like Korean teams and we also want to try that noodle.
We also want to try that noodle. But you know what? I will give you a hint. Because when I interviewed Tian X earlier, and we asked them who they want to face, they said they want to eat noodles also. For both of you want to eat noodles. So if they choose Nongshim, that might mean that you're going to go up against Blacklist International. So in case that happens, Senko, what would you like to say to them?
Yeah, maybe you are next.
They are next.
Yes.
Okay, look into the camera. Right there, right there.
Blacklist, you are next, okay?
That was such a nice taunt. You are next. How about for you, Zan? What would you like to say to all the supporters and invite them to watch your game for the knockout stage?
I want to say thank you very much to all the fans that already came here, and for sure if you guys want to come and watch us, we'll be very thankful, and it's very nice here, so you guys should come and watch us.
Once again, oh, hear that crowd. Once again, Zan, Senko, congratulations. That was so phenomenal, and we hope to see more of that in the knockout stage. Thank you so much. And with that, let's get to the exciting part. It's now time for the knockout stage bracket drafting. Now, here's how it's gonna go. The first place in groups A and B will get to choose their opponent in the opposing group that are placed third and fourth. That means Nova Esports can only pick Boom or Team Hawk. And Dominator can only pick between Blacklist International and Nongshim Red Force. Now, let's call the teams that finish first in each group. Let's welcome them over here because their choice will determine the shape of the knockout stage bracket. Hello, Xuan. How are you? You're smiling. And hello, Jerl. You guys are excited to reveal who you're gonna choose? Very excited. We're gonna start off first with Xuan. Xuan, which team does Nova Esports want to face first in the knockout stage?
Team Hawk.
Team Hawk. Nova chooses Team Hawk, which means second place BTR will automatically face Boom Esports. And now, Gerald, which team does Dominator want to face first in the knockout stage?
I pick Nongshim Red Force.
Dominator picks Nongshim Red Force, which means second place Kagendra will automatically go up against Blacklist International. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And this on your screen is the final bracket picture. These are the teams that will face each other, and all matches will be a best-of-7 single elimination round. Time and date of the matches will be released in the Honor of Kings social media pages. So watch out for that detail. It's gonna be an exciting match of best of 7. And not only that, we'd also like to invite you to watch more action because we're gonna have the honor of Kings Women's Series and the Tri-Nation Showdown. And that's gonna happen right before our knockout stage matches. With that, this concludes the group stage of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. We'll see you next time for another exciting day in the Heroes Gorge. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino, and this is our game. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you in the knockout stage.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. In this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline.
this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood.